What is this chat writing? What? Chat, why are you saying 2 hours equals 5? That is a complete lie. That is a complete lie. Bro, you know it's a lie. You know it's a lie. Bro, every time I open up Twitch, I always accidentally knock on people's streams. Oh my god, man. This is like the 10th time I've opened up Twitch and accidentally clicked the knock button. Oh my god. People probably think I'm a freak. People just get these knocking notifications or what? Hello, hello. You got Donald for 6 months in a row? Yo, Agla next to the 54 months, you're crazy. Chat, it wasn't that long. It wasn't that long. Don't overreact. It wasn't that long. I went outside. I got some food. And then I came back. No, I didn't comb my hair. No, I didn't wash it. I just went out with cooked hair. Absolutely cooked hair. Chat, I'm not watching AL versus WE. I'm not watching AL versus WE. You know why? Because we've got something really important to do. Please don't make... You know, we got something really important to do. Bro's break is longer than his workday. I've been gone for 3 hours and 30 minutes. I've been gone for 3 hours and 30 minutes. You're just fucking mad. Why are you mad? It wasn't that long. You guys are probably just stroking your fucking snakes while I was gone anyway. What are you on about? What are you on about? Chat, one try, deal? One try. Have you watched United Leon? No. I have not. Wait, there's a new boss! Vortex. Wait, there's a new boss. Vortex moves like lightning and speeds other balloons along. When each health bar is reached, Vortex shields itself and sends out a shockwave, stunning my towers before retreating up the track. Vortex emits a regular storm pulse, destroying projectiles and Oh my god! New event! I can get... This is important because I can get rewards for this. I can't get rewards for the other one. The other one doesn't give rewards, chat. Oh my god, this is big. Wait, hold up. Chat, what the fuck is this? What is this? Ooh. Ooh, that's gotta go there. Wait, I have 10k monies. What the fuck? Wait. Wait, pause! That's gotta be correct, right? That's gotta be correct. That's gotta be correct, right? Read the rules? What are the rules? Where do I see the rules? Chat, where do I read the rules? Wait, so it goes... I don't understand the pace of the balloons. Escape. Wait, monkeys available. No super monkeys. Chat, what does it say? My body's on the line now. Record now. Shine on my face. Bro, how is Banana Farmer gonna eat the bananas? Hey! It's broken! There we go. Is he in range of everyone? No, not everyone. 32 rounds. Chat, this is my first time on the new boss. Please don't let them see me. Nothing. Bright shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Okay, wait, hold up. Chat, I just want to do one try. Bum bum. Chat, why are you saying song name question mark? Oh, because you want to know the name of the song. It's called The Line. Now, I think I have too many banana farms. I'm gonna go... Wait, let me think here. The balloons go round... Wait, I need to follow that balloon again. Round... Down... Round... Down... Round, up, round, down. So wait, how do we, let's do that again. Bum, 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 bum. So middle value is pretty high. This goes here on Grump. I think a monkey pirate here goes crazy as well. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think this tech, this thing is the strongest thing in the game. I think the strongest in the game is this thing. Thoughts? Where should I put him? More eco. Not gonna lie. More eco, I think. More eco, chat. Not gonna lie. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe I'm too greedy. Jolly man, what up, Mike? How we doing? What is that guy's chat history? Uber Eats Korea. It's just... Unk had to take a 6-hour nap. What the fuck? Dum 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 dum. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I fuck with snipers though. $19 rounds. Chat, is the LEC stream live yet or not? Chat, you okay with me playing balloons? Is that okay? Just want to try one time. I need some advice. I'm only going to ask for advice every now and then. The tack shooter. What is the best build? What is the best build on the tack shooter? Say it now. $205. Tack shooters can't see stealth, right? No, it can't. Ooh, I need a dollar. That's what I need. Let me think here. I'm thinking mage goes here. 100% mage goes here. Chat, I'm thinking another fucking farm. Is that dumb? $13 rounds, bro. I think I fried that boss. Oh my god, I did it. I'm such a psychopath. Ow! Was I too greedy here? Was I too greedy here? Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking mage, sniper. I'm thinking mage, sniper, tack shooter, tack dropper. I'm thinking sniper here. I'm thinking mage here. I'm thinking spike dropper. Oh shit, I fucked it up. Wait. No, I fucked it up, man. Village. Nice. Cannon here. Alchemist there. Then. Chat, does the alchemist heal still? I think I have enough for the first boss. I think I have enough for the first boss. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Chat, which one is it? 2 or is it 5? Which one is it? I'm gonna keep it a buck, chat. I think this boss is one-tapped. I'm gonna keep it a buck, chat. This boss is cooked. We eco now. Wait, am I dead? No. I overdid it. I overdid it. I need eco now. I need eco now, chat. Yo, give me more monies. Give me more monies. Knock, knock. Who's there? No, I get it. Knock, 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 knock. Yeah, okay, I'm at the door. What do you want? Shut up. I find myself using your strats when I play. That is a good choice, not gonna lie. Doesn't surprise me. Now straight chlorine over me. This beat is a chemical. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Skirt, skirt. Skirt, skirt. 8 rounds. 8 rounds. Slow it down. Okay, let me think, let me think. I think I need Masta Bomba or Carpet of Speaks. I think Carpet of Spikes actually clears on this map, not gonna lie. Carpet of Spikes is so fucking busted. What do you want, Mark? Poby Lamont, shut up! What is this guy spamming? I need Masta Bomba now. Now, I need Masta Bomba. Oh my god. Now I need Banana Central. Holy fuck, I'm smurfing. Level up. 2 rounds done. Say I'm smurfing, chat. Upgrade your tech shooter. No. I need Banana Central now. More farms? You think just more farms? Wait. Farm it up! Farm it up! How is it paid to win? They're just farming for me. I CBA with my mouse. I'm too lazy. When my mama sang, I don't sleep when I'm stressed out. Yeah. Now I'm stressed out. I need more economy. More. What? What? Very astronaut. Fuck, maybe I'm losing the round here. Come on, Sally! Banana reset, banana, boom! Oh my god. Chat, I'm maxed out for money, right? Wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. I'm thinking Magus Perfectus this run, chat. Is it a Magus Perfectus angle? Wait, you can't get paragons? Okay. Yeah. Okay, do I fuck this boss or not? I think permanent brew is needed. Shut up with the temple god. I don't need that shit. Fucking donkey ass, fucking trash ass, fucking useless piece of shit. Shit, I entered. Chat, which one's better, Sky Shredder or Spectre? Do I have the damage? Wait, do I have the damage actually? I can't use anything! We're good, we're good, we're good, I think. Halfway. How long is this motherfucker stunned for? Come on, sucker. Come on, sucker. This is it. We're stunned, but when we come out of the stun, it's dead, right? Get out of the stun now! Get out of the stun! Bro, how long am I stunned for? Call to arms now, tech zone, full mad. Send it! Yes! I need... Chat, I'm guessing... Wait, hold up. Chat, I'm guessing. I'm guessing that I need to make balloons in different areas because they get stunned, right? So I can make a city down here, thoughts? Bottom right, new city, thoughts? That stun is a problem. Wait, I have an idea. I am clutch. I am just clutch. Just say I'm clutch, chat. Say I'm clutch right now. Chat, say I'm clutch right now. Say it. Say, wow, Caedrel, you're clutch. Write those lines. Shit. Wait. I need something really OP down here. Is this good, Apache? I need to make another city where the monkeys are doing big damage when the other monkeys are in big trouble. Maybe just loads of snipers. But how are the druids gonna auto-attack? Is this strong? If I make a... Hold up, chat. If I make a druid, do I have to make more druids or not? So I can just have him chilling. What is it, chat? Is it 052 or is it 250? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna throw a druid in here. So from here he cooks or what? Chat, what's the plane build? The helicopter build? What is the build? 5. I guess it's 02. Now, I'm thinking maybe we just throw in more snipers. Maybe another gunner, actually. Chat, what's a good gunner build? Ray of Doom. Okay, send it there. I don't have the key bindings for this shit. Holy fucking big pace. Holy shit, I'm winning. My damage is good. Big. We win this, we win this, we win this. We win this, chat. Finally. Okay. Okay, one more round. One more round and we're done. Now I need 14 rounds from now. What do I need? How do I tell how many monkeys I have? I kind of want a submarine. I think I need Energizer. No. I can't get Paragons. I need this one, I think. And I need Commander, I think, as well, right? Okay, not bad. Chat, I'm thinking of putting a 502 druid up here. Good or bad? I can't really get it in good range. It's time to mage up as well, I think. It's time to mage up. Bro, is this fucking serious? Bro, I'm gonna have one of every kind of fucking thing in the game right now. Oh my god. Bro, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm not keeping a buck. Chat, is that good? Total transformation? Fuck, I can't get him in the village. Oh, this placement is rough, not gonna lie. Chat, Sky Shredder. Which one? 520 or 502? Chat, which one's the best frozen? Oh my god, I don't have the XP for it. Bro, I don't think you're gonna be able to see anything, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Chat, should I sell my farms before the final boss? I should, right? Bro, I can't see shit. I can't see shit, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's happening! I don't know what's happening! Chat, I have no idea! What the fuck is going on? I can't see shit. Chat, I have 167 money. What should I build? Quick, what should I build? What is like good to pump out? Chat, there's no super monkeys allowed. I'm not gonna be able to do it, by the way. It's not gonna die. What the fuck, man? I think I'm cooked. Come on! Come on! Chat, what can I buy right now? I don't even have space to buy it. I don't have space. I don't have space, chat. It's lost. It's lost. Oh my god, I trolled. I know what I could have done. If I redid this round, I would win it. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I should have just upgraded normal monkeys. Just report me. Just report me. Chat, I tell you, if I restart here, I win. Which one did I click? Retry from... I feel like if I had XP, this guy would be busted. But I don't have the XP for him. Fuck. I think that wins it, you know. I think that wins it. Yeah, that wins it. Right? I think that wins it, right? Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Sally. Come on. Come on, big damage. Sell the monkey top left, which one? Come on! Come on! Come on! I can't see anything. My whole screen's frozen. Come on! I don't even know where the fuck it is. Come on, knockback! I don't get it. I don't get it. I think I'm smurfing. I think I'm smurfing. Why not? Why is that not the case? How did I not smurf that? I need to redo that again one day. I need to redo that again. Chat, I'm pissed. What did I do wrong? Tell me what I did wrong. You don't use enough snipers and submarines. I miss you as girl. What can I do better? And it's you that I want. Okay, chat, any links? Any links we can watch while we wait for the LEC to start? Need overclocks on your strongest towers. What the fuck is an overclock? Clock. What is that? Enough of that, chat. Enough of that. Need some good links. Bro's like a kid that just got home from school watching YouTube videos on his chair that's 3 sizes too big for him. This is a perfectly normal sized chair. Spy camera in that from the 1950s. What?
German spy camera. It's about the size of a cigarette lighter. I'm hoping to get about $150
Wait,
for it. It's my 30th.
Hold up, bro, they make cameras today 80 years later the size of my hand that look like a piece of shit. How is that gonna... Alright, let's go.
See, I mean, the throws, I was watching from home and I was like, what is this? 13.7k gold throw? The LPL was so sick and we're down there covering the LEC. I needed to get up here, yeah.
We lost the plot. You lost the plot here. It's not what this is about. SK, richtig gut. They've been really, really good for the past few weeks. Belgium, thriving. Niski is not as bad as we thought. And
We're in space!
Yeah, okay.
The Heretics, not so much smiles anymore. They actually have a plan of passion, aggression, vision, and they delivered last week. And okay, here's the kicker.
Okay.
Eyes on the prize. Worlds, international events.
Yeah.
It's not a one-team region anymore.
No?
Yeah, no, KC is good.
Yeah.
G2 didn't lose a single game, and Fnatic, if they're not good, at least they're entertaining. So believe me, there's hope.
Okay.
Wait,
you're
Katy
right.
Perry
You convinced me.
POV,
Let's go down.
true.
I mean, our 11 minutes are up, so let's go back to Earth. Let's go back to the LEC. Let's
It's
go.
gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Thank
Trust
you,
me.
Laura.
It gets
You
better.
know what? I'm
Oh, no.
so happy to be back.
She's gonna kiss the phone.
Mwah.
Katy Perry at home, guys.
Wait, it was Katy Perry!
Amazing. Now I'm excited. How
It
about you?
was fake, chat, right? It was fake.
friend for you.
Oh, amazing.
Chat, it was fake. Say it.
Kind of like an alien, I gotta say. No, but it's true. There's some cool stuff happening, and I wasn't here last week, of course, I was watching, but the fact that SK is doing well, that Heretics is doing well, we've got a lot to be excited about.
I saw a reel. I saw a reel earlier today and it said, can't believe I'm using a paper straw while Katy Perry and Bezos' lizard wife are going to space for 10 minutes to take selfies.
We're also going to ramp up with a game. We're going to play a little warm-up into this week's Ready Check. So we asked some players to state 2 correct statements and 1 false statement. So 2 truths, 1 lie. And basically we have to find out what the lie is. The first person is Elyoya, so let's take a look at his 2 truths, 1 lie.
Elyoya, and this is 2 truths, 1 lie.
I'll get all of these.
Japan would be my ideal trip vacations.
Spelling mistake.
Now. I used to be a swimmer and got some gold medals, mostly bronze, but some gold medals also, competing. Yeah, I got a 0 mark on an exam.
It's definitely B.
Multiple, actually. I got multiple zeros on exams.
But I think it's a really
Yeah,
bad
actually, you
lie,
can't
I
get a
think.
0
Those
on
all
exams.
sound like lies, the
Number
second
C.
two.
I remember there
It's
was
definitely C. You
a
can't be
content
that-
piece on him being a swimmer. I just don't know.
Really?
Yeah, there was, and there was a really good animated thing. That was really cool.
But
So
we've got a
It's
swimmer
gotta be
here,
C.
so
I
does he
would
look
rem-
like a swimmer?
I would remember. Yeah, I can
Yeah?
see it. I can see it. It's just I would have probably remembered
C.
because
It
every
would've been
time
You can't get a
I
0,
was
chat.
on the lookout for
As
the
long as you put your name, the teacher won't give you a
Well,
0.
that one's a true.
The first one, like the trip to Japan, literally everyone who's into gaming. So
Yeah, but-
that's not
Sorry,
right.
am I
feel like
wearing
you
the
can't-
right shirt for this? I feel like I am.
You can't
Yeah.
even get the 0 mark, can you?
I don't know. I feel like that's
You
a
can't get a
lie.
0 mark.
If you're late,
that's
if
the
you
lie.
miss the exam.
For
Yeah.
sure, that's the lie.
He was also kind of just like floundering.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
It's first or third. I'll trust you.
I would say the third one.
That's
I
right.
think that the third one is a lie, that he didn't get the 0 mark. Let's see what the answer is.
And the lie was the competition, obviously. Like, I used to compete swimming, never got a gold medal.
Alex,
I didn't remember the medals.
you're gaslighting
I
us.
got
What is
bamboozled
this?
He was a swimmer.
I was like,
You're really bad at all these games we play on the desk.
I won the last one.
actually, I think I got baited into
I
the
won
Mira's
V2
idea.
the last
Yeah.
Actually, I blame
It says
Nymira. I
thought
got
he
baited
said
as well.
gold, And then he said bronze.
Yeah, I was
Chad,
like,
do you ever
"You're
chew
too
ice?"
Much, you know, you can't bash yourself down like that.
Oh, okay.
It's the truth.
At least we're
It's
learning
too
something
cold.
from players.
That is true.
You know, I know the Twitterers love that. Let's take a look at the second one's from Kadui.
When I was young, I actually skipped 1 year of class, so I kind of skipped class. If I would have not been an esport player, I would have been a pilot nowadays. I'm
see
a
that.
relative to Dirk Nowitzki.
I don't know who the fuck that is, so I'm gonna say that one.
What's his last name even? Kitui's.
Kadui? Kadui McMaduerson, I'm sure.
yeah.
He started with when I was young, and I was like, brother.
And you'd be glad to know I
Don't
haven't
see
seen any
lies.
content pieces, so I can't gaslight you for this
Okay,
one.
Chad, who is-
he also
how-
delivered
Chad, who is
them all with a
n-
very straight face.
Who is that
I think
So
name?
it's the
related to
German
Dirk Nowitzki, he's a basketballer, right? And Kadui is actually really tall, but
That
it
is
sounds
true.
like it would be a lie because
For me, all of them sounded like a
Dirk
lie.
Nowitzki.
Missing a whole year of classes, that's kind of intense.
But it's also not
Chad,
something
that-
that
is-
someone...
is it Dallas
I
Legend?
think it's the...
Chad, that's so specific. It's probably that
A
one.
lie?
So, yeah.
Probably. It has
but
to
that's
be.
really specific. Would you lie about something
I
specific?
mean, you need to make up an easy
That's
lie,
true.
you know. So it might as well pick a famous character or a person.
Chad,
what
I'm
was
gonna
the
say
second
B is cap.
He would be a pilot if he wasn't an esports player.
Oh. Oh, I don't
I
want
can
to be
see that.
responsible for our losses, but...
Okay,
Oh no, you're choosing this one. I
Okay, the third one's a lie.
There's
The
no
third
Chad, why are you
one's a
saying
lie.
pre-watched?
For sure,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a lie.
Let's see.
And the lie is, I'm not a relative to Dirk Nowitzki.
Oh.
I'm glad
I knew it. Chad, I said
Yay.
C.
To say
I said
that.
C.
Okay,
I'm
we
glad
have
you didn't.
one more left. Kadui is really tall, by the way, in person, so I was thinking about it. But before we do the last one, you can also play in Twitch chat, so you can start now once they
Chat,
start
get ready to
talking,
press your button.
And,
Get
yeah,
ready
you
to
can
press your
start
button in
chatting
chat.
and playing along with us since we're not doing that well, and it's Mickey. So let's take a look.
I know Mickey.
I was semi-pro at Mortal Kombat X. When I was around 12, I was a volunteer firefighter, and we had a lot of competitions, and we won the nationals.
That is fucking
My
cap.
favorite movie is The Prestige.
It's B, hands down, bro.
Wait,
What do you mean a
how do
12-year-old
wait,
firefighter? How
what's
is that
the
legal?
prize?
He's from Slovenia.
It's
You
like-
can't be a 12-year-old
Okay, the house isn't on
firefighter,
fire
what?
Anymore? Like,
No,
what is this?
A lot of it's like obstacle courses, and you have to kind of like get a whole team of 4 people up a wall, so like you kind of scale that. So a lot of it's like very intense obstacle
Where's Twitch
courses
chat?
and carrying people
It's
as
B,
well.
chat.
I
It's
know
B
that.
on
He's
Grump.
like a nerd. I don't see him doing stuff like that.
wow.
It's
Actually, you know what, chat? I'm gonna say
What's
it's
Twitch
A.
chat saying?
There
I
is
can't see
no.
it. Is it not
He
working?
said Mortal Kombat
And-
X.
and
Isn't it
also,
Mortal
like-
Kombat
Oh,
10?
it's not working.
That's a fit.
Can someone tell me what
That
they're
would've been
saying
10
if you're
years
looking
ago.
on?
MKX was about 10 years ago, I think.
I think it makes sense. That
That
makes
one
sense.
makes
Yeah.
sense, I
Yeah.
think.
And he's good at fighting games. He always
Yeah,
beats
look, he's a
everyone up.
gamer. The man's a gamer.
What was the last one? My memories.
So we had Firefighter, we had MKX, and
And
then...
what was the last
Oh no, it's still flying away from me.
Wait,
my God, this completely
production,
flat.
what was the last statement he said?
I was too, like, bamboozled by everything. He's
Favorite movie, The Prestige.
Prestige, that's the one.
That makes sense.
Has to be the firefighter one. Like, come
Okay,
on.
It's
Firefighter.
A, chat.
It's
It's A.
Firefighter.
It's A.
Firefighter is completely
go.
a lie.
It's A. It's A.
And the lie is, I haven't gone pro in or semi-pro in Mortal Kombat, but at some point I will.
Chat, say good job, Caedrel. Say it.
You said that made sense!
But
You said that made sense!
Semi-pro is so vague. Is everyone
That did
saying,
make sense.
"Oh, I'm semi-pro in this"? You know, when it's just
Yeah.
you're better than the noob.
It's fine, I'll play by myself next time.
Yeah, you're better than the noob, but you're not good enough
I
to
got
be a pro.
everything wrong,
Twitch was
so...
correct?
Yeah.
Twitch was correct.
Say good job,
Actually,
Caedrel.
there was a
Wow.
happy
Say
hour.
wow.
I'm here to
Say
bring it
wow.
Yeah. Oh well, this is really nice. We're gonna keep
What the
recording
fuck?
those
Don't
with
put the
players.
PRX guys in emote. Are
But
you
anyways, we are in the middle of the spring regular season, meaning we are inching ever closer to those playoffs. And I wanted to take a look at the standings and color-coded as to if the playoffs were to happen right now, who would make it in.
Chat, is Shocks just a
And,
goat or what?
um,
Bro, when
it would
Shocks is
be
on the...
pretty stark.
Bro,
I
Shocks
think
on
a lot of
broadcast.
people would be very surprised to see, let's say, SK in
Absolute
there,
cinema.
Team Heretics in there, right? Do you think they can hang on to that, Alex?
This conversation gets a lot more complex when you look
Oh,
at
yeah, it's only the
strength
top
of
6 that
schedule.
makes it.
I think teams like GX
Casey will make it,
have
G2 will make it,
a
Fnatic will make
really
it,
hard road ahead of them, so I think
Koi will
they-
make it,
they have to prove,
BDS
like,
will make it,
instant turnaround for me to be more
and
confident in them.
I do
Teams like
believe
SK
that
and
it's gotta be
Heretics,
Rogue as the
I
final
can't remember
spot.
actually the exact things because we've got a number of weeks to go. It's just,
Kappa
obviously
Chungus
a lot of games
Deluxe,
left to
no
play. I
chat.
feel like they're a little bit more
No
safe
shot.
though.
Also, the conversation is about the teams with... I'm looking at Vitality, I'm looking at GX, and I'm looking at Rogue because they all have a different number of games played. So for Vitality, it feels like the fate is in their hands a little bit more. But you look at GX and at Rogue, especially Rogue, I feel like any loss past
Chat,
this point
why
could
is it
be
the
elimination,
GX is like
especially given that you need to be top 6,
1 and
not top
3
8 anymore. And for GX, it's also
They have
quite
4
difficult, I would
games,
say.
and we have to
So
watch GX
I would
again
say
today.
that the big outliers are SK and also Team BDS. I expected Team BDS
Wait, actually, they only have 4 games. Everyone else has 5. What the fuck?
Time will tell. Let me jump on that BDS point because I created a little graphic and I want to know from you if you think these
Wait,
players are doing
Rogue's
better
playing
or
today,
worse
and
than
they already
did
have 5
last year.
games.
If they've
So they're on
trended up
6.
and down, you can also break it out a little bit more, but
G2
Irrelevant
has
is in there
3
for me.
games.
So what do you think?
Rogue's gonna have 6 games today.
I
What
expect
the
a lot more
fuck?
for Irrelevant, especially because I felt like him coming into LEC in 2022. 2024 was his biggest standout year. I felt like he had the best performance. His stats were looking great. And right now, I feel like he's in a position with BDS where they expected from him to be bringing out his A game as well.
Yeah, it means the
I also
split will
feel
ramp
like
up
he's
better.
not being integrated that well into BDS's
You gotta do
system.
one of the others. You don't have a lot of time. You want to pick one?
Yeah, I think Jackie's, I think he's doing worse than last year, but I'm not necessarily going to blame him. I think there's a lot of dysfunctional things within that team. We don't know who's making all the plays, so it feels like he's forced to. And when you're forced to make plays, you can kind of make some mistakes. I'm glad he keeps trying, but it's hard to really judge him.
Okay, what about Humanoid? We've got Fnatic Rogue up in just a few minutes.
He's still coin flipping as ever. Sometimes awesome, sometimes
Fnatic versus
I'd say
Rogue.
maybe a little better compared to regular season this time last year.
But I mean, come on, people were calling for this guy's benching. They have been for a while, right? It was
Wait,
bad.
Shox has a
We all know
starfish
how
around
bad
her
it
neck.
was.
What the fuck?
And
I
some
didn't even
games
realize.
You also really see it, so.
It wasn't really pretty, but at least now I feel like his biggest issue was the fact that in regular season he wasn't really doing well. He was always ramping up in playoffs, and also he was dying a lot to level 3 games.
Patrick!
He was the 7th jungle camp on the map. This used to happen consistently, and right now that stopped, right? But I still feel like he needs to level up a little bit more just for him to have the impact that Fnatic
I'll say it's a little bit better.
It's better. I think it's better as well. I agree with you there. So they're up versus Rogue. You said it already, Alex. The strength of schedule for the teams coming up is very, very important. Now for Rogue, I think we're going to be repeating this. These are the teams they're still playing, and they need to get every single win. But can they begin with one today?
Oh no!
It's going to be rough. I think that depends more on Fnatic.
Rogue's going to go out.
Because we know that Fnatic sometimes look excellent. They demolished Vitality the other day, but sometimes they can lose to a lower down table teams. So realistically, they have to hope a little bit on the dice roll, but they have to show their A game too.
Yeah,
Rogue's game's actually the best of the split, aren't they? They're so funny.
We'll see if we get some insight from the Fnatic.
They always have
camp.
bangers.
Laura standing by with Duffman in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Thank you, Shox. Duffman, thank you so much. How have you been since the last time we had a chat? How are you settling in now?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely different to like previous teams I've been on. Very different like atmosphere to like last year's G2. A lot more, I'd say, laid back. I'd say less, I guess, like regimented. I would say. So it's been good.
Is that better or worse given the players that you have?
Yeah, I think it's better given the players we have for sure. I think, yeah. Just better.
All right.
Almost
when you think
knocked over
about
my
Fnatic
cup.
and the way you guys have been improving, I know that thinking about SK was just a bump in the road. And obviously, given the performances you had since then, I would tend to agree. What would be some improvements for Fnatic? Because I feel like it touches on stability more than anything.
Yeah, I think we're definitely getting a lot more patient around objectives. I think that's like the biggest thing I saw before I came, is that there was just a lot of rush to hit objectives, to start it, and to put ourselves on a clock. So I think that's probably the biggest area that I've looked to work with the team on, is just recognizing when we actually have control without hitting the objective.
Something that Mickey was mentioning in Winter was like the impact of communication and the way the team was communicating with one another and how that made the team successful. When I think of mid games, I was wondering if it's been one of the issues that Fnatic may have had in difficult times and how you've been able to tackle this specifically.
Mod spammers, spam them.
In mid game, I think the problem I seen was just a lot of ideas. Everyone kind of wanted to do their thing, so there was just not really like a unified thing to do. So I mean, for me, it's mostly about finding like the triggers like on the map that tell us what we should be doing, instead of people like, I want to do this, I want to do this. It's more like, we need to do this kind of thing.
do you like try and have like a cohesive way of like having the same views on the game, or sometimes I'm taking that these players can have different inputs and maybe sometimes one voice can prevail.
Chat Rogue will beat Fnatic on Grump.
Yeah, exactly. I think when you have good players on the same roster, you often have the cases when you have 2 or 3 players who are like really strong in any game. So they kind of have their own different ways of using that, and that can be a problem sometimes. And it's trying to like find the stuff in the game that don't rely on specific players being strong.
Hopefully we can find those solutions to this. A couple words on Rogue today.
Rogue, I mean, I'm always interested playing against former players, so playing against Adam will be fun today.
Adam.
I think
I'm gonna be locked in big time today, chat. I got my tea.
Than they have currently, so it's not like we're playing against a team that we can take lightly.
Caedrel, CEO of Good Takes, he also said IG will win yesterday. He was right.
Duckman, thank you so much. Best of luck for today.
Thank you.
Here we are, ready for the start of a new week, Rob. We're at halfway mark of the spring regular season, at least.
Which is kind of mad.
Yeah, usually we'd be in playoffs by now. You know?
True,
like,
actually,
we've done 3 weeks. Where's our playoffs?
Yeah, it also feels like so short when you start to look.
True. Where's our playoffs?
I think it's also because we're in the best of 3s and not every team plays each week. You're kind of like, oh, I'm still waiting to see, you know, more out of G2. And you're like, well, yes, they've just played less games than everyone, right? So I think there's a lot of that in my head.
Oh yeah,
well.
let me put the
I mean,
overlay
there's a
on.
lot of teams
Good
that
one,
will play a bunch over the next 2 weeks.
Extension.
Right? Obviously,
My
or next week and then a week off, and then I've forgotten when the second
overlay
roadshow
one.
is. Anyway,
Boom.
next week is Madrid.
Oh yes.
So yes, that week we'll have a
Next
lot of
week
teams
is
playing
Madrid.
a couple of times over those couple of days because only 4 teams are going out there.
Yeah.
And then on the Monday we'll have some of the rest of the teams that haven't gone to Madrid playing here in the studio.
Which is good fun.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a little
Wait,
jealous.
let me see the games next
week.
week.
Go to Madrid. It'd be nice to try and see all the Spanish fans, but I think it's still going to be 6 shows. So like, if you are
Wait, Chad,
looking
what
to go,
games are
I
it?
recommend trying to pick up tickets. But yeah, I mean, to start
Oh,
things
it's
off for bangers,
G2 Fnatic.
Rogue versus Fnatic as well. I think, look, Rogue have actually had some decent early games.
Wait, it starts mega early, no? So it's on the 26th of April.
Like the hare and the tortoise, you know?
G2 Giant X, Movistar Koi, 2 p.m., 4 p.m. start. Then G2 Fnatic, Movistar Koi versus Giant X. Wait, G2 Fnatic, Koi, and Giant X are the teams going out. And then we get Heretics, SK, Vitality, BDS on Monday from the studio.
Take their seats on the stage.
And I also did the classic thing, which was I left my homework to the last minute, so I didn't realize I was in today, and my plan was to do the work today and tomorrow. So
Bum,
here we
bum,
are.
bum, 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 bum.
I'm sure we'll still have a bunch of fun today as Fnatic.
When does Lost Photons play, Chad? I don't know.
Stage for Fnatic. They have been on a bit of an upswing. Last week beating Vitality 2-0. Before that beating Carmine Corp, which is obviously a large scalp for them to take. For Rogue, continuation of their struggles, I think I'll say. They lost to Giant X, they lost to G2. Not the closest of games overall, although the first game against Giant X, I guess, was a little bit closer. Before that, though, they did manage to beat Vitality, so maybe they can return to winning ways.
2 weeks break since you're in the ready cycle.
I assume Freddy on the other side of the stage. Maybe it's Larson, of course. As we get the players into the draft for Game 1. We are on the new patch, 25.08. I believe, as that came out this week. Not too many changes, a few nerfs to jungle Yorick.
Dom,
which is
I have a
obviously
present for you. Do you want your present?
Problem for everyone in the world because they all love
Dom, do you want
jungle
the present?
Yorick as much as I do.
I was going to say, yeah, I feel like that's more of a specific one for you.
It has slowed my fill challenge with Broxer quite considerably. I have to play Neferi now.
Say yes. I actually have a present for you.
Azir, Gwen banned away, Skarner removed by Rogue Fnatic on the blue side
He left.
to kick things off
He
here.
left.
So far on the blue side, they've only lost 1 out of their 4 games in spring.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too surprising
He
here.
left.
The curiosities then are like the Ezreal and the Varus and these kind of things to see if they start to
Yone ban.
up in the party list. Yone.
Crazy Fnatic's ban Gwen on blue side.
A terrible choice from Humanoid, but
Also, it's funny how the meta is so much different than LCK. I swear, Jace, Rumble are like the highest prior champs in the game. Both top laners will just fucking pick it and just slam everyone.
Play 4 side lanes a bit more. The poke Varus build where you can just immediately clear midway makes it so much easier to play that style.
Wouldn't be surprised if Rogue decide to get rid of that Varus. Upset's played it 4 times so far, his most played by 2 games. Talia banned away from Larson. And the final ban is going to be Vi away from Razork. So, Kalista immediately locked in for Fnatic, an aggressive bot lane. Their initial picks, usually they're the ones banning Kalista, actually. They banned it in 100% of their games so far. So obviously they either worked on it this week or they finally feel ready to bring it out.
But that's what I was going to say. It feels like the whole talking point around Fnatic has been, hey, let's go look at their mid-game.
You just pick
So
Sion into
they're kind
Jace.
of
I mean,
looking
that's
at
the
picks
EU
that
Classic
they
and it
themselves
works.
in that mid-game. Kalista
Kalista first
early
pick, Varus
focus,
1-2.
I think this is a
Kato, can you do the drafting? All I'm here for is for you to do the drafting. Well, I'm waiting for someone to pick Jace or Rumble for once.
though if Rogue just take away the Renata, Varus Renata.
I can do the drafting if you want. They won't pick Varus Renata. They'll save 3 pick. Jace, nice. Now, if you pick Renata here and you play Nico here and you play Renata into Varus, Jace, Nico, your game is absolutely over already. You can't play, the game's lost. So I wonder if Oscarini Panini will pick... I mean, I guess the Jace is kind of a flex. So the safest thing to do here is probably just jungle mid or jungle top. I think if they pick Renata here, Fnatic is clueless. Xin Zhao here is a great pick for Fnatic. Pantheon's also a great pick. Are you going to pick Sion or not? I personally think Sion pick here is great because I think even if they flex Jace mid, I would flex Sion mid. You just have to pick a double flex on 4 or 5 if they can't pick mid. Like if they give jungle here, support here, and they really want to force this, then I would just you see the double flex like Ryze.
This is something we see throughout the LPL. Incredibly strong pick on the top side of the map, and something that can kind of weather the storm and just be an absolute beefcake in fights. That's the thing.
But some mid laners are like, no, I won't play Sion mid and build Ruby Crystals. I want to play Victor and build Ruby Crystals with Grasp and Scale. It's the same fucking thing, you silly Maokai, my favorite champ.
We do see, you know, the 3-4 minute lane swaps that a lot of teams have been doing.
I swear, mid laners.
Maokai, the final pick for Rogue on
Here's a
this
graph.
rotation, likely to be their jungler.
This is ego. This is skill. Mid laners were here in 2011.
Looking at the second phase of bans, both teams have picked
mid laners were here in 2012 to 2015. Now they're here. All ego, no skill. Mid lane back in the days was Corrupting Pot, LeBlanc versus fucking God knows what, Zed, Ari, Corrupting Pot first item damage. Nowadays, mid laners, Victor mid, Ruby Crystal buy, Rod of Ages, Orianna Talia mid, Wave clear, Ruby Crystal buy, Rod of Ages, full tank, fucking disgusting ass bullshit, or Azir. That's it.
This was a pretty successful game for Rogue, a very slow game from Rogue.
It's not the hardest role in the game anymore. It used to be. People need to change their mind. The hardest role in the game now, and this is not cope or like I'm not doing this for rage bait. I'm honest. The hardest role in the game now is top lane. Fact. I think a good top laner is the difference in a good top laner and a mid top laner is way more noticeable versus a good mid laner and a mid laner. It's way more noticeable. Victor versus Orianna, they're up 5 CS. If you're a good mid versus a mid tier mid. Jace versus Gnar top, a good Jace versus a mid Gnar, that guy is getting fucking blasted into the pavement. Facts. But it used to be the other way around back in the days. LeBlanc versus Ari, mid lane 7 years ago, you would see the diff. But nowadays you don't get that. Look what they're going to do here on 4-5. Rel, yeah, Rel, and now they're going to pick Orianna. And they're going to Orianna Victor, Rod of Ages, double Ruby Crystal rush. Here it comes. Look, watch, watch, watch. Oh no! Oh no! Oh! Whoa, I'm playing the most skilled role in the game, guys. I'm just going to pick my mage and farm. Chat, I'm going to add, if you want ads, you can just tell on our Twitch Prime and have to channel if you don't want to back for the game times. And they talk like they know how to draft as well. They're like, oh yeah, I guess if they ban Azir, I kind of want to go Orianna or Victor early rotation. Yeah, I want to get my mages. Fix that role. Remove TP now.
I think it's also for Fnatic, you kind of need to be pretty on point with the coordination because the other tool you can use to get in is that Grand Skyfall. But if Pantheon just sends it and you've got none of your team around you, you kind of just, yeah, you're on the train and the doors are closing and you don't want to be on it anymore.
And the risk is, right, you have Gravity Field, you've got Nature's Grasp, you've got the Alistair, you've got Chain of Corruption.
There's a lot.
If Razork does go in early, there's a lot of disengage or a lot of delay for Rogue at least. So we'll see how well Fnatic can coordinate things. It is an explosive early game comp. You have a bit of insurance in the Orianna who will scale up. The Sion, of course, becomes very tanky as the game goes on. But in terms of outright damage, very front-loaded here for Fnatic. They'll be looking for leads in the bot lane most predominantly, and we'll see what Razork can do around there.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it.
Pick
So just
Kale
try and
for
get your
Nemesis
playing
then, you
ahead,
pussy.
Make sure they're in a position to try and play things out, and in that point, I think you're in an okay spot to try playing for these early dragons. Look to kind of spike off that 3.
That's your response to my yap. That's your response.
Blow open the game off of 2-item spikes across the majority of your carries. If you start to fall behind though, and Rogue can set up on the objective first, that's where I do get nervous for Fnatic.
Very much agree with you, Rob. Let's jump onto the Rift for the first game of week 4. Best of 3 still.
This fucking chatter.
Fearless draft still. We are here once again. Fnatic currently 3-1, as you can see. Finally have those scores up on the top bar for you, which is great. Rogue said it 1-4, but as we heard in the pre-game interview, as we've heard generally, perhaps betrayed a little bit by that scoreline. They have been a 1-4 team, but at times they've looked like a team that could have been 3-2, 2-3. They could have
Every prediction I vote yes for loses, so I'm voting all in on Fnatic to win so they lose.
Regular lines of scrimmage set up for both the teams.
What?
No one really making too much headway into either side of the jungle.
And I do think one of the shining lights on Rogue has been Adam. I think this guy's been putting in a heap of work and has been getting some early assistance from Malrang, and I kind of expect that to be where Malrang wants to make things happen, right? Because you can always, with the Jace, set up for some sort of early dive. Sion will...
Oh my god, they added team score, but it looks so fucking scuffed. How the fuck did they end up with it all the way over there? How did they not get it in the middle? What? Bro, that looks like a fucking maths formula to the power of fucking 3 minus 1. What the hell is that? Bro, stick it in the middle. I ain't here to do homework.
Mickey looking to get that bone plating off
What the
execute
fuck?
early. Has dismounted for the shield and allows him to trade aggressively into execute and Patrick at the level 1. Upset and Mickey will be looking for the push in this lane, but it won't be as easy to gain. They just have a
Wait, it's literally 3 minus 1. It's Fnatic squared. True.
They got to the lane first, so they can kind of isolate Patrick away from this wave.
Yeah, the lack of Hail of Blades on Patrick, though, does make it a little tough. You're not
Actually, I fuck with it now that you said that. Fnatic squared.
So it means that then the Calista in these early stages is quite strong.
Chat, now we need an equal sign. Wait, it's in the fucking thing. Bro, maybe it's a formula. Maybe we just have to fit it in. Fnatic squared equals 0 towers plus 3.4k.
But no ward from Rogue as they have an oracles of their own. The wave is going to crash in here. Malrang is on the bottom side of the map and could look.
Alright, mid laners are trading in mid with their long range spells where they don't interact with each other and they both run Comet to make it look like they do damage in the early lane.
Then get in towards the bottom side of the map and make sure that he's able to cover. Now that they haven't gone for that early play and the wave's crashing, he feels fine.
I would love to see Fnatic Kalista RL. I remember the last time Fnatic played Kalista, they were playing against someone. I don't know who it was. Was it Vitality, where they like Vitality threw the game on bot tier 3 and Fnatic just randomly won the game?
Malrang is able to get across there quickly enough to see that his blue wasn't being stolen. Adam, as you say, a key point for Rogue.
You know, Oscarinin, I feel like Oscarinin... Okay, how do I say this in an... I mean this in a nice way, okay?
He can do magical things. The issue is...
I feel like Oscarinin is the EU Doran.
It's very unlikely you're going to be able to kill him consistently.
I love it when he's on champs like Sion. But when we go for the counter pick carries, I do get a little bit worried. Like sometimes domestically he'll do super well and he'll have like really good... Hey, why you say... What do you bet? How is that not nice? It's very nice. He has a very similar style in the sense that sometimes he can pick carries and the game is just fucked in top lane when he picks carries. Like I feel like he... Didn't he play like Ambessa into someone's Jace earlier in the split and he got blasted? But then... If you get him a good matchup, like a Sion into Jace, he's very good at playing these matchups. Like, if I see Oscarinin in Sion versus Adam Jace, I know top is 1. That's good. But if I see, like, Oscarinin Jace versus, like, I don't know, Kana's Ambessa or something all the way around, I get a little bit like, ooh, this could either go really even and he's fine, or something could go bad here. That's how I'm trying to make my point. You know, if he gets a good Gragas angle or, like, a good Jax angle or something like that, you know.
Stepping forward, decimating smash coming
I'm not talking about skill level, I'm talking about style that I've seen. If I had to compare him to someone, this swap timer from Fnatic is fucking... This is fucking cinema timing.
He's going to go in with that zombie form and Adam will fall to upset with a double.
Great turnaround play from Fnatic. This was the time that you were talking about Medic, that kind of 4.5-minute lane swap, and Rogue didn't respect
Dom,
that it
stop
could
it.
come through
Dom,
after that initial reset from the bottom side of Fnatic, and they're able to turn around the top side dive. Great cover for
Yeah,
Fnatic.
Gragas, or like a Rumble, a Gragas, a Scion, you know, stuff like that, like a Gnar, stuff like that. I'm happy. He just has that thing about him where I'm like, please don't do that.
With a victory here against Rogue and what position he's in to do it. Fnatic out to an early lead.
Yeah, interesting to see the way Rogue are setting up their lanes though. So we were saying traditionally what we've seen from Rogue is play towards.
Look at mid lane build chat.
Try and set him up to be the carry,
That Victor is playing the lane.
Swapping executes the top side, wanting to give Patrick solo experience. So they're trying to set up this Varus more for those team fights and giving him that experience lead to try and play through that.
What have they done to that role?
We'll have to see. Actually, maybe it is just a later reset, but Oscar not going to let that happen.
Yeah, Patrick's going to see that wave frozen in front of him. Razork is on that side of the map as well, so if Patrick stays around a little bit too long to push it out, there is the risk of a gank. You can see Malrang covering him for that. And it's like, hey, I need a little bit of assistance to make sure that Oscar can't just hold this in my face. Malrang now runs out of the bush, puts a sapling in. The wave will crash as Oscar Winning can hold. He can still hold it for a second. Yeah. He's a Scion.
Oh my god, he's getting frozen on.
Mama. Forward, so he backs away.
My lane is cooked.
Yeah,
oh my god, this is fucking... Bro, and they say global warming's real. This is the biggest fucking freeze. He broke the freeze!
Adam
Oh my god.
Yeah, you go, that the bot lane of Fnatic are going to be on the top half, but... Yeah,
Maybe
it's
global warming is real.
From Rogue. It's definitely a, hey, we want to try and set Patrick up.
Why?
That's a flash. Gets underneath the
You know why, chat? Because it's a level 6 Orianna with also her double ruby crystals. We got the most full tank role in the game now is mid. Who would have believed it? Absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
Adam has a flank position. Can't do much more than a
Now they're gonna
blast.
Pantheon ult and Orianna ult on the Victor no flash. It might work.
Topside camps to ensure that then Fnatic couldn't go Void Grubs into his Raptors.
Remove this,
now moving back down to this bottom
prevent
side
that,
for the Dragon and the cross map. So
and then nerf second wind. And the game is saved. I'm telling you, it's saved.
Yeah, it does feel more like Rogue are trying to absorb the pressure from Fnatic on the top side while letting, you know, Patrick walk back down towards bot. The wave had been frozen. I think they know they're not really going to contest the globs. It's more about delaying Fnatic and taking that so they can get this dragon. A 3-for-1 exchange.
Oh boy.
Grand Starfall coming out. Unstoppable onslaught as well. Patrick has to flash away from it. Oscar Winning looking for the chase. Does land the slow.
Oh yes, flash is fine.
The decimating smash, but
well, it's 3 grubs for 1 Drake, technically. So I'm a bit worried about this Varus though.
Like, because at the end of the day, Dragon was already going to be taken. You were playing in a
upset. Kalista is 700 gold up. If there's anyone I would love to have gold on, it's upset Kalista. Doran shut up. Why do people think that this Doran take about Oscar is like a bad thing? It's like a tendency comparison.
And you can start to reset aggro with Mickey taking initial aggro, then Razor coming in with the ultimate, then Upset being able to use the Fate's Call. There's a lot of ways to try and play out those dives, but that's a big tool on both Oscar and Razor now down.
The fact that Patrick doesn't have the flash, though, might facilitate one of those future dives. Does still have the cleanse, so we'll see if Fnatic can use...
I think it's a great take as usual. Analysis comparing Oscar and Doran is extremely accurate. President WSH, thank you so much, Jolly man.
Really a damp squib.
A dank squib.
We'll have to see if they can get the payoff.
How is Victor down 20 CS in Orianna versus Victor? What? Is Humanoid just insane? He lost his flash to 1 gank. I guess he had to give up a bit after that.
Where terror taking is crucial on a short range composition like this. You kind of need to outpace your opponents on the map and quickly take turrets. So those 6 Void Grubs could be really crucial, even though you
well, Varus is not that far behind in gold if you compare items, right? He's down 550 vamp versus longsword.
It also becomes quite valuable.
100% agree with you there, Rob. Fnatic do have about a 1.4k gold lead. Mickey poking his head in here as they have the push through bot. Upset's coming across as well. But
build
more
Dipperly.
just about clearing out vision. Fnatic setting themselves up.
It's absolute cinema, isn't it? When you're blue team, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna push bot wave. You look at your minimap and you see this. Enemy teams carry top playing versus your tank, and your tank has to push. Oh my god. It's beautiful.
He decides, I can just go straight to the bot lane. This wave can be pushed in by Patrick and execute, and I want to make sure Upset isn't the worse for wear.
Yeah, no Mickey means that there's not really any potential here to make a play. I was good looking at Malrang, who was there to cover a potential dive on the bottom side as well, but I think Fnatic are kind of happy to just continue playing through the positions that they're in, right? They have 2 kills.
Who's the
They want to
Chovy of the
upset.
LEC?
He's in
Me.
a great spot. Your Jace on Rogue is not getting that far ahead.
Are they Pantheon ulting? They don't have it.
Coming out. There's the pulverize.
I think Upset thought they had a Pantheon ult there.
Chain of Corruption is cleansed away by Upset. Patrick down to about half his health. Still no flash
Patrick is
on
so
him.
cooked. You're not getting that base off, buddy.
Just to slow his retreat with a spear. And he does that. Are they going to continue the dive? Execute can walk and just body block for Patrick. So they will lose a plate here and about a couple of minions, 1, 2.
I think it'll be the next wave as well, because Fnatic now stepping in behind the turret to make sure that this one clears out.
You know, Pantheon can base and ult top, and I think Jace dies.
And Malrang is now trying to move down here to cover on this play and see if they can gain access for Patrick and execute to the wave. But
And then
yeah,
the game
it's
is
good
won, because not only has he denied bot XP and gold, he's now going to win top lane with his R button. But Jace is recalling, maybe he sees it.
With the crash down. So 10 minutes in. It's a Drake exchange for the Grubs. Fnatic have a slight gold lead.
It's also the slight XP lead, because Upset was slightly behind Patrick off of the initial moving around and Patrick getting solo XP, but off of losing that wave, now Upset is caught back up. And when you look at the top side of the map, Oscarinen also has that lead because he got the solo XP. So for Fnatic, here comes the dive.
GG.
Flash, but doesn't really have an opportunity to use it before.
What the fuck? What is that on the screen? Holy shit.
For Rogue. Nature's Grass comes out, only clips onto Mickey. Execute has the ultimate.
TP from Humanoid.
TP coming out. I don't think Mickey survives for long enough. Execute tanks up with
He got cancelled by
the TP was cancelled.
Victor ult.
As Humanoid, I think, met a gravity field in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it was Larson being able to interrupt that, also throwing down. Actually, might have just been the Chaos Storm as well to get the channel off, but nicely done by Larson to stop that, and it's Mickey who ends up giving his life. And Rogue responding well. They knew that there was no Fate's Call available for Upset, so just turning on
Victor
towards
ult
Mickey,
cancelled.
a valid option in that case.
Yeah, nice little dive from Rogue, but still a 400 gold lead for Upset on that Kalista, and gold leads across the rest of the map.
Why is
as
it
well.
saying Victor ult
700
question mark?
the lead now for Razork, 500 for Oscarinen in the top lane, who was meant to be the point where Rogue could focus.
Yeah, that's the big one for me. The fact that this Jace is kind of just nullified in this position. They haven't given him resources to really play through this top side. Like, there wasn't enough vision to continuously shove waves, to start to look for plates, and also then with the lane swap meant that he couldn't get access to the turret as easily as he would have liked to. So this Jace, not a big factor right now, and it's Fnatic that are looking to bully through this Kalista.
And look at how far Patrick and the Execute have to play, right? Like, Upset's pushing the wave in, there's a cannon minion here, Razork and Mickey just...
I need to correct you there, they don't get to play.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's true. You guys can, you know, can watch.
Rod of Ages
It's a little
meta is
cinema
fucking...
for Patrick can Execute. They're just there with their popcorn, watching as the top tier 1 will be the first tower of the game for Fnatic. 6 grubs for them as well. Mighty powerful are those grubs when you have these short-range compositions, as you were saying. Rogue will get their second dragon of the game, but Fnatic will be very happy with this exchange.
Yeah, especially now that they can just basically constantly play through Upset. It's, okay, reset, we can now put him in towards that bottom lane, continue with the pressure that we have from Razork, as his ultimate's about to come back up off of cooldown, try and look for
Did Adam
plays
respawn?
towards
No,
the
he
spot
didn't.
side turret.
Well, the good news is Rogue have 2 Drakes. The bad news is it looks like Fnatic's been practicing giving Drakes for grubs and snowballing them up with their bot lane. Oh my god, it's so one. Imagine having Sion on your team. Sion is the most free win champ in the world. Facts, right?
It's return to sender. No address found as Oscarinen has to flash away from Adam, who was going to knock him back underneath the tower. Decimating Smash coming out as well. Miku will get the lockup onto Execute, who does still have that unbreakable will and will pop it to survive the damage from Upset. Larson Marang on the chase as well. It's a 4v4. Nature's Grasp just clips Mickey.
I think they have to do something. Larson's losing so much. Can you go in?
No. Much more than that.
But this is just opening up the mid lane. Humanoid didn't.
Why don't they force harder there? Did they think Orianna had TP? Orianna's on the wave mid with no TP, and they're running away.
Trying to interrupt Larson from reconnecting with the mid lane.
I think they descended there.
To do it because Rogue don't have any vision in that river, so Larson didn't know exactly where Razork was. Could have been on the top side of that bush. You can see the chunk as well that Larson takes as he tries to get back here. Meanwhile, on the bot side, lots of
Humanoid
pings
is
coming out.
bodying
As
Larson.
looking for Mickey but couldn't find him. There's a blue buff being fought over as Rogue will try to defend their jungle, perhaps at the cost of their lives. Razork constantly poking his nose.
He's literally taking the tower in his face.
Blue buff is in the bush right now, so it'll be very hard for Razork to steal it, and Malrang does manage to get the smite down.
Yeah, a little dicey on the steal, but now Humanoid finds Adam in his lane.
And, yeah, just walks away from him. It's like, okay, mate, that's fine.
But again, it's kind of Rogue overloading a part of the map, hoping to counteract Fnatic's play. But Fnatic are like, oh, there's more of you, cool, we'll back off because we've got push in top side. Now it opens up Boss Brennan to make the play, and we got the mid lane play.
Close.
And we're missing ultimates on the bottom side of the map.
Chain of Corruption is
Fnatic is embarrassing, Rogue.
I'm so sure of it.
Yeah.
But
Rogue's
talking
like,
about how
focus
Fnatic
on
are playing
Drakes.
this mid-game, Vedi had actually,
And Fnatic,
helped
after
prepare
that
this
bot
very
swap
quick,
play into killing Jace Maokai, their bot lane just runs the
Fnatic's
map, so they
mid-games.
easy
In
get
winter,
grubs, and they
tend to
swap
get
top,
about
swap back bot
600
match.
extra gold between the
Play
14 and
3-3 bot because they're
25
winning.
minute
Base swap
In
top, get the
spring,
tower.
they've
Base
got
go back
about
bot.
2,400 extra gold between the 14 and 25 minute mark. They haven't been in as commanding a position through the early game as usual.
Now they get
but
mid tower, they hover bot, they get bot tower, then they play for Herald.
Snowball a huge amount over about the next 10 minutes of the game. So right now they're 4,000 gold ahead.
It's
That's
just
pretty
a,
sizable
it's just
chunk. We'll
a,
see how much they can extend.
it's just a macro masterclass or what?
Thought processes that we got on
Yeah, I think
G2 now
Rogue's,
coming
there's
to
nothing
Fnatic,
Rogue can do.
which
They're
was,
just gonna get slowly
you know,
bled out.
Caps is going to be in a side lane when we fall behind, and we're going to give a ton of resources to him. If you look at like
Crazy to do
Vitality
5k
game
up in
one,
15 minutes.
Humanoid after they fell behind on the Aurelion Sol just existed in
Pretty
a side
solid.
lane for the majority of that mid game.
Here they're
to
hovering
give
bot
him
for this
resources,
bot
and
tier
then
1.
later on, he blows up Karzi in a
Should
team
be
fight,
pretty
right?
easy
And
to
it's a lot of
take.
these
Just
similar
depends how many
stories we're
waves he's
seeing
gonna
at
take, because
Fnatic
Humanoid
and
is
in
inting a
places
bit like that.
Pull back
Oh
with the
my
shot
god.
wave.
I feel like Alistar should Q flash the Orianna with tower aggro there and W her into the tower and try and play it.
You can
It's like he just got away with murder.
These little bits of damage, but they kind of knew they were never getting a kill there.
I think they need to try something, because now all that's going to happen is they're just going to push bot, Orianna's going to base, take over top, Callisto will base, run mid, and then they'll just play for Herald, and they're Herald top to do, and I don't know, when are they going to get a chance to do
But
this?
it's only been a couple of weeks, and I think but you can see the changes in the shift in mindset that make me excited.
This is going to be a 20k gold lead, chat, no cap.
To see that we might have them as like another team that can commit to a title.
I've played it out in my brain. 14 million possibilities, and only one to Fnatic not go 0-3 in the finals, okay? It's just the most Fnatic thing to do. Give us all a huge amount of hope. You're like, oh yeah, we're going to play really well this time. They're going to challenge. No, 0-3. Maybe 1-3. Maybe they take again. We'll see.
Yeah, I think
I agree with, sorry, just quickly.
Is it a 20k gold lead game? Bro, I think it might be.
Fnatic. And because it's not just... We will
Close
hands
this,
dip
call
our
owner, and
opponents,
boot
which
up
is
the
what Fnatic
Minecraft.
have relied on so many times over the year. Like, look, this is 3-2. They're out-moving Rogue on the map. And Rogue, their early games have been impressive, so being able to do that
Oh, we could
through
do a
the
run,
early
you know.
game into the mid-game is a very solid sign for Fnatic Chain of Corruption again.
There it is, Herald, now Drake's
even
free
think
in
it's an
30
ultimate,
seconds,
guys.
deny their
I
soul,
think
and then
it's
trade
just
for
a
towers
bounce.
again. Good pace by Fnatic, very good pace.
Varus is patched and balanced around his 3 abilities, and they assume all Chains of
the
Corruption
problem
will
is
miss.
it's like as a player.
Yeah, he kind of
you
needs to
listen
go on
the
hit Varus
dark
because
side,
the enemy
that's
team
when it
does
goes
have a
wrong.
Scion, but
When you go
I don't know
deep
how
down
many
the
auto
side,
attacks
it's
Patrick's going to get off in a fight. I mean, the map is
No,
just
I think
crumbling.
I wanna
He
go
just
back
has to
what you
dance
hit
mid
on,
and
which
watch
is
the game
like,
end.
It always felt like Fnatic, even when they're at their best, was
Sometimes you see lines in League of Legends, right? The game starts with a line being in the middle, but now when you take all tier 1s, the line shifts forwards a bit. And now the line is kind of here. And Fnatic can push to this line quite easily and control it. So if Victor pushes past here, he's gonna die. If Jace goes past here, he could be dead. If mid pushes past here, they could be in trouble. So if you imagine like an imaginary line, that's kind of how it goes. And if Fnatic commit mid to bot, then you can pass the line, and you have to back up the line. Does that make sense? If you imagine a line here, sometimes the line can be pushed to here.
Totally agree with you. We'll
If this
see
line gets pushed
if
back to
Fnatic
here.
can keep the form going. For now, they're focusing on this best of 3. 5,000 gold ahead of Rogue. They stopped the dragon
like a
stacking,
seesaw.
which Rogue was probably
It's like a
the
weight.
only real way to
You put more
victory.
weight, it pulls it
Early
down.
game's not gone in Rogue's favor at all. And I'm trying to look for how do you get back into this. You do have good scaling on hit. Varus very powerful later on. Larson as well.
So now Jace, they're opening top, so now Jace is gonna have to stay behind this line.
Problem is,
And maybe
your
Victor can
tanks
start
aren't
pushing
as
out bot soon.
tanky, and your catch isn't as catchy as Fnatic.
I think at this stage, if I'm Rogue, I'm like, right, we have 2 dragons. What do we need to address in the map? Like, until Baron spawns, kind of nothing. Like, everything else can kind of just sit there and do
Caedrel,
its
I'm
own
quitting
thing, right?
university
So
to watch you
if I'm gonna
24/7.
be Rogue, it's I just want to try and catch these waves, make sure that we're in a position to cover in case Fnatic overload, and that's kind of what you see at the moment is Execute trying to get that vision to spot out how Fnatic are moving through their jungle, but unfortunately, you can see once you start to lose control of these parts of the jungle, this becomes a
Chat, you know the variety with the last 2 days? We're going to do more variety. It was so fun. There's the Herald top. It's not the best timing, though.
Yeah, that's the main risk, really, isn't it? 6 Void Grubs. If you're not there for 10 seconds, your tower is gone. You can see Upset and Razork playing around the mid lane as Unstoppable.
Is Pantheon ulting or what?
Onto Larson. There's the Grand Starfall as well. Oscar Winning has tanked this tower for an absolute...
Fnatic run the whole map. It's ridiculous.
What is Sion, man?
What?
He smacks the tower for half its health. He's a lumberjack. He's not a mason.
This is why it's been everywhere in the LPL. This pick is so dumb.
No, Riot's gonna nerf Sion and Boss is gonna get actually permaban Sion anyway. We haven't played it for weeks. It's another Sion nerf and then it's another Boss nerf. He's been nerfed 6 patches in a row since he started pro play. It's actually, I think there's someone in Riot who wants to see the downfall of Boss in pro play. They're perma nerfing him. They're nerfing his champs. They're nerfing fucking top bounty system. They're fucking nerfing these items.
Was his first pick, knowing that the armor stacking can come out from the Sion. We saw the tower not
I say the word downfall and look who shows up. Look who shows up.
Across the map. Next neutral objective, 2.5 minutes away. It will be an Infernal Drake, but as you say, very likely that Fnatic will push up the lanes, take that for free, and Rogue will just be left catching these waves.
Yeah, and kind of back to your point, like for Rogue, they kind of wanted to be able to play for, hey, we get on the objective first, we're able to contest in range, but at this stage you're barely holding on to your
structures. Bro, this nickname for you, Dom,
that has an objective just
it's kind of,
way too difficult to access. So
you know,
with Atacant up and available,
I'm wishing you the best.
Just end up moving over towards that. They're then going to be able to start wailing through mid lane towers, especially as we already saw what Oscar Rinnan can do solo to a tower. If left to his devices, doesn't really have to worry about taking damage either. So Fnatic, this is kind of, if you're a Fnatic fan, what you want to see, this slow and steady gameplay that's going to close the game out for them.
Clear out mid, move through the jungle towards the bottom side, play with the fact that you are in Fog of War. Adam will be able to clear out this wave before Oscar Winning can get close enough. Upset goes back towards the mid lane to make sure that wave is constantly shoved in, but you can see, like, where with Fnatic? Well, we saw Razork because he stepped into vision. Mickey was able to...
Remember that line? They're still not able to cross it, can they? The only way you can break the line is if you make a pick.
There's a blast cone there for Mickey if he wants to get here a little bit quicker, but fair play to Rogue.
And the beautiful thing about this line is you take their jungle camps, and all of your jungle camps are always up.
Yeah, I think, again, this is kind of the only way I feel like Rogue get back into
Man,
it.
Rogue is actually just fucking getting... Bro, do something! Do something, bro! Try something! Someone play to win!
It's like,
they're playing not to lose. You have to play to win. How are you gonna win this game? Can you just fucking TP somewhere, set up a ward, send it on Orianna, try and make a pick?
They could be coming through topside jungle, and then you see 3 people just appear in the bot
what
lane.
In the fuck?
It's like, okay, well, we can't defend this. You lose.
Yeah, they're getting outscaled, outmoved, they're just getting fisted everywhere. Just try something. The game's horrible, I get it, but just try something. Maybe this Drake fight, just send it.
They've garnered an extra 2,000 gold on the map.
Has Alistar had flash the whole game?
Like, now we'll see if they can dot their I's and cross their T's and close this one out.
Yeah,
dot the I's and cross T's. I get it.
Vision once more in these jungle camps and make sure that you're fine to continue pressing on. The bottom tower gone. I wasn't sure if they're going to swap the, maybe they are. I was going to say swap the Orianna down to take that bottom side of the map because she.
All right, Rogue actually stepped past the line. Remember we can poke them. All right, fucking big in. Big in. Actually, it would be so fucking Fnatic to just lose a fight here and lose, like, Drake and Atacant. Please, Fnatic, do it just to make the day, like... Because today could be 2-2-0 mega stomps. Just fucking... Fnatic, do the thing where you fucking lose a fight at 7k up. Come on. What is Rogue doing? They just right-clicked Atacant and said, go start it? Respect. Respect.
Taking his health bar down.
Yeah, you can see Razork actually leaving the Dragon. Grand Starfall is available
Respect.
to him. That Pantheon ultimate. Oscar Win is just going to walk straight
if we lose, I think Sion 1v5s them. Oh well.
Mickey dives in with a Magnet Storm. Marang falling low. The Atacant secured by Razork. He gets the smite.
Holy fuck, that's a lot of assists. What the hell? The whole family helped.
Forward and Marang is going to surprise.
Yeah, Adam managed to sneak a few away, but at the end of the day, it's still Fnatic coming out on top, and now they just reset and go for that dragon off the back of it as well.
They did something.
Mickey sitting off to the side here.
It was a 10-man raid.
This engage coming through from Oscar, and it works out perfectly because Humanoid's in position then to follow straight away with the shockwave. So everyone on Rogue ends up getting, well, 2 members on Rogue get caught out there. Razork then able to follow through. Mickey engaging as well.
What do you want to do? The Scion ult almost single-handedly one-shot everyone.
Sets up perfectly for Patrick to then follow, and Adam is just doing his best to hit off the side, but you can see the damage he's doing to Oscar.
Oh, he yoinked a few flowers.
Absolutely nothing.
Negligible at best as Fnatic now get the Atakan. Alongside the pedals, you do get a buff to all the neutrals you've taken in the game, which will only help, or all the big neutrals at least, only help them with the Void Grub push as Razork dives in. Like Oscar tanked that tower.
I think I've decided that in EU West, Scion has no counters, I've decided. That champ is so broken in EU West. What the fuck? Do you see his damage to towers and his health and his fucking team fight?
Oscar in his tankiness, allowing them to bait Patrick into a state of unawares, we'll call it.
Maybe a Vayne top would be... Nah, still don't trust it.
Onto Soul Point. They're 10,000 gold in the hole. And I don't even think a soul would save you
10,000 gold in the hole. I don't think a soul.
Should be able to secure the Baron. Oscar and Mickey and Humanoid should be able to keep Malrang, Adam and Larson away from the Drake. Malrang goes in, knocked up with the Decimating Smash. There's Mickey with the Magnet Storm on the backline, finds 2, but the rest of his team unable to follow.
God, this is sad to watch.
By Razork as he looks for a little bit more of a chase. Execute, won't go in, and Malrang will die. So yeah, Fnatic get it all.
Oscar came out with more
I will say props to Fnatic. I feel like the second Kalista upset got those 2 kills on the top dive counter. He played pretty flawlessly in snowballing the map.
It's just anything we can get access to in the map, try something, throw stuff at the wall and see if it works, but unfortunately at this stage you're just too far behind. Like a 12k gold lead for Fnatic, they can continue to do whatever.
Is it 20k gold lead? Nah, it's not. It'll be a 17.3k gold lead on the end of the game.
The thing is, throwing stuff at the wall and seeing it helps works for pasta, but that bit of pasta you can't then eat. And it feels like everything that Rogue have thrown at the wall is now inedible.
Why can't you? What's wrong?
Because it's been on my wall, man.
My walls are clean.
When did you like? Okay, first we have the Game of Legend. Is coming in. Cleaned your walls yesterday. Oscar in still very tanky here as the engage happens in a 4v3. Larson here to make it a 5v3.
A kill for Victor.
Razork's here to try and even out the score.
Ooh, Oriana's ending the game. Wait, they're actually gonna lose the game, aren't they? No, they're not.
Rogue on the back.
Let's go, Rogue!
Razork won't fall. Fnatic will get a kill. And Humanoid very happily will accept all of these himself. Shockwave goes down onto Malrang. He gets another one. There's nowhere to go. You're stuck between a ball and a hard place, and your only choice is death. Mickey the only one for Fnatic to fall. 15 kills to 4 and 16,000 gold ahead. Fnatic will clean out game 1.
Fnatic making it look easy, to be honest. Great rotations in the early game, playing well around upset. And then Oscar in the biggest beefcake that ever existed at the end of this one.
Would you throw a beefcake at the wall?
Well, just go next, quickly.
You can't eat him, man. My cats are
quickly go next.
I don't have animals. Yeah, apart from myself. Why'd you go that way?
You want to find Robbie that way? Nice out Saturdays. Anyway, we'll see how the next game goes. I can see Law standing by. Our auto queue is broken. I haven't been told to hand it over, but I am going to anyway. Law, take it away.
Yeah, there's not much to say about this game. I've said anything you could criticize about your absolute fantastic gameplay here.
Maybe we could have ended 1 minute earlier. I'm not sure, but
usually we see games slow down the pace of the game, or the pace of the game slowing down when they play against Rogue. Any indication as to why you kept on going?
I mean, we have a dinner reservation, but probably we're gonna stroll, so we're gonna miss it. But yeah, let's hope we make it.
Yeah, content is coming. Thank you so much, Upset. That's all for us. Now we're gonna be back in a few minutes with
Yo, Upset is good content. He's a funny guy. W Upset. Bum 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 bum. Did you see the IG versus JDG ending? Yeah, I did. I did see it. I did see it.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Chat, talk to me. Any links? Are you gonna watch the F1 qualifying today? What time does it start, Chad? What time does it start, the F1 qualifying?
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is this? Any links? Wow, wow. Wait, what is this? BB versus Caps? Get smoked! What is this?
Of course I need to finish the day on the loss. It's always like that.
What is this?
I was alt tab, my bad. Why did we pick Sona?
That's it? Why are you linking that clip? Chat, the links are bad. Chat, normally we get some good links. These links are terrible. Some guy says, I'm fighting the boss you were fighting. Look at my setup. Bro, how the fuck do you have 3 million gold on the last round? Are you fucking lying? He has 3 million gold. How? How? Like, how is that possible? That is... You're faking. You're hacking or faking. You can't have 3 million gold. It's impossible. Look at his farms. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 15. You have 1,000 health as well. You're pay to win. Chat, is that pay to win? Wait, how is he so busted? Wait, how did you kill it? What is... Where's your damage?
Can you dive from bot? Can you ult him, Oscar? Yeah, go.
Bro, how do you do that with all your farms up?
Varus could move around, I guess. Varus here right now. Should I move too?
Also, how do you make it so your mad hits the target while you're trying to buy shit?
Okay, Varus are close. I get this. I showed him. Kill the Varus, I will flash on him. Yeah, no flash, no flash. Get the flowers, guys. Flowers. He's taking our flowers.
Welcome back to the LEC. First game, bit of a short one. Fnatic completely stomped through that game.
Ooh, a whiteboard.
To talk about before the game started itself. We wanted to go back to the draft because it's something that you've been very passionately talking about is what makes a good draft. Because when we walked away from it, we didn't think that Rogue got out-drafted overall.
I felt like Rogue was going to take over this draft, but at the same time, I felt like both teams had clear win conditions. It's just my main criticism for the Rogue's draft, if we can bring it up right now, was the fact that a lot of the kill power relies in this Varus pick. Because as you can see, through the checklist, everything is quite balanced, but the only outlier here is the one winning lane on Fnatic side. Because when I was looking at this bot lane draft for Fnatic, Caedrel, I feel like should be losing versus the Varus Alistar. And this is the main reason why I thought that Rogue was going to take over this draft, is because Varus is just a great neutralizer into Kalista.
And that is where a lot
The
of
LR
this
coach,
is
yep.
going to hinge around, because when
He's
I
on
look
TV.
at everything picked up on this side and what we both agreed on is, hey, this draft looks really good. I think particularly once you hit 1-2 items, particularly. I think that the Jace does a lot of work. We can talk about a bunch of other champions doing well there. But you have to get to that point. And that's where we go back to that question mark and say, right, where can this game snowball through? And it turned out, actually, that question mark was answered by that Kalista.
Exactly, because this is just the starter pack for a good draft, but this doesn't eliminate individual plays. So if you can bring the B-roll out, what happens here is that Kalista will get 2 quick kills, and she's going to be completely accelerated. Now the question
This dive
mark
counter was so
becomes a
good.
huge check mark, and the Kalista just ends up taking over the game. Gets these 2 kills, completely dodges the laning phase against the Varus. The Varus is forced to lane against the Sion, and afterwards, if you can speed up already, the tier 1 towers are just gonna fall.
How is this draft not? How is this draft close?
Huge influx
Well, because
of gold on Fnatic side.
Rogue had
so
2
after
losing
this,
sides
we
that
do
should
have
be
a lot of
winning.
clips of basically Snowball from the Kalista completely destabilizes the map, and in a very quick domino effect, the game just falls apart. Kalista goes from lane to lane. You have Pantheon covering with ult.
The 3-mana Fnatic played really well this game.
All over the map with the Sion being able to tank turrets as well. It completely falls apart.
Yeah, exactly. We would see. I think we saw 5 or 6k goal lead at minute 15, and this is just the resurgence of Fnatic from.
I hope
winter
next
spring.
game's a bit more
This was
fun.
the Fnatic form that everyone saw in regular season, leading into playoffs, expecting them all to win the split. But after that, we saw them collapse. But now, is this the Duffman effect? Is this the resurgence of Fnatic? Because it did look extremely clean. I felt like most of the rotations had nothing wrong going with them. They're all covering for each other, and we saw the elusive 1-3-1 from
It's
Fnatic.
a Rogue
that was
2-1.
just completely snowballing this game.
So it's a little bit heartbreaking for us to say, look, Rogue, actually not bad draft. There's some stuff to work with there, but Fnatic completely snowballed it out of the game. And of course, we've got a little bit more to talk about, so why don't we go join Shox to think about what's going to happen.
That was so
with the rest
formal.
of
You
the-
can just come over, guys. It's okay.
It's
It's
a-
fine.
Give it the gravitas it deserves.
The gravitas it deserves. I don't know. It was no JDGIG, I'll tell you that.
True.
Ottawa.
Oh man,
Is there something
JDGIG.
missing on the- there's many
I
things
wish
that
I saw
we
that
talked
live.
about.
Why
You-
is it
you
every time I
wanted- you
tune
would
out because I
actually
have
like
to,
put a
the
lot
banger
more
of the
there, but it
century
needs to
happens? Like,
stay
maybe
easy to
I just
read,
need to
but
stop watching
one
League of Legends.
beefy boy in the
Chat, should I
top
just
lane or
leave and never
something
watch
of the
League again?
sort would have been a request from my side for Rogue, because that's also something we saw very quickly. Do you think the Sion would have become a problem regardless of
Okay,
the
see you guys later,
early
bye.
game shenanigans and the way the game went, or not?
I don't really think so. The way I look at Sion is he's pretty
Shut
much
up.
a good slaughter into.
Slaughter.
Okay, funny, but
no, it's cool. Yeah. I
yeah,
like
a
it.
great champion into any team comp, because if you win, he's gonna help you win. But if you lose, I feel like he doesn't really provide anything. He just gives you that big beefy front line that enables all of your carries to have a lot more space and a lot easier time to navigate in.
And so I've been watching a lot of LPL where the Sion's made a huge resurgence in this last week or two. It's not had much success here yet, and of course this game looked really, really good. The thing about the Sion is, particularly against the Jace completely destroys you at 2 items once you get the Muramana and you get the Black Cleaver and a couple of items come through. You basically can't side lane.
Yeah.
But as we saw in this game, if you don't get to that point, Sion doesn't care, and he can just keep rolling forwards and buying that.
So why
time
saying
for
I'm
carries
getting
the
one
way that
guide
you
by
were
what?
saying.
Exactly. My big criticism for
By
Rogue
what?
is the fact that they hinge all of this power on the lane execution from Patrick, which I feel like
By
he's
what?
been having, on and off games.
Chat,
I
my
feel
hair
like
is
his
getting
Ezreal has
so
been
long,
doing
it's
good,
actually
but when it comes to
disturbing.
these
I'm
sort of
disturbed.
lane dominant champions that Upset, for example, is extremely good at, to just take over the game and
Riddle me this,
abuse his
Caedrel.
lead. He's
What
not really the
starts
type of person
slow
to do
but
that, and I
ends
feel like
quick
a
when
lot
you
of
look
this
at it?
draft from Rogue was hinging on the fact that Patrick
What
would be getting ahead.
starts slow
and this Jace,
but
sure,
ends quick
if
when you look at
Patrick
it?
would be ahead, or if the rest of the map would be stable, he would be snowballing. But we saw a lot of blunders from Rogue.
Yeah, it's one of them where you
What
have
starts
to praise
slow,
them for taking that
but
gambit
ends
and
quick when you look at
empowering
it?
the players that should thrive in these situations in kind
An
of
Enderman.
the broader situation that they're in, right? We do need to mince words because we can't say exactly what, but there's a lot
Your
of pressure.
6-hour
Let's just
Minecraft
say
running when
that.
Onan looks at the
so
Enderman.
I
Wait,
do
that
like
was
the fact
right!
They go for that approach, and it's not something that
That
you
was a
think is gonna
terrible
happen
riddle.
twice
That was
with
a terrible
the
riddle.
Kalista, ideally. The problem is it's a best of 3, and you're now 1 game down.
Why do you
Yeah,
spam
and we
haha?
already
That
walked
was not
away
even
from
a
saying,
good
look,
goddamn.
Rogue, good draft, actually. You hit 2 items, you have triple poke compositions, that's good. If you get to objectives and you can slow it down and play for second, third arrow coming out, awesome, that's cool. What we actually saw this game is the game completely fall out of control. Once they actually went to objectives after that point, they couldn't slow it down, and they completely got blasted.
And now I'm going to say something extremely controversial,
Yeah,
but
go on then. What do you got?
But the way for Rogue to
But.
win is to bring back the Slogfest. Yeah, bring back the Slogfest. We need to bring VOD back to do his 48-minute segment on Rogue again, because you need to neutralize these lanes, because it looks clear that Fnatic, if they have winning lanes, they are more comfortable to play for these sorts of, outplay matchups where they can just take over games. And now I think for Rogue moving forward, they need to bring back a lot of neutralizers, just scale fine, play for these Drakes, bring a 15-minute snooze fix.
Yes, I do want to hear a joke on them.
Win conditions, and you know it sucks.
He said it.
It sucks. It sucks, but that's just the harsh reality right now.
That's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. I do wonder, you know, the person that's been most outspoken on this Rogue roster, and I think he's also been put forward by the team as to be the person to do a lot of the interviews, but is Adam, right? And I look at a lot of these games, and I look at him particularly, and I think I can understand the Jace pick there as well. This is a guy that really wants to show, hey, maybe I'm on this roster that seems a little doomed, but I want to come out here in an okay way where I'm still a good prospect.
I don't have one more thanks streaming all the time.
He was given the tools for it in this game with that Jace first assign, but
now I
the sad
can't
thing
ban
for
you,
him
you
is
fucking
he
rat.
didn't have the time window to show it. Like the game was over, you see that little kill feed come up in this.
You're probably like, oh.
Yeah, you're like, oh, that's 2 kills to a Callista. That's thrown our plan for a loop, and that's a big problem.
You have a banger knock knock.
Like
I'll go on then.
Rogue were, you know, they had a coherent. We've
I
said
swear,
it
there's not a single
really
knock knock joke that's made me laugh today or ever.
This is great, guys.
That's great.
What's your knock knock joke?
Basically, what we can say about this.
Knock knock. Okay, who's there?
You have to start giving some agency towards Adam, and you got to hold the shop down really until he can actually make a difference on an individual level.
We'll see. For Fnatic, though, I think they smashed Vitality
Little
last
cat,
week. I feel like
little
this
cat
should be a
who?
walk in the park for them, but I never trust them fully. I wouldn't trust them with my life, Odo, but I perhaps would trust them to bring this one home.
Yeah, I still don't trust Fnatic that much, especially after the game one against Vitality. I do trust them to bring them home because it does look like a resurgence, right? Because even though we meme Rogue a little bit about the fact that they're losing games, their games are really long, we still need to remember that in most of these games they're coming out with early game leads and mid game leads, and it's just about converting the win.
Bro,
and
there's no way you write
with,
this in
you know,
chat
this
and you actually believe it. You did
their
not laugh that hard that you have to write ha 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 Lamau in all caps. You did not laugh that hard IRL. You probably blew air out your nose and went like max, max, max. That's it.
It did not. Duffman, he's working his magic, and we'll see if he can continue to do that in game 2.
Grabs is actually the one that plays Magic, though. I think Duffman might play a little bit of Magic.
I think, yeah, he does.
Does he?
Yeah, because Mickey was telling me that they used to play together. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't played with them recently.
That is
makes
true.
me sad.
Yeah.
I think Vedi addicted to Magic.
League viewership.
Was their house and played with them a while ago.
For so long.
Yeah,
I think league viewership is tanking big time this year. Not just for esports, but everyone. I look at the Twitch category a lot for League of Legends when I'm not live. When I'm like chilling, I like to watch League streamers. I feel like league viewership for everyone is really low these days.
On a good day, it takes minutes for us.
We played a fast game last night, and that was 110 minutes by the end of it.
Yeah, well, if someone didn't have that,
League viewership is rough, really rough. It's like, it's this year I noticed it the most out of anything. Like last year it was still fine, you know, but I feel like a lot of streamers, viewerships in general are just like on league category. It's just not. It's nowhere near what it should be or what it used to be.
They can rely a little bit on other
I think League slipping in, maybe I'm wrong, but League is slipping in like, yeah, I'm only happy about it. It's slipping big time though.
On the blue side, they're going to take away Skarner, Yone, removed by Fnatic.
Yeah, I think we may not get it as explosive as an early game from Fnatic, because certainly with the Callista and the Pantheon, that kind of had all the tidings of, hey, we're going to get onto the map. Excuse me, sorry, nice and early, but...
Why did chicken cross the road? This is the last joke before we get into it. Why did chicken cross the road? Say it quick. Why did chicken cross the road? While I go to the draft, out of the drafting. Sejuani Ben, Yone Ben, Skarner Ben, Vi Ben. To visit the bad player.
One of the strongest picks on the patch.
How does that make sense?
I think there's a lot of questions on.
Did you got it? Anyways, here's another one. Knock knock. Okay, who's there? Rumble ban. Got to ban Gwen. The chicken.
I mean, there's a bunch of options still. You could look for...
Gotta ban Gwen here last. Gotta ban Gwen. 100%. No Gwen ban, no win. It's crazy how you find that funny, chat. You're not serious. If I was focused, that wouldn't have got me, because I was thinking about the draft. I was just reading what he said. Xin Zhao ban. What?
I wonder where
4 jungle bans. Azir first pick. I would love to see... Yeah, Talia's fine. I was going to say, I would love to see Humanoid bring back the Akali. I feel like if there's any Akali in EU who's pretty fucking good, it's Humanoid, but I feel like he hasn't played in a while. Obviously, other than Caps, right? MF, nice.
it's just such a
Vladdy
powerful
Zakali's
so
getting
you
good.
can't
He's
shut
still a
it
bit of a
down by
psychopath.
the fact that you can't go for these big
But I like the
sweeps,
K-Corps practicing a lot the
in
splits
mid
rather than
to
just
mid
playing
to
what they're
late
good at.
game. Definitely nerf some of the playmaking potential of the champion, but still
Will
just
we get
incredibly
Zed jungle?
big
We will
match.
not get Zed
Also,
jungle, I
Thunder going
think.
towards the MF, so already setting up for another strong bot lane.
What do you pick here? Oh, since our Vi out.
Still need big engage for this, so maybe Mickey looking at something like a Leon
Ivern. Ooh, gonna have to pick in a support now as well, though. Rel Alistar are out. If you don't pick support now, you're completely cooked.
We don't see it that much these days, but
Leona, like it.
give you that curse of the sad bullet time, a classic
MF
combination
Lulu.
in League of Legends. Ivan and Leona,
No one plays
the picks
Gwen.
for Rogue, so very supportive jungler, very aggressive or at least CC heavy support.
I do tend to like Ivern though when you have these here.
What's a good jungler here into Ivern?
The items that he likes to pick up enable auto attacking champions, and his ear just gets that benefit now with the changing up.
I actually don't know.
Sometime last year.
What's a good
when
jungler
he
here?
applies on hit
Zyra.
attacks, so I think it just makes a ton of sense.
I hate that champ.
More than likely going towards something
Well,
like
I hate that champ so much that I think we're gonna go to game 3, chat. I think we're going to game 3. I'm not even kidding. Go on, pick elite support as well. Piss me off even more. Corky Ben.
Early lane swap, I'll say, coming through from Rogue to try and get out of it. Ash would
You
probably
know,
be one
I
of the picks
think
I'd also ban here from Fnatic, just to try and
Jhin
limit
is a
the,
very good champ as
long-range
well.
auto attacks that Rogue
This is the
have.
problem sometimes in draft. I feel like if you ban Ashe, they go Jhin. If you go Jhin, they go Ashe. Actually, they even have Ezreal. I feel like they have so many OP AD carries. I feel like maybe Ezreal ban is better. At least Ashe, Jhin are mobile. They don't really need more CC.
On your reclear. So
Did Adam respawn yet? No. Narban. 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 Narban.
Pop up on the screen, and Razork has 100% win rate on it. So upset yet to die on the MF as well in the one game that he's played on it, but he didn't die in that one
Chad, I've
game.
noticed
He's actually done a
Casante's
good
been
job of
picked
not
less and
dying
less.
across the course
No,
of
no,
the
no.
entire
As a
split.
statistician, my one-game sample sizes are my favorites.
Yeah. So upset.
Boom,
never die on
boom.
MF ever. Fnatic will
Alright,
definitely
Nautilus
win
ban
the
is
game.
annoying. What support do you go here into
100%
Leona?
win rate champs.
Yep.
They actually have
Rakan,
three.
maybe?
The Taliyah is 100% win rate as well.
Oh, we're popping
I don't.
for Fnatic.
I'm a big Braum fan, but it's not good here. MF Zyra with Braum into this is not good. I'm a big Braum. You need to go Rakan, my cuz. Please don't do it.
Taken away by Rogue.
Beautiful.
Rakan that you talked about would make a lot of sense.
Beautiful.
I believe, though, Mickey has only won one of his 3 games on Rakan.
Never mind.
So does that balance out the 100% win rate in the rest of the draft?
Jhin. Yeah, Jin's fine. Jhin, Ashe are good. Round the comp out with like a good AD top, like Ambessa, I think is pretty solid. Ambessa or Renekton. Right, that's good.
I think Leona Jhin very strong, and it's something that can try and bully the MF.
I wonder if Renekton walks into Poppy. Oscarine and Poppy is pretty good, but I feel like they need a better AD top.
Of work with the Ivern. You can still kind of lean on the Azir as that late game carry, but I prefer more on hit or regularly auto attacking DPS whenever I have an Ivern on the team.
Garen's good. I think. No, actually, Garen's not good. I prefer Renekton or Ambessa. Both are great.
Redemption Dawn core, and obviously it does still help if you're getting some of those extra hits in, but
Bam,
gives you a
bam.
little bit more just sustained healing.
Renekton.
And shielding.
Yeah, someone in chat said it. I think GP on 5 here goes kind of crazy for Fnatic. GP on 5 here is quite a nice pick.
It's not the end of the world. I think the second options here is Oscarine. Like, this does remove Ambessa from the pool, which is kind of what I think they were nervous about.
GP Zyra, MF,
but Renekton is incredibly strong
Janna,
into
what?
that pick, so I don't think we'll be going
Jarvan
towards
top,
that.
Bal shout out.
See exactly what the
Jax.
answer is.
Chat, I'm going to add if you know about ads, you need to tier 1 over Twitch Prime and have the channel if you don't want to back for the game. That's
Jax
biggest.
Renekton top lane matchups.
Have on the ads, so you don't get the ads during that game. Red side draft has a lot of red hair.
Swings towards the Jax as the game goes later, because Jax just scales a bit better than
Wow,
Renekton, and Renekton's
so
more
true,
about,
my king.
Can I
What the
isolate
fuck?
someone in a team fight with Slice and Dice, Flash Ruthless Predator? But
Yeah, it's kind of like level 1 to 3 is Jack's favorite, because the Counter Strike you get to level 2 and then move on. But as you say, once you get to kind of a level 11, it kind of starts to teeter over in favor of the Jacks. It becomes very difficult, and I think this is where. I think oftentimes when I look at MF, I think, oh, the composition needs to revolve around MF in the bullet time. But I think what a lot of teams have started to do is kind of what we're seeing on
AP
Fnatic
checks.
now, which is
I
shift
wish.
away from I want
I
these
wish.
big AoE CCs to lock people in place. Instead, I'm going to use this bullet time as a wave clear tool,
Bam.
try and play aggressive on
Bam,
the
bam.
mid lane
Bam,
as
bam.
well, and bully out the opposition, and then I can play it to sides. And especially when you've got like a Rakan who's very good on a roam, and trying to move him around the map to play for these 2 side laning expert
Which draft do you
champions
prefer?
makes a lot of sense.
I prefer Rogue's
did
draft.
really well in game 1 as well. Their movement around the map was what left Rogue a little bit dizzy between the 14 and the 25-minute mark. They managed to snowball the gold out of Rogue's favor. Fnatic,
I think
looking
Rogue's draft is way better.
very solid. so far this week. Looking down the barrel of a 2-0 week. For Rogue, they really need to bounce back. Currently sitting at only 1 win and 4 losses in total. We're kind of starting to walk towards playoffs. It's slower than it usually is, but you're getting towards, you know, weeks. We're in week 4, week 5, week 6, week 7. Obviously, that's how maths works.
But it's also the fact that Rogue have played so many of their games already.
They only have 3 series left after this one. 3 series. And the expectation is 4 series wins or 5 series wins is going to get you into top 6. That's kind of where we usually look.
All right, let's go.
SK on Monday.
I think Fnatic's going to lose this game. But maybe they don't because they're just so much better.
Nice and easy way
That is a really difficult road for Rogue. If they can somehow sneak away a win
Mod
here,
Scamba. No
then they just
scam.
need to somehow sneak away another win against either Carmine Corp or MKOI and also beat SK. It's going to be difficult for Rogue to make playoffs. I'm not going to mince my words. But we have seen stranger things happen.
I have not seen Stranger
But
Things.
Gillies isn't.
That's true. We don't have the God of Lee Sin.
And that does make it tough.
That does make
Actually, I
it
have.
tough. That was a long time ago now. 2019?
I don't even know.
2018? Anyway.
Stranger Things is mega good.
True.
Crazy
For
good
Fnatic, They
series.
just want to continue their winning ways. 3-1, sitting atop the charts here in the LEC.
There's a new
just
season coming out
behind
soon.
Carmine Corp
Yeah, but
and
bro, that season,
G2.
bro, Stranger Things should have ended 2 seasons ago. They
Played an
milked
extra
that shit.
series, So if Fnatic win this, they would even out with their French rivals in that #1 spot. As Execute looks to push Mickey out, but Upset and Mickey hold their distance well, get the Guardian proc off as well, and Patrick and Execute will be forced onto that back foot.
Oh, get him, Patty.
Oh, good damage though with the 4th shot onto Mickey. He will have the Gleaming Quill though, so should be able to heal up in this lane a little bit. It's hard for Execute to not give away that healing. You see Mickey actually leveling up the Grand Entrance first. But when you're playing melee into a Khan, it's really hard not to just give him the healing, because he can step up, use that Q just outside of your auto range, and then dance back.
Yeah, it makes it very hard. But it looks like Rogue should still be able to
I
get
actually
to
think Rogue
level
will
2,
win this
so
game.
they're
I'm
gonna
not
have
kidding.
to
Holy
just
fuck.
continue to bully through that lane. This is
They're
a
playing
definite
Talia,
kill
Rakan,
lane.
Zyra.
If we see Jin and Leona, there's a huge amount of opportunity to take out the opposite side. So I'm curious to see how Malrang wants to try and introduce himself into that bottom half of the map, because I think even if you end up going for a counter gank, all of your players are kind of squishy on the bottom side. So it feels like, you know, if you jump in to save Mickey as Razork, you kind of just take his place in the shooting line.
Chat, did you get any Easter eggs? Anyone?
No real tanks as Malrang walks across, puts a couple of bushes down for Larson, which means he'll get a little bit more damage. If you're in one of those bushes, Ivan helps you out a tad. Razork has been pinged out on his red buff, so Rogue should know exactly where he is. Adam's lane is pushing out towards Oscarinin, so there's always a risk for the Croc here. He's going to meet up with Razork, gets the ward in.
Zyra full clear, 3 minutes. Riot.
Oscarinin, but now Adam has to play a little bit more defensively as this wave is shoving away from him.
My mum sends me money for one today. I am 29. Bro, buy a fucking chocolate bunny. That's what I'm
Needs to be
saying.
a little careful. Got the second half of the slice and dice there to get away, but this is just a perfect spot now for Oscarinin to be able to catch this wave and grow out this lead. Well, start trying to grow out a lead from the top side.
Yeah, just trying to garner a little bit of extra gold in his pockets. It can be
There's
those,
no
you know,
way
2,
Adam will
3
die to this
CS
game.
that really make the difference. Razork is going all the way behind the tower
It's
here.
my
Flash? Razork flashed over as well! Oh, I mean, that's
Oh my god. Razork, you're so disgusting. You're so disgusting.
And for 2 flashes,
Like, what in the fuck?
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. There is Adam. Like, you have to try and get that wave crash, because otherwise...
He gets spotted on the ward and then he just runs around and flashes over the wall.
But if you go for the wave, well, you know
I can't really
Razork's
blame
there.
Adam there. That is so
Look, at least
tilting.
it's 2 flashes burned, but that's a very difficult position.
Did
for
Ivan
him.
path bot this game? I guess he did. For what? For what? Jax versus Renekton, path into the Rakan Leona lane. Why? Why?
Screwed.
Ooh, Fnatic swap timer.
Oscarinin TPs to the bot wave because Adam had forced out top, so Upset can reset, go up there, catch that, and it sets them up well for Grubs in a minute and a half.
I will say, though, that it is now Upset who is behind, though, because the wave did crash, and you can see in the CS there, he will even it up quite a bit, but he will actually lose out on a little bit there because that wave had already hit the tower. So, it is still going to be fine, but it's like just a little bit of a lead now for Patrick, even though it was
Some Portal Combat.
Very much agreed with you. Upset using that struct to get back to the wave as quickly as possible. It's one of the benefits of MF is the ability to move between the waves. Same with Humanoid, who can rock surf next to those bits of terrain. So actually Humanoid, I think, almost could have killed Larson if he'd hit his threaded volley.
Nice block by Upset on the cannon.
Grand entrance coming out. Shield of Daybreak up for execute. Now slowed up. Won't have that stun anymore. Still has
W?
the
No, he doesn't, right?
Doesn't really want to go back in. So
well,
forced all the way back underneath this tower.
The resistance is though doing work. So
can Rogue punish this Jax flash being down? Because I'm watching this Jax, so I mean I've jumped in on every wave. But is Rogue top lane about to get dove by Tally ult on this wave?
His bot lane here.
No, his mana's too low.
Maybe fishing for mid as Larson takes a bad trade.
Razork coming across. Larson has the flash.
Nice gank by Razork K. That gives Humanoid a free base.
Unfortunate for Larson. Like, it started off as a decent trade, but as soon as Razork shows up,
Oh, why would...
very much worse.
Man, bot looks so diveable if Ivern just came down after his crux.
Fennec played on Mickey. He's stunned up underneath the tower while he's tanking it. Mickey's not going to die to the tower shot. Got Guardian, used heal, and had a Gleaming Quill.
Jhin no flash, I guess.
Not quite able to hit with the Deadly Flourish, but yeah, not being able to get at least just one more auto off could have been the end of it, but Mickey ends up surviving, and now we're just having a fight around Grub Stitch. I think it's a good call from Rogue to contest.
Yeah, Marin walked across and just smoked one away from Razork.
Yeah.
So he just steals it away. Now, Razork can't get that 6 grub sack that worked out so well for Fnatic in game 1. It's still a 600 gold lead for Fnatic. They're definitely in the lead as the Grasping Roots are going to hit on
Smote.
Tomorrow, he's just
Chat.
chunked out.
Smote. No,
really
that's
much
not right,
more
is it?
going to
It's
happen.
I don't
smited.
think Malrang really needed to take that route, to be
And
perfectly
smitten.
honest.
He's a tree, he tests
Right?
all the roots.
That is right.
Well, you know, and the infinite routes that could have been taken.
Yeah, but if you get all the roots out, then the Xylem and the Phloem suck up that good watery
It's
stuff.
Smote is correct.
Okay, yeah. And then the chlorophyll.
Okay, so Dove is correct, right? Divin, no. I'm gonna get Dive,
But it does mean
Divin,
Fnatic are able to get the
no.
next two. I don't think
I'm gonna
Rogue
get
are gonna
Dive and I'm gonna
be
get Dove.
straight,
I didn't get
go for
Divin.
the following two, but it does
That's
mean
not right.
that you now have to try and position yourself into this bottom side to look for the dragon trade.
Actually, English is such a hard language. How the fuck is there the word Dove and
Doesn't
Dove?
quite connect because Oscar and can just leap strike
That's
his way
complete
to
cap.
safety. Humanoid's walking down the river right now and will spot Maorang, who isn't going to be able to get the Scuttle Crab too easily.
Yeah, see, the thing was the Fnatic shift
Maybe British, maybe English is a hard language to learn. Nah.
And then Humanoid started to rotate downriver to see what Rogue were up to. So it meant that you weren't actually able to commit to very much on the bottom side of the map here.
The hardest language to learn is
Kind of
German.
Covering their bases. Meanwhile, Razork gets the full
Yeah,
clear in the
das,
jungle
dies,
and
and
be in a
dieses,
position now to
dies, die, das, diese, there's, these, das, these.
Chased out
Bro,
by
fuck
Adam here, who
off.
flashes.
Just
There's
say
the
that.
root caller follow-up, and Daisy's here for the party. Adam gets the first kill for Rogue on the board. And he even out the gold lead as well. Execute stepping forward here. Mickey and Upset showed on the top wave, so Rogue know they have at least a one-man advantage, or a person and a Daisy, I guess.
German needs the word that in their language, and then German is fixed.
TP comes back up and Adam's able to punish. Now that's a couple of plates that are going over.
Or the.
You're going to start up
They
dragon
need the
here
word
as
the.
well. And just nice window of opportunity
car.
to punish.
I mean, it's a
The
crazy
bike.
good window.
The
Like,
woman.
If Fnatic had done this, it looks
The
like game 1, right?
Yeah.
Like
Sheep.
they just totally
The grass.
outmaneuvered
The game.
Fnatic on the map.
The
They
tower.
get themselves
No,
back
it's
in the gold
das
lead. Well,
Auto,
in the
der,
gold lead for the first
das
time
die,
this series.
der,
They'll get
die,
a
das,
trade,
das,
they'll get
die, der.
3
Bro,
plates in
that,
the bot lane.
the.
Rogue have started
Fixed.
this game off swinging. For Fnatic,
They're
though,
fraud.
they'll be
No,
looking to
the fraud.
strike back, and I wonder how they're going to do that, because Oscar Win is pushed up a
Okay,
little too
nice.
far.
Rogue's actually playing
Along
well.
the bot side, does
Good
still have
Drake
the flash,
secure,
has that lead
punish the
strike,
Jax
execute
again.
here
He's
with the
not
shield
gonna
of
die this
daybreak.
time, I think, though.
Counter-Strike comes out first. They don't get any of the CC. Okay, well,
Ow.
yeah.
Ow. Bloody hell.
Get one of those. You gotta hit one of those, and because Fnatic know there's 3 players on the bottom side, they'll come in. And
But I'm
invade
telling you,
this
Rogue's
top
draft is
side.
better.
Yeah, so
They
Fnatic's
just
gonna
need some
respond
time.
Well, Oscar with the fancy footwork means that he's fine, but Adam doesn't actually get to answer for the way he's expected to crash in top. Upset set up a very slow push on this top half, so Adam trying to reconnect with the wave here, but I don't know if he'll get there.
He might start
Yeah.
to walk up.
Execute
Execute's on
is
his
here,
way.
yeah.
Adam doesn't have the dominus right now, nor does he have his flash. Grand entrance coming out from Mickey. He's going to have to battle dance back to Upset. So Adam will be able to get to the wave. and clear it out with the Cold and Meek.
You can make a super squad with 1 player from each region.
Quite full there, so
what's your
Upset
squad?
will very greedily want to push this one out again. Can do it pretty soon.
Calculated Malrang stole 1 of those Void Grubs, which is just enough to keep the burn off. And we'll just ignore it.
Zeus. Caps.
Made him stay for an extra wave.
Inspired.
You know? Made him stay for an extra wave.
Elk.
See the TP coming out from Adam towards that
And,
bottom lane. He's going to chance Oscar Winning's push. He'll lose about half this wave or so as he does manage to get down here. And for the briefest of moments, Rogue were in the lead, but Fnatic extend that gold lead once again to about 1,000 in their advantage.
Yeah, I think it's
we can't use Reckless, we can't use EU.
Just the CS leads
I guess we'd have to use the APAC or what?
Razork has just been power farming through, as you said. Now also looking for a play on top side, but kind of the benefit of the Zyra into Ivern, as you were alluding to, as we saw it in draft, but also just Upset sticking around in a lot of these lanes.
Or you could cook if you want. You could go Core JJ, Junjia,
XP and sharing CS, whereas Upset is getting that solo. So that's where you're starting to see sizable CS lead, but also a sizable experience lead for Upset.
And you see the experience deficit for Mickey as well. He's about half a level behind Execute right now.
Palace.
He's going to be level 6 for the second
Chovy.
set of Void Grubs. Execute,
no, I can't get Chovy.
one
Fuck.
of these minions, there we go,
Neither.
takes the cannon, gets his level 6. So
Meh.
a discrepancy in terms of ultimates between the supports, at least for what could be the next fight.
Or we could do
Fnatic will
Caps
want two of
Elk.
these grubs to get
Actually,
themselves
Caps
the
Elk goes
mites.
kind of hard.
Razork has a ton of damage though.
Anyway, back to the game.
Leandri's complete.
Rogue need these grubs. They just need 2 of them.
They're gonna start up the
Gimme,
grubs.
gimme, gimme.
Have the assistance of Daisy. Mickey on his way out of base, but still only about near the Razor Beaks. So a couple of seconds before
Actually,
he's
chat,
able to
I've decided.
rejoin
I've
this.
decided my team.
They've taken 1.
You're going to lose a wave on top side as Rogue, as they all commit for this.
Razork, solar
Ooh,
flare,
that
flash
Leona
shield
ult
of
was
Daybreak.
fucking
There's
rough.
no damage to follow up, and the
Oh
Stranglethorns
god, it's a
will
horror.
keep Rogue at bay.
They're playing Ivern as here, man. Don't fucking flash onto them. Let them come into you. Oh my god, Rogue.
2 in the battle. Humanoid can't quite get Execute or Larson in the end. But he forces
Why
them
can't they just
away
wait?
from the
Look at
tower.
this.
Fnatic don't even turn
Nashor's
their backs
tooth.
towards the grubs.
Could wait for
Instead, they
Nashor's
are
maybe.
looking for
Maybe we'll wait for
more of
Nashor's.
these
Maybe wait for
plays,
Jhin
keep
first
it
item.
aggressive. See steps forward, no,
Why we like?
just
Why I think we should just play for
grand
grubs and
exits
get out there, and
back
scaling is
towards the safety
absolutely
of
broken.
Yeah, we'll have to double check in the replay, but there was just no real follow-up from Rogue. I'm not sure if Larson tried to go for the shuffle in and got hit by Talia's Unraveled Earth, but Mickey now starting to wrap around again.
There's the quickness, and Larson doesn't get away in
Just
time.
pack it up, pack it up, pack it up, pack it up.
Takes the kill, Upset
Pack it up, I've
takes
seen
the
enough,
fight.
that was
Mickey
disgusting.
has
Let's
to
go
help him a
next.
bit as well. And,
Why are they
Razork
doing
takes
that
the
though?
grubs.
Yeah, really well played. Level 6 just been hit by Mickey, but we'll see it here. So I love this from Execute. Go on towards Razork. He's
I
not
fucking
great,
hate it.
Yeah, so right as
I
Azir
fucking
went in
hate
for the
it. What
sweep,
the
you
fuck?
end up with the Talia Unraveled Earth stunning him, so Larson can't get the play, has to flash out. And then it's Upset coming in with the bullet time over the side, just finishing off members great.
Unless the
And
Leona
all
ult
from
stunned
Humanoid as well,
the
just to lock
Zyra.
down the Jhin, so nicely played by the Fnatic mid laner, kind of set up a lot of that success for Fnatic there.
Yeah, now they're 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah,
right there.
that'll do it.
Little bits in the early game, we were praising Rogue. We were like, oh, really nice movement towards the bot side. They get the Drake out of it as well. All it takes is a couple of fights. Now Fnatic are well in control of this game. Bloodthirst are complete for Upset. Humanoid, of course, he's got a Rod of Ages. I feel like... Are they called Rod
You
of
said
Ages
you
'cause it
bet
takes
on
ages
Rogue
for them to
winning.
feel really effective?
First of all, I don't bet on
Or until
shit.
the build becomes
Second
useful,
of all, I said their
or-
draft is better.
Probably play on words.
Because Rod of Ages is also like, it feels like it should be an impactful thing. Whenever I see one built, I'm like, eh.
Yeah, but when it hits 10, you're like, oh, you know,
a whole extra skill point.
Yeah.
Will Navi
But
be in the
also,
league
like,
in
gives you
summer
really nice-
or in 2026?
Yeah, it
I have
gives you
no
nice
idea.
ability bar, gives you
Yeah,
all
I
that
mean,
good
yes,
stuff,
I know
health,
it gives you a bunch of stuff.
yeah.
We're just seeing it on every champion right now.
Probably
It's a little
2026.
tedious. It's like AD carry builds. You know? It's all the same.
But I wonder why Navi's coming to the
Don't
LEC.
build the same stuff in the game.
They did League a while ago, I remember. They had a team
Talk about mage itemization until the cows
for a
come
few
home.
years.
For the moment, Adam is looking to see if his chickens have come back home to roost because the collapse from Fnatic is here. Maybe just going for those plates. They do have the grubs from the mites from the 4 grubs they've secured. Seismic Shove not going to hit. Adam dancing
Oh,
in and
it's
out
for
of those
EWC
bushes,
or
but
what?
another plate over to Fnatic.
No, that wouldn't make sense. Why would they pay?
For that
Why would they
flank
pay 20 million for a
position.
league team for
Lands
EWC?
across
Doesn't make
roots,
sense.
there's the Stranglethorns, and Malrang is decimated, taken down to about 10% HP. and forced away from the tower. This is what Fnatic did well in game 1 as well.
Or would it
It's just about chunking someone out around a tower and then making sure you can secure that objective.
But it's also the shift that we're seeing in the map. So you get top wave.
Alright,
pushed in,
first items
Oscar
coming in
goes
for Rogue,
mid,
finally.
covers the mid push there, so you
Fnatic
can
is just
actually get the tower
fucking
play.
bodying them, man.
And now you've got this numbers advantage that is created on the
I feel like
bottom side.
Upset's been
And
running
even
this
as
whole
you go
series.
that, Humanoid TPs
Upset,
back to the top
Razork, and
side,
Mickey
second
together.
pushing away from Azir. So across the board, Fnatic are covering a ton of these plays to set themselves up for success, but also then to cover any sort of.
Also, Humanoid's lane phase both these games has been very good.
Even the technical terms means something different. But yeah, good shifts there from Fnatic across the map to make sure that they weren't losing much. Of course, you're still going to lose a little bit when you invest into a portion of the map like that. But as you can see, top lane tower still very healthy, mid the same. And they're doing a really good job of extending their gold lead without giving Rogue any opportunity
W.
to
Nice
find an
block by
advantage in
Mickey.
But these are
Patrick
the
just
things
question
that,
mark pinged him.
When you look at what I wanted to see improvements from Fnatic, it's these kind of things, right? And that's why, like, ad nauseum, we're saying the Duckman effect, but it really is these small things. And now Oscar in and feeling the execute effects potentially.
Yeah, Zenith played underneath the tower. There's the Solar Flare follow-up. I don't think they have the damage. Redemption will follow here, so Adam is going to be healed up. And with Larson coming across, they should have the damage. He gets the
Oh
kill.
my
Close
god.
range, okay.
Oh my
He'll
god.
survive.
Oi,
It was
oi,
almost
oi.
absolute disaster.
Can you imagine if he just got a triple kill there, Oscar, just randomly? Fnatic's play on 2 lanes is really good. Wow. I'm really impressed by Fnatic's 2-lane play.
Fnatic takes so much on the other sides of the map.
I don't know why you send a pigeon to do a crocodile's job. Like,
But I will say Rogue have been kind of giving them free fights on cooldown. But they've been punishing it really well. Some teams wouldn't take this lead and extend it this much. But yeah, Fnatic snowballing really well. I think they're snowballing really well, actually.
And it's exactly the opposite from Rogue of what Fnatic
But they are
did
getting a
on
lot
the
for free.
previous play. Like, we were just praising Fnatic for pushing out the waves, making sure you have someone who can teleport to top lane to catch that wave as it
The
comes
problem
in.
Fnatic had last year was they would get a lead and then they would just throw it in the mid game. I feel like Upset, I feel like Upset and Mickey has given this team a lot of direction in the mid game. When in doubt, just go to Upset and Mickey's lane and they'll tell you what to do and how to snowball the game. If they're ahead, if Upset and Mickey are ahead, they will run the map and they'll run it cleanly. If they're even, obviously a different story. But when they're ahead, they just run with it.
But again, Talia pushing in topside, and Adam can't contest mid or topside push. And now Upset can rotate up to catch that top wave and get that tier 2 towers.
So yeah, happy for Fnatic they win this. They're 4-1 after this, but next weekend is Fnatic G2. That's when we're really going to see some pace.
You push forward in the lane to make sure you clear that wave out earlier, and then you survive as Adam. Well, he tries to survive underneath this tier 2. He manages to, but the
Chat, the Fnatic G2 is in a stadium in Spain, right? In Madrid.
Double ranged, because it's just impossible for you to contest.
How many seats is
you
it?
go forward with slice and dice, immediately Humanoid stuns you up, you don't get back out. Then you've got a bullet time that comes over the top, and you die alongside the terror. So it's kind of Rogue also
5K.
utilizing their players in the wrong parts.
5,000
like there, at
seats.
least you can contest the wave from afar, maybe clear
Is
out
it sold out?
before you're able to get the turret. But when it's a Renekton, there's just very little that he can do in these sorts of situations. So again, Fnatic,
It's in the Santiago Bernabeu.
in a lot of these
Let me have a look.
2 minutes on the Mountain Drake. It is a Mountain Soul for us this game. Otacon up in about 2 minutes.
No, it's
as well.
fucking not.
So
Are
there's
you
the
dumb?
Possibility of a 1-2 punch from either team there. We'll say much more likely from Fnatic right now. Rogue have spent most of this series of fights on the mat as the Rift Herald charges in towards the bottom side. Have one might spawning. If you ride the Rift Herald, by the way, you get a lot more mites as it crashes in, but Alpsa didn't want to put himself in what could be a little bit of a precarious situation. Mickey's going to quickness flash and battle dance his way to Humanoid. The tier 2 in the bot lane falls, and Fnatic extend their lead.
And it's kind of just
In the Madrid Arena. Is that what it's just called? The Madrid Arena?
Every outer turret that now exists. So for Rogue, it's going to get a lot more difficult as the rest of this game goes on. You've got item completions coming.
It has 12,000 seats.
As well,
what?
Dragon is up on Adakant to shortly follow. So Rogue, I think, basically trying to make a pick now on towards Oscar to get something, but he's out.
You can just stay back. Doesn't need to push forward if you don't see those little circles on the map.
12,000 seats for Fnatic G2 is going to go kind of hard next weekend, not gonna lie. Chat, is it sold out or not?
Mickey is going to invest that towards the bottom side of the map, protecting Humanoid.
Bro, what are you doing in the chat?
Is a little
Is this guy trying to find the fucking solution to pi? Bro, what are you doing? Shut up.
Rogue kind of need to get into a position where they can cover on this bottom side play, because there was a oh, actually, they're just going to go top instead. I was about to say, Fnatic can move.
Okay, he's just diving the Sun Disc. Will jump away. Larson slides forward. Emperor's
Oscarini,
Panini. Beginning to collapse, but
help, Mickey, help!
Mickey with the heal. Will get his top laner to safety. The curtains open. The solar player connects, and Oscarini. You can't counter strike the bullets from the curtain call, but Mickey can block the final one for you. Oscarini escapes at the cost of 3 ultimates from Rogue.
And this is what we mean when we say it's still not perfect for Fnatic. A little bit of an overextension there for Oscar. And then when Fnatic were rotating into position, could have gone for the catch, but
Chat, stop it, mods lock in.
Rogue a little bit of respite. Push of the top wave. Not going to get stick around for the tower, as there's still a lot of members of Fnatic on the map. Although it looks like they're feeling a little bit more comfortable as Razork and... yeah, this is why you don't go for the tower.
Okay, so we've got... Mickey has the quick.
They have double TP to match. They're gonna have to do it, otherwise the game is lost.
Mickey should just die. He immediately steps into the Mickey. What are you
Oski, no flash yet.
That was not fine at all. Humanoid looking at the seismic shove onto last, but can't find it. Now Fnatic are fighting on 2 fronts. Humanoid has to flash away from the.
Can they force in here, Rogue?
As they look for redemption in this series as
not
well.
much to force on though.
They
Could do Atakan.
But they can't find more yet. No Emperor's Divide for Larson. Still about a quarter of that cooldown left. But Rogue could look for the Atakan. Remember, tanking it.
May as well, I think.
It's
a lost game that is becoming more and more lost by the second.
It's very hard to go into this area
No, they're not
when
gonna do
you've
it.
still got the bullet time for upset. And now Patrick! Oh, nearly gone.
Marek Brazda, level 15 Talia at minute 20. Riot. Well, is Fnatic inting? Possibly. Not sure yet. Ooh, Larsen's dead.
It will be enough to kill off Larson with the Leandri's proc from Razork.
No comeback potential now.
It's a 2-for-2 in the exchange, but Mickey's already back up and fighting.
Yeah, take 3 is the one that works for Fnatic. It took Humanoid going a little bit too far again, but it still ends up working out. Yeah, Adam just going to clear out the wave, and it'll be Fnatic who end up getting the Attica.
What is Attica? Oh, it's the pet. Okay. There was a thing dancing on the screen because Razork had hit the Scuttle Crab, and so the pet was jumping between them like a yo-yo on a string.
Yeah, Rogue is very disappointing that they're losing this game.
Public area, you can't have your pets just running around like this.
But yeah, this is, as you say, like this from Humanoid was quite dangerous. There is a lot of follow-up there. Execute just barely missing with the solar flare means that you get a little bit more fancy feet, but you've still got enough members of Fnatic here to try and follow through. Oscarini getting good damage. Razork opening up with Stranglethorns and also getting the lockdown as well to let Upset open up with the ultimate. So it does work out, and now it's kind of Fnatic, I think.
After this is KC versus Giant X. Today is literally the top 3 teams, well, 2 teams in the top 3 versus 2 teams in the bottom 2. GX and Rogue are the worst teams in the league.
Getting caught out because he went a little bit too aggressive too early when Fnatic were collapsing in the top lane.
So I'm guessing KC 2-0 them.
A little bit aggressive too early, getting caught out. Then Humanoid getting caught out because he went a little bit too aggressive too early. Fnatic should still win this game. They are so far ahead. 7,500 gold in the lead. Rogue have only got 1 tower in the entire game. They are massively behind. But for the long-term growth, you want to see those little mistakes cleaned up.
But it's the thought process was still there, right?
Yeah,
like the intricacies of the play may not be there, but the thought process is there, and that's kind of why I'm more pumped about Fnatic. Like, you get to clean these up as the season goes on. And I think for Fnatic, they kind of said it as well, right? Like, a lot of their goals are looking at internationals and looking at worlds and not just winning this one singular split.
Chat, when's the F1 quali?
Weaver's all coming out from Humanoid. He tries to separate.
Go on, Fnatic, dive them.
Oscarini puts the counter-strike down, rooted. Solar flare coming in as well, and already
any divers.
Mickey going in with
oh, Mickey! That's no damage.
Into the redemption isn't going to do too much. Fnatic invests a lot and still don't
40 minutes.
The tower.
No wave to try and play through now, so Rogue get to hold on for the moment, even having the defender's advantage where they can send some people back to heal up if they need to, but...
Can you say chicken jockey? Why?
Slide over eagerness coming back. He still had the Attica.
He doesn't have flash. Daisy could look to chasing down. Yeah, he'll be okay because of the collapse coming out from the rest of Fnatic.
Chat, random question. How the chicken jockey spawn? Where do they spawn?
Get away from the unravel, or the flick back means that she's able to survive, because you do lose a lot of threat with your Daisy gone in the middle of these fights, but still... Fnatic, I think it's with Oscarinin having the Atacon down, it just does mean you're kind of waiting now for
Randomly?
Baron in a minute's time to try and play through that instead. It would have been nice to crack the turret, but I don't think it's really the end of the world.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you are deliberately playing for it, but just a little over-eager overall from Fnatic in these last few minutes. They were doing a good job of keeping the wave shoved synergistically, though, which meant that Rogue had to...
Yeah, I don't know what to say about these
three
games.
different prongs of pressure
Rogue is just in a
at the same
complete...
time, but as you say, likely we'll
I
see
don't know.
Mickey and Razzle just
Fnatic's just in a
walking
different
their
dimension.
jungle together,
Absolute
getting a little
different
bit of
dimension.
vision down. As you can see, Mickey using the Scryer's Bloom to spot out where Rogue have planted some vision of their own. Clear this out, put your wards down, and then turn your eyes towards that Baron in 20 seconds.
Yeah, with upset resetting now, just picking up the Mortal Reminder, it does mean it's a little bit more like...
How is Adam
the
up 100
timing
CS?
for Fnatic to get
I
this
don't know.
vision is a little suspect, so I think it'll be kind of another 45 seconds. But
Carry
Rogue
matchup, he got
now
targeted a
opening
bit,
up on
Oscar.
mid-way, basically just trying to brute force some towers and try and get something back in the map.
Well, they're managing to get at least the wave pushed in. Upset does have that bullet time.
Lost
if he feels
Rogue
under
Tonus?
threat
That
underneath
sounds
tower.
disgusting.
Humanoid is looking for a flank here, but he will be spotted on vision as he comes around this corner. Weaver's wall out. Humanoid jumps off it early. Adam's on the wrong side of it, but he's a croc and he can navigate tricky terrain, so we'll just slice through it.
Yeah, I think Fnatic would have been nice to get the pick, but at this stage now, I think you just try and play this slow, deny Rogue access to the Baron area, and try and shift Oscarinin down to that bottom side, because that's where he's a bit more of a threat than he
Actually,
is.
Oscar is so
Solar
useless.
Flare follow-up.
But he's
That's
tanking
all
spells,
used.
which is good.
The Solar Flare, the key long-range engage tool from Rogue, and you can see Oscar immediately jumps in. Double flash coming out. Oscar is going to be locked up. The Zenith played into the charm from Mickey. Stranglethorn's not going to find anyone, but Execute will fall on the other side of it. Larson forced away, but he's putting
Blocker.
steps back in with his soldiers. Humanoid flashes, so does Malrang.
Start the Baron.
Malrang will escape. Larson,
I think Zyra can just do it, no? With Jax
does
or
have
some
those
shit.
soldiers down and is
They're not
doing
gonna do
quite
it.
a lot of DPS.
It's crazy, they're 9k down, and because Rogue champs are actually like pretty good together, they can contest a little bit through mid.
Baron will be the name of the game for Fnatic.
Think-
Trying to face check
Swap the
into
drafts,
this
and Rogue has
miserable
lost the game already.
It really is. It's most likely on Adam with Malrang's shields. You put the trigger seat down. Of course, you can use the bushes as well from Malrang. Larson's going to be the one stepping forward for the moment. 6,000 on the Baron now. Adam has
Go on,
a
Malrang,
blast
steal
to
it.
build up that
For the
fury, but
memes.
Humanoid does manage to clip him with some
Why don't you even
damage of
try
his
and
own.
steal it?
Oscar Winnin falling low. Malrang still looking for that smite, but can't get in there in time. Upset
Is anyone gonna do
situation.
anything?
Seismic shot
What
back
the
on last,
fuck?
but into the Emperor's Divide. Rogue will find two. But they cannot get away yet. Another seismic shove will land. Upset still has the bullet time here as well.
You're
As
a
Patrick
Rogue hate watcher.
is taken out by
Oh
Razzle.
no.
Adam will have to dice
What
his
are you on
way
about that?
across this wall. Humanoid jumps forward. Upset flashes the wall. The seismic shove back. Zenith Blade coming in. But Fnatic with the Baron now, and only Adam standing in their ways with a wave as well. Will at least be able to crack the base.
They just
if
kind of,
not
I mean,
more.
I wouldn't be upset at Rogue if they didn't just roll over and die, you know? I feel like I didn't get that, like...
So tough, he needs to get the wave.
He needs to get the wave, but there's another one just coming in. Stranglethorns, Adam flashes away.
Their draft is good scaling, but they just lose the game by fighting grubs. Why? They can just get a couple and get out and just keep farming.
Larson the only one standing for Rogue as Fnatic find a clean
Well, I guess
2-0.
Fnatic will make their dinner reservation.
Great stuff from Fnatic. You can clearly see the stuff that they're trying to work on off stage, and it's now starting to show itself on stage. That was sick. Like, genuinely, I love seeing the movements.
At least Upset will make dinner. I mean, he did say they're gonna... He did say he's gonna make a dinner reservation and make it. He's gonna make it.
It really was. Superb stuff from them. Still a few foibles, a few mistakes here and there. I think we'll obviously expect them to continue to clean that up. But as you say, the foundations are looking really solid for Fnatic. You can vote for one of them.
Why did Upset take his water bottle with him?
Elysion X, Razzle, Humanoid, and Upset are your nominees.
Maybe he's a thirsty man.
I mean, they all had really good series. Like, everyone on Fnatic had a really good series.
But I think, like, that's what I love about when you
All right,
get
let's go
into
next.
games like this, where it's like, it's no individual person, it's everyone doing
You're
their
so
job.
bored.
Everyone is
I'm
on
not
the
that
same
bored.
page, everyone understands
But that
what they're
game was
doing.
boring.
So
What do you want me to do?
becomes
Pretend
more
it
of
was
this
great?
team effort
Oh
than
my
just
god.
a hard
That was a
so
fucking screamer chat. Like, what do you want me to do?
For Rogue, it's looking
It was just a
dicey.
mega stomp.
It's
What
looking
am I gonna do?
really
Fake it?
tricky for them. They only have 3 series left against Carmine Corp, against MCoy, and against SK.
Like,
and they need to win all 3 really
I'm-
to be in a
chat.
realistic chance.
I'm a League of Legends fan. I'm an enjoyer of watching League. I like watching it a shit ton. When the games are good, man, I'm in there. When the games are mediocre, I'm still enjoying it and yapping. But when the games are like that, bro,
lost so many of those series against
Come
the teams
on,
you're trying to
go
compete
next
with
series.
now. So it becomes less and less likely for Rogue that they're going to hit.
It does. Tiebreakers, though, if we do have a 6th place tie, they are played, even if the head-to-head goes one way, because it's a single round robin. So we'll play those 6th place head-to-heads. For now, though, I believe we have Law, who is standing by with a Magic the Gathering enthusiast himself.
Mickey!
Mickey, how do you feel about Blood Moon?
It's horrible.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm Laura, standing by with Mickey in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Answer the question. What's Blood Moon?
Quick question though, have you played with the casters? Do you know if they're actually good at this? Okay, who's better, Dagda or Medic?
Probably Medic.
Probably Medic. Okay, there you go. Medic, you can go with this one. Now we're going to talk about League of Legends. Really convincing series today, but I feel like
Chat, is
that's
Magic
what you
fun?
needed to do against a team like Rogue. But I know your urges. I know the trends that Fnatic tend to have to get a bit too excited sometimes. How hard was it for you guys to just like keep things in control and have this one smooth without any,
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely tough. And we learned from our series against SK that we took everything a lot more, I don't know, like kind of how we do like every week. Like just don't take everything for granted, I guess. And I think our comms were quite controlled, quite chill. We didn't take like many unnecessary fights. And we also just had the good conclusions from scrims this week. So I feel like we executed a lot of that on stage. So overall,
nice.
Decent series. The casters were talking about the Duffman effect, and I had an interview with him, and I know that he's been helping you on mid-game. As someone who's been working with Duffman in the past, how much do you quantify his impact in making you guys better?
I mean, I think he is probably the major reason why we actually close out the games cleanly, or why our games look like it's not only about just fighting. We actually win games by just playing around the whole map and being efficient, which I think is he's the biggest part around that. So yeah, hopefully we can continue to improve on that and by the end be a good team that doesn't have to rely on just like mechanics and skill checking everyone. So,
What I told him though is that for me improvements come from stability, but I'm like, how do you guys make sure as a team that you're gonna build enough foundations that you don't get too excited in games when you're supposed to keep things calm and steady?
Well, I guess it's mostly just about repetition in scrims. Yeah, because we still have a lot of moments in scrims where we're not like on the same page, or like we get too overexcited or too snappy with the engages. So I think the more we talk about it and the more it happens, then the more examples we have of it going bad.
All right.
Should be easier to fix in that way.
Well, we'll see in the next stage game you have, which is going to be next week. Quick question though. Upset said you had a team dinner, something planned. What are you going to have for food tonight?
I want pizza.
Pizza? Pizza it is. Thank you so much, Mickey.
Fuck, I want that too now.
That's all for
Mickey!
on this side of the stage.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt the interview, chat.
GX versus KC stage.
I didn't want to interrupt the interview. Chat, but I was going to say something. But I forgot. Yeah. I looked at something and I was going to talk about it. Fuck, what did I just look at? Fuck, I just looked at something. Oh yeah, Magic! The reason I didn't start Magic is because I'm a bit too intimidated. Because I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot, right? And when I was a kid, I watched Yu-Gi-Oh! And I played Yu-Gi-Oh! And I felt like I was slowly understanding and learning every card. But when it comes to like Magic and card games, I'm scared to start it because there's so many cards that it's overwhelming. I'm gonna have to read every single card I play or play against.
Is he switching lanes?
And I'm not gonna know about this card, that card, this card, that card, this deck, that deck, that deck. There's so much to learn. Maybe I should get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Though. I'm gonna keep it real. Is there still the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships? Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. Do they still host those? Holy fuck.
For the last time of the weekend, it's time to duel.
Oh my god, they even say the thing. It's time to
So here we go. It's game number one of the finals of the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Do they say like, and I end my turn? Do they say that?
Ruben carrying the hopes of Jose along with him.
Spirit U-Bell's effect's going to activate
Oh my
when it's
god,
destroyed
yes.
the special summon a U-Bell.
Do they go like, my turn? I summon Bro, I'm kidding. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid. Of course, I did that because I was fucking young and I thought I was cool. But
from the deck to the field,
looking an awful lot like his semi-final match so far.
What are the cards? Is that? Oh my god! Is that fucking?
Let's see what Ruben's next move is going to be. It looks like
Is
he's
that
going
the
to reveal
hero?
that gruesome Gravescorner to try and special summon it.
Chat. It's turn 1. How does he have a 15-star monster in turn 1? How did he do that?
Opting to special summon, special summon and destroy the Yubel.
Probably trying to find more materials to add to the graveyard so he can access Phantom Yubel from that extra deck. So we.
Bro, that's like me playing GTA. How's he got so many stars in the first 30 seconds? What the fuck? Bro, normally you just play one monster, 3 stars or some shit, and then start
See Yubel,
scaling.
the Terra Incarnate come down.
Can I just double check Squirmer's effect? Go ahead.
Yep, Gruesome Gravescorner does have a couple of
Can I read the card? What if he went no?
really good effects, being able to special summon and then destroy if you so choose.
Wait, am I stupid? I thought Yu-Gi-Oh! You couldn't summon... Wait, am I dumb? I can't remember exactly how it worked. I was really young, but I thought you couldn't summon this shit early. I thought you had to like summon 4-star max. No? Only this is special summon?
Choose when it's in the graveyard. It's
4
also
stars
going to be able to
normal
balance
summon,
itself
right?
and
Yeah.
special summon back a monster later on.
I want to see the late game.
Them back. Mark gets to choose if they go face up, face down, all their positions in a row back to the Yubel of a different level from Sphere to Yubel.
And I attack
One
you
up, one
directly.
down, and it is going to be the Terra Incarnate yet again.
The Terra Incarnate from the Nightmare Throne, and then from the Spirit Yubel back to the Yubel that was shuffled into the deck earlier.
Who shuffles their decks? There must be like a referee, no?
From the graveyard.
Luckily,
Bro, I
Spirit
would
Yubel can summon
fucking...
from anywhere.
When I shuffled my decks as a kid, bro, I made sure I held one card at the top. The heart of the cards! Just the card I needed! Oh my god, I was so epic.
Use one of Mark's monsters as a material.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Ruben's deck plays a lot of these cards that are not typically in the extra deck, choosing to have more utility going second than...
I'm gonna keep a real chat. I'm gonna skip. I don't know any of these cards. I don't understand why no one's not... Why is no one summoning Elemental Hero Flame Wingman? Where the fuck is that summon at? Someone bust him out.
It was a quick one. A 2-0 by Fnatic. We've got Humanoid here to talk about.
The coolest thing from when I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Was polymerization and future fusion.
Versus Giant Axe, which is
Future fusion and polymerization. I play Elemental Hero Burst the Matrix in attack mode. And I end my turn. That was turn 1.
Deserved or not, you just told me that he always wins it when he's in it because of the Spanish fans. Wow. So.
That was turn 1.
Yes. Just get some more Czech fans.
Then you get the Cyber End Dragons out, and then you use Future Fusion. Boom!
That's true.
No, you get the Cyber Kinetic Dragons out. Future Fusion, Cyber End Dragons.
I'll try next time.
We'll try. Okay, nice. No, fantastically done by Fnatic to close out that game. But we want to talk about the next one. We want to talk
Future
about
Fusion
the
was
mid-laners
busted.
more specifically. We've
And
got
then there was
the
another
new king
card
of
that was
EU,
super
I
OP.
wanna say, in
This is the
Vladdy
humanoid while I think
versus
about it.
Jackies, and I think it's quite interesting because they're very young players. They're up and comers, but we want to use.
It was like the hero signal.
I hope you're not
Oh
too
my god.
insulted by
Elemental
that,
Hero
Humanoid.
Bubble Man in defense mode.
Is it okay? Next time we'll use a little
alright.
picture with a
Classic.
crown on it. So let's start there. Out of Vladdy and Jackie's, I think it's obvious that Vladdy is having kind of a better peak right now. What has impressed you about him?
Yeah, I mean, I think since the start of this year, when I scrimmed against KC a lot, because we are scrimming them a lot, pretty much, and I think he was really surprising that he was actually really good, and not only mechanically, but pretty smart about the game. Because usually the new players that come into LEC, they can't really play with brain. They just come from like, I mean, they just come with like good mechanics, but then they just run it down in mid game. You know, they have no idea what to do. But this guy actually knows what to do.
Yeah.
So I think he reminds me of myself.
You're always the macro
5
god.
years
That's
ago.
all we heard. 5 years
Yeah.
ago. It's a long time,
Jeez.
Marek. Yeah. So where would you put him, and maybe Alex as well, in relation to kind of Caps, if we still see Caps as the North Star for Vladdy?
I mean, Vladdy played really, really well last split. The question is, the thing for me is like, is he, you know, I think, is he on a same level of Caps? I think maybe not right now. So we do have his face to put on here. I mean, I've put him on the pedestal. Would you put him close to Caps? Would you
I don't know. I don't agree.
Where would you put him then?
I mean, come on. The guy
All right.
beat him in the finals and did really amazing. Like, oh, I made another one. But
Okay, you can
like
do it now.
right now.
You can tap it. Where would you put him?
Well, right now. Right now.
Would you agree with that? Do you think that Vladdy's
I'd
better
put them
than
at the
Caps right
same
The same?
spot.
Yeah. The same. Okay, that's fair. Let's
Vladdy
go
equals
fair.
caps.
You can be cozy with him.
And just to say, the 1-2-3 might be a little bit misleading. It's just a podium. Ignore the numbers because, unfortunately for Jackie's, I think, Humanoid, he hasn't had that highs recently. You were just talking about when Vladdy started and in scrims and whatnot. What was your first impression of Jackie's?
Yeah, on Jackie's it was basically the mechanics only.
Okay,
in
not the
my
macro
opinion,
part, yeah.
so far, so he needs to improve that part, but he can be
He
really
needs
good.
to grow a brain.
Yeah, his laning is
Get
pretty
that
good.
macro,
so
that macro
he's
better.
pretty creative as well.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to give you the honors here. If you can
Where would you
tap
like
a
to
place on him, just tap the screen somewhere. Where are you putting Jackie's
In
compared
relation
to
to
these two?
caps,
compared
yeah.
to these two,
Compared to these two. All right.
there's two
Okay.
of them now.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I think when it comes to Jackie's, right, I feel like this is a player we were all super excited about. And when it comes to EU mids, they always have kind of a tall order to follow,
EU mids, man.
right? But lately, I don't know if it's the team
Yeah, it's true.
environment. 'cause
EU
Gag
mids
say the
used to
GX
be the
environment,
best
it's
role
just
in
not
the
going
region.
Well, and
But
it's
then
very
Caedrel
hard
retired.
as a mid laner, I think, to set yourself
Fuck!
up then.
And I don't know whether you saw his Ari game last week where he got really fed, but it felt like a game where he had to be the playmaker, and a lot of those plays
Facts.
didn't go very well at the start. And as an Ari
Facts.
player myself, I've definitely had a time where I've
You're an Ari player? Wow, I didn't know that.
I did. I once upon a time I played that champion where, well, we can go through all of this. Missed a lot of charm flashes. If that were you in solo queue, maybe you think, I won't do that again. But he does keep doing it. And eventually it did work out. He missed a couple of charm flashes. He ended up with a couple of really big plays. He ends up getting a quadra kill here as well. I'm really glad that even though it seems like whatever the hell's
That game
happening,
was a
GX is really impacting a lot
banger.
of different players there, which we had a lot of high expectations for. He doesn't stop playmaking.
Yeah.
I think that's a really important skill to have because I think particularly when you are someone with high expectations, you're not meeting them. I'd imagine the pressure is really high when you're trying to make plays like this.
Yeah, I mean, this guy likes to make plays. He's not afraid of it, which I respect. And especially if you play Ahri, you kind of have to go for these plays. Otherwise, this champion does not really offer that much. So, yeah, there's a lot of players that would just play Ahri and try to wait for teamfights, not do anything. So I think that's where Jackie's gets the edge, where he's not afraid to go for it.
In 2025, do you think the mid laner still has the ability and like a meddling team to make the difference? Like,
I need to see the
as
first 10
sometimes
minutes
in
of this
the
game.
past, or not as much?
And it will determine whether or not it's going to bang or not.
I mean, I think in like the first 10 years of the game, the mid lane was just OP
Yeah.
together with AD. And I think now it's more even with kind of all the roles. So
Yeah,
I
seeing
think
one too
there's
many
like
Cassante outplays.
yeah,
now.
like in season 5, if you have good mid lane AD, you just win everything.
Yeah.
So, but now you kind of need every role. So I would say that there's for sure less carry potential than before.
Maybe that's the problem. For
Yeah, that
Jax.
is the
You
problem.
do need every role. Where do you land on KC, Humanoid? Is it what do you think of the data we have of them in spring? Because they were obviously the best team in winter, but where do you put them now?
I would say that it's Fnatic, KC, and G2 are top 3, and I don't know who's the best,
Facts.
to be honest, right now.
Do you?
And I think there was an interview that Callista had, I can't remember who it was with, but he was saying that they were only playing at about 30 to 40% of their kind of first stand form right now.
Oh.
Now, if that's what they're playing right now, and they're still putting up decent results and clawing out series, there's still
Interesting.
a big...
That
much
smile
are
on
you
Humanoid's face.
20%.
20%, okay. And
We're
G2's
way better.
playing at
If
the
we,
10%.
if we were at the 100%, they are getting
It
stumped.
would be insane. Okay, here we go. Giant expert. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Should have got this one.
Something visual.
All right, put it up. This series, I feel like Giant X has less chance of being useful this split. If they get stomped in this game, then they're out, basically. They're so cooked, it's crazy.
His eyebrows went up. I'm of course talking about
I'm so surprised the roster with no Arjun is this far down, man.
we have a bot lane in a 3v, well, 3v whatever this is.
3v Tricast.
I'm just Phil. I don't know what I am.
I mean, you play every role, you told me. So.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to play AD carry now. I literally did it just for this cast, just so you know.
Nice.
I think you put your mic a little bit closer.
A bit closer.
Then we can hear you now. Yeah.
How about
So
that?
I'm super excited here for Giant X versus KC. What do you think of these two bot lanes facing off? Because I have pretty high hopes of No Engine, but this split has been not the best.
I think they've been a little bit
Is that
lackluster,
Mickey?
But I can kind of say the same for the KC bot lane. So I think they would be quite evenly matched, I would think. So I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
Okay, that's good news. We're about to hop into draft as well. Mickey, how you doing after the game, by the way? You know, we don't have to go straight to the draft.
True.
Give us some feels. Like
No, it was pretty chill. I mean, I was like a bit sad that I couldn't make any like highlight plays because we were actually just like going around the map and just like I was just clearing wards and basing.
J Span against Kana, good.
Got a good flash ult. MF wasn't like in range,
Near
so
Airport is a better team than any EU team.
That's alright, bro. Hey, still, highlight coming in. Alright, first ban's off the board. We've already got the Jace, Yone, Poppy goes through as well. For you guys, what really stands out
I knew
here,
this
feel
chat
we need
was
to talk
cooked,
about
but I
the
didn't know they were
carries
that
first.
fucking
Varus,
cooked.
big
I think we need to burn the channel
Caedrel
chat.
as well. What else is
Kalista as well, as we saw Upset playing very well on it. What do you think is
We need
like
to burn
the
the channel.
highest? I mean, not to give away too much. but
Lost Ratones clears, buddy. We'll handle them at the gates. You EU, you focus on getting better. We'll fucking hold them. We won't let them through fucking security, okay? We'll fucking send them back.
A little bit, but now it seems to be kind of back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of depends, but
Kalista ban needed.
on blue kind of indicates that they want to pick it. So
I would not give Kalista. It's in the name, for fuck's sake.
On blue side, usually the champion's quite strong to first pick on the blue side. But yeah, here's the Kalista.
Change the title? Oh yeah, I'll change the
I
title.
feel like Yone Sejuani right now is still one of the best.
I will
jungle
change
mid
the
pairing.
title.
Yeah. Now, even as we get to 25.08, like, you know, does it change anything in the bot lane in this new patch, guys? Because I feel like this is like.
Tomorrow's stream will be much longer with loads of cool variety stuff as well, yeah.
Not much has really changed.
Stale.
And Rumble first pick, I mean, that champion is a powerhouse. Do you think a Galio counter pick could be coming here or something like that? Or
I
just
think maybe it's a bit too early for the Galio. I think it's usually picked on 3 if you want to see a bit more champions. And for Galio, you kind of want to have either a champion that you know you can ult on as follow-up for your ult, or that they have a champion that you can protect your team from, like Vi, for example.
Yeah, this weekend of League, there's not that many bangers.
Lowers the Galio value, and it's going to be the Varus pick here.
Next weekend's good though.
Top match, support match.
Aurora.
Has been seen top so far.
Aurora Varus, matching Aurora into Rumble.
Split for him as well. He's been very much the Cassante, Gwen.
Oh wait, test versus BLG is tomorrow, I think.
But syncing up with KC, we obviously want to see an AD carry match here. Maybe
yeah, it is at 10 AM.
Mickey, thoughts?
Yeah, just something that has a good setup for.
What do you got for me here? Pick mid. Are you gonna do your Akali or are you actually gonna pick like Azir Talia? What are you gonna do?
They already been poppy for it, so.
I feel like LCK here would just slam Talia Xin Zhao, not even kidding. Yeah. Now slam Xin Zhao. Come on, K-Corp.
Do you think Ezreal
is
here
Varus
is a
gonna
good
go top?
pickup,
No.
or
Talia Xin Zhao, bro, they've been watching LCK. Every LCK team is slamming these 3 champions.
Now, then you kind of have to go for maybe the Jhin or.
That could be, by the way, let's not forget that's probably Varus top. Against Rumble, that has been the matchup.
Could be,
and when I say probably, I mean because we don't see
Did
many
you just
Galio
spill
tops
water on
in
his
the
face?
OEC.
Yeah.
And
What?
recently, people have been cooking with this Varus top, and Lot strikes me as that person that might be cooking in the matchup since he plays Rumble himself. But for now, Skarner gets locked in, so that Aurora, that could also be mid. As a
I mean, if you
question
put the
mark.
L
He's throwing
here
in
and then
the air
put
a
it
little bit for
backwards,
GX
it is
here in
LCK.
next bats.
I mean, it is possible, but at the same time, when you lock in the Aurora
Facts.
that early, I feel like you're kind of saying it's going to be top. Yeah, because it is just a good matchup into the Rumble, and it's been like a pick that
Alistar Ben,
he
nice.
has favored. Even with some going like the crazy. Do you know the Adam Shirelius?
They're looking for
Do
Rel.
you think that's good?
Rel Ben, nice.
It's funny. There's a crazy water spillage.
Hey! Wait! Show the replay! Show the replay, what the fuck?
Have you ever gone like 40,000 feet in the air and you bring a water bottle with you and you fill it up in the
That shit
airport,
just
you open it
fucking
mid-air?
exploded.
That's what happened.
Jackie's Bryce, look at his chair. Everyone's drafting, he's just sitting there getting fucking... Someone help him, his mic is soaked, everything's cooked.
Why Giants didn't just ban 2 AD carries here. They should try to pinch out the...
Someone help him.
AD carry pool.
Alistar ban is strange. Normally you'd last pick support here, no? For the side of Giants.
Bro, I swear this happened to him before as well, because he was already cleaning his face and his desk before the production showed that.
Away as well, but also they should still ban the Alistar last, because they banned Alistar first, so they could just respond with the Rel ban. But MF they should ban no matter what, so they should ban it first. But anyway, yeah, I guess we'll see what they have cooking here.
So what does that leave us? Something like the Nico support for someone like Jun?
Way mid.
Way might actually just confirm where
Way mid into Talia. Alright, it's Ezreal time. Not Raven time.
What they could come up with. I would assume that... Actually, wait, KC banned Rel and Nautilus themselves. I would assume they want these picks on their team, but I guess not. Maybe there's one to Leona or Rakan.
Yeah, looks like Ezreal Rakan, very safe.
Ezreal Rakan.
Standard lane. I don't think you really want to... Like, you could go for like a range support here on GX to try to counter this lane, but...
But they do have like 2 AP champs already.
Yeah. Nico's good, yeah.
Not sure about the Bard either. I guess they do have 3 immobile champions, so it could work for sure.
Varus, Way, Bard. Long range setup, right?
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of poke, and a decent bit of like follow-up, but not the greatest engage, right? Skarner
Chat, I'm going to add you. If anyone adds, you can just tell on Twitch Prime. You have to have channel when we want to back for the game. That's big.
Very reliable.
I'll see you in a sec.
The Nico's for sure better for lane, but I would say for the game, Bart might have been the better pick. But yeah, we'll see. Yoon has been pretty good on Nico so far.
He's gotten a lot of good ultis for sure. But which draft do you favor overall? I think I'm definitely leaning towards KC. Looks a little bit easier to execute since I can just jump on in.
Bro, look how tilted he looks. He looks so tilted.
A lot of magic damage.
Yeah. I mean, I think if they went for the Bard, I would favor GX. But yeah, I think they're a bit AP heavy. But then again, I think Talia might have a bit of a hard game. It's not really great into any of their champions, I feel. Except maybe Aurora. And I think Rumble doesn't have the greatest setup. So that's why maybe I would prefer Giants draft still.
Okay.
But I feel like that's quite even, honestly.
Okay, well, I like that going into the first game. Of course, between GX and
Bro, it's so like, it's so stupid to watch, but I don't know why it's funny.
If you stay a little bit longer, Mickey, that's okay. I think someone will come and
Chat, I have a question about science and quickly. For the water to do that, does that have to be sparkling water or no? Or is that a really stupid question? Like, why is water doing that? I've never seen that. Neme my goat, XTD. Neme shout out.
Might be in the chat as well, after he said it especially.
But you know about the Nikos, we get in the game. I was just looking up because I'm like, yo, have you played it, Mickey? And I'm like, no, only Lebrov and Jun. What do you think about the Nico support these days? Because it feels like a replacement for when there's no Nort, no Leona, no heavy engage, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a very strong pick when you need some engage, and it also wins lane very often. I think you just need to be careful that they don't have too much engage. Like something like a Nautilus can like really like murder you in lane. So yeah, you have to be a bit careful of that, but I think overall it's a pretty good champion. If you didn't know, I'm actually undefeated on the champion. 3-0 in my career.
What's the sample size though?
3-0.
Okay, not too bad.
Alright, come on Giant X, please put up a fight. I don't want to watch two mega stomps today.
Pull it up at some point. I think my Nico is kind of crazy right now. So I have my own Nico trick that I'll let you see for yourself when I pick it.
Spam the airplane, or what do you do?
I don't know what I do. I guess we'll find out.
You can't spam the airplane anymore, no? Didn't they?
You can't? No, they
I mean, you can put it there and let it spin, but you can't move it. Okay, June is almost copying my runes. It's close enough.
Okay. You approve? What do you mean close enough?
I mean, he went Nimbus Cloak. I don't really go for Nimbus Cloak, and he didn't go Relentless.
Sudden Impact?
Sudden Impact is because when you use W, you're stealth, so then your next spell does the true damage. So, you know, I checked some Lolithic stats and I saw that was up there. So, but I go
Mickey's a
Relentless
smart guy.
Relentless also makes it easier for your W, because your W goes faster the more movements you have, right? So with Relentless, you can basically scout almost the whole jungle by yourself, so that's nice. Already a good start to their lane here as well.
I mean, this monitor is like a replay.
Yeah.
So this is the real.
Yeah, I'm logging there.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, you got three different.
Yeah, so I just didn't want to throw you off.
If you want, you can draw. You can do anything. Okay.
No mods to start the gambit, bro. What are these mods doing? Mods lock in. Is it Mickey X on cast? It is Mickey X on cast. I'm gonna listen to him for a little bit.
Look, I think it'd make it better, to be quite honest. So we're obviously gonna have a bit of a focus on the bot lane matchup for those at home as well, especially when you have, you know, two legends side by side. We talked about what? You know, like
I feel like. I mean, thank you.
One wash player and a legend. Is that better?
Okay, sure, yeah, sure.
The legend check. But so an interesting thing about this lane with Nico versus Rakan is that you can always turn into a minion when he throws the Q, so he doesn't get the healing off.
Yeah.
So you just want to always go.
Oh, that's smart.
Q, and then when he tries to Q you back, you just turn into a minion. So Nico should always try to go get a minion and.
Ooh, Kalis with a nice little.
I like that, Mickey.
Dodging the Varus E.
Yeah, as you can see, he's a bit of an amateur Nico player, because he didn't have the minion ready there.
Yeah.
And he also took W level 2. Not sure about that one. I'm not a big fan.
Okay, fair enough.
I think E second is like way better, but maybe other people are not confident at landing it. You know.
It's what happens.
Mickey giving some good Nico tips.
Exactly. But yeah, he's using his auto attacks quite well.
Darkness flashes in, gets double flash.
Wow.
I guess Zen was trying to.
That was triple summoner off 1 W from Darkness.
Insta double flash. Well, now the lane's lost. Isn't now the lane just cooked?
The volatility, right, of this lane, where all it takes is 1 level 3 triple camp from the enemy jungler, and you lose all
like the lane is just cooked now.
So far back,
this counter pick support is just gone from one jungle right
click. In theory,
click.
they should only be using their heal to dodge W. Like Rakan should never get like just a raw W on them. I feel like they should just insta match the heal when he heals and run away.
Yeah.
But you know, it happens. I mean, Zen did like some creative pathing. Hopefully he falls behind now.
Yeah.
They should not go unpunished.
Bot is so fucking fried now, I think, for GX. Obviously they didn't die, right? But
yeah.
So what are we hoping to see now? Maybe since Sao finishes full clear, resets into bot and looks for maybe a repeat, something like that?
Yeah, and I think for Giants, they just kind of need to get out of this lane, probably try to swap around maybe a little bit.
It's crazy. Their whole game plan, I feel like, for GX is like 2 winning side lanes, but one's lost now.
Now we're getting like 3-minute, 54-minute swaps.
Yeah.
Do you have any insight onto why, like, now we're obviously with lane swaps down? I know you can't swap till 3 minutes 30 because of the lane swap timer.
I mean, usually it just depends on.
Why does Velia write noted? Velia, your pathing would be this.
Because if one top laner TP stop, and then
I'm invading.
top laner TP spots, and they can also stop enemies AD carry recall, then they are most likely gonna lose a wave or even 2.
True.
Depending how they respond and how long. They
Enemy
can lane.
sup his
And
first
usually
move.
AD carry doesn't want
Okay,
lane,
I'll
top
back
laner,
off.
especially before he gets a base.
First blood.
Yeah. So yeah, usually that's why people do it. But yeah, it's not good every game for sure.
I feel like with Varus, it's super easy to do that right now. You know, the insight is that like there's so much push. Varus, obviously the best AD carry in pro meta right now because he has push, he has multiple builds. Jack, you're talking about this behind stage as well, how versatile the champion is right now.
It's just so annoying, you know? I'm sorry.
Nice blocks. Oh, he actually got it.
He's in every game, he wins
He got the minion.
And he just auto-takes you down.
Is more on the support matchup.
Yeah, that's true.
Should push the Varus, but yeah, in general, Varus is pretty strong. Except against Sivir Alistar. That one you kind of lose. Especially level 1. This is a scary one.
Yeah, Alistar known for his crazy level 1.
Yeah. Crazy. Especially with Renata. You just lose those.
They got push for now. I'm just watching Jack. He's just dropping a ward in River. Junglers aren't doing too much. Top lane was a bit of a lead before, but this because Kana had his wave
Bot
pushed
is in
in.
such a nice
I
state.
think Giant needs to Lucana swap now. Like their wave is completely.
Yeah. Definitely this looks like a ideal swap timer for them. Wave is frozen, Yike is here, no sums. Ooh, Targamas.
Holy moly, they need to swap out of this lane now.
Yeah. That feels really bad here for Noah.
The irony is Skarner to come right now because he's actually bot side, so he can actually come help push out, but it doesn't look like they are communicating very efficiently with what they want to do. So I guess he's going to move top.
Yeah.
Skarner is bot side now.
I mean, this is a thing I have, maybe Noah has the same, where you feel like if you messed up and you ruin your own
they're
game,
just gonna swap and
you're
match
much
top.
less likely to
Goodbye,
call for
KC,
resources
actually.
than if you're like winning, you know?
Yeah, that's fair enough, yeah.
And I could see Noah being like, no, I messed up, you know, I'll just, the wave is like this, we go swap. You know?
Like Glad left.
Yeah.
Not pays the price now.
There's a double TP.
It's actually crazy. You can just swap your bot lane top and make your top laner get punished for you getting frozen on. Absolute criminal game.
What happens when double flashes burn and Yike adds a bit of pressure into the lane.
Yeah, and you had some crazy Kalist stats, because I felt like Kalist and Targamas so far haven't had the craziest good laning phases.
You want some stats, don't you?
But according to the stats, Kalist is like #1.
Because Mickey, you came in, and you know, we've been saying this in the
CS
podcast
per minute,
as well, that for
10.3.
bottom lane, it hasn't been as, I guess, pristine as like Kalist's entrance last split, even towards playoffs. So I was surprised when I looked up this as well, when I was like, wait a minute, this dude's still leading as Targamas punishing the no flash.
Oh, that damage is actually nuts. And they lose 3v3 now. And Talia's here. Man, I feel like this game is completely even in gold, but I feel like in the next minute it could explode for Giant X and be instantly lost.
Connects on the side, running away is Isma, but for now, for KC, they got pressure in top, and that just feels like free grubs.
They're losing grubs, top is losing, Varus had no flash, Nico had no flash. I'm surprised they didn't send it harder with Talia.
Gets chunked out and has to recall again. And he's just falling further and further behind while KC get everything they want on the map.
Look at the levels as well. It's a bit of a disaster here. On the AD carries, he's almost 1 level down.
Yeah. And the thing with both these matchups is like so volatile, right? Because whoever's stronger.
And they're pairing Varus Nico. They're playing Varus Nico. They're down a level almost on AD.
You have to go back to base.
Nico got a lot of the XP, right? Because Varus had the base.
Like,
he's down in CS. He's got no potions. He's stuck on a tower. The enemy team swapped, matched into their swap, and got grubs. This is all from Xin Zhao ganking bot level 3.
With all that's going on top, just gets free grubs. Plus Kana has push in bot.
Kidding.
Because I think Lot got poked out by a couple of Electro Harpoons as well. So played bot, wave denied bot, and Mickey, that is bad news bears with almost 1k gold lead.
I think he's out. He has sword shoes.
Doesn't look like there's much to happen in the area.
I wanted to ask you, Mickey, about Giant X, because I was speaking to Gyota, and he said they were doing pretty well in scrims. But their results, that was before they played against SK and lost.
Yeah.
And you experienced the wrath of SK as well.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just the GOATs, but what do you think, like, the problems that Giant X are facing, and why are they so much worse in officials than in scrims?
I mean, I'm not sure if they're like that much worse in official than scrims. I think it just depends who they scrim. But I don't think we played them in a while. So yeah, I don't know what's really going wrong with them. I think individually, no one's really performing exceptionally well, and as a team they seem a little bit lost. I think Yeah, just that one
Take
really
notes.
pulling the weight in their team. I think the last RE game Jack was playing, he was
Take
kind of
notes.
trying to do some stuff, made some stuff happen, but ultimately I think they just make a lot of bad decisions as a team, and that's kind of what usually loses them the games. And here as well, they already made like a lot of crucial mistakes.
Yeah.
No one's pulling the weight.
I guess it's a bit individual as
Chat,
well.
keep me updated on the qualifying.
Do you think the loss of Closer was like big for this team? Losing that voice and
Yes.
what he brought?
So,
Because the team looks really different without him.
For sure, yeah.
But I don't know if it's just
Losing
like
Closer was such a massive hit for
descaled
GX.
anyways.
Yeah,
Like they looked better at the beginning.
Downward
Do you have
spiral.
other thoughts on it, Mickey? Because you said you guessed, so like, is there another piece? I'm not asking you to leak the world, but do you feel like there's something else that really stands out for you for Giant X?
Nah.
Okay. That's all
I
right.
mean, maybe that's the problem, right? But there's nothing that really stands out.
Because bro, with this bot
Drake
lane,
for Grubs, Casey.
I mean,
Actually, they
it's a
get Drake
pretty-
and
it's a
Grubs,
pretty
sorry.
insane bot lane, no?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Is
I mean,
Kana dead?
I think usually it happens that they descale. The longer the year goes, the worse they are, I would say. So I think at the
I
start
love
they
this
were
play
quite
from
good,
KC.
but now I'm
They
not sure.
swap
I
back,
think
they get
that's
bot
very
push,
low
that's real.
confidence. Yeah,
Rakan
that would
hovers,
be a
I think.
Big reason why.
Bases.
But yeah, just it seems
Runs
like
top
they're
to
not on
cover the
same page with
rumble while
junglers as
Sinzao
well.
does Drake and Tanya
So it was
hovers
more
ult.
like communicative or something.
So now,
Okay.
Casey get Drake,
So yeah, maybe it
and
was
they're
a
in time
comms
to
in the
defend
end.
top.
I'm just going to walk everyone through this GX play. They're getting deep in jungle, but KC are right here with a seismic shove waiting. Not going to hit onto Isma. Ginex escalating this bit though. That's Jackie's walking in with his ulti up and available, trying to find an angle himself. Good zone control with the Eye of Sauron.
Ooh, Yike may be dead.
Bloody gets out.
Big
One
pick by
blossom for
GX.
one, but that's okay. It's a good
Good
enough
force,
order.
good force.
Mickey claps his hands, first blood. And in my ear, Mickey, I've been told apparently I have to get ready to let you go. I don't know whose decision that was. What do you think the rest of this game? Like, what do you kind of feel like? Do you feel like this early game holes too big for GX? You feel like that kill ramps it up a bit? Like,
Big
give me a
kill
bit of insight on what
for
you think.
Varus, evens up
I
the
mean,
bot
I think
deficit.
there's still hope comp-wise.
Yep.
I think Skarner can always make a game-winning ultimate to turn the game, and Nico as well. So there's for sure hope there. They're at least like ahead in gold right now. So let's see. I think let's say Giant X.
Did they overplay topside after Rumble was safe on the way? How did they die?
Do you want a lolly? Do you want a sour gummy?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Mickey likes sour gummies. Big. Put your hands together. Thank you, Mickey, for coming on. We really appreciate it. That good?
I was just polite.
What, you didn't really want
They're
it?
fine.
Oh, bro, you didn't have to take it. It's all right.
Appreciate it.
Next time, we're going to get Mickey ice cream instead. Mickey, come on.
Good idea.
That down? What flavor?
Vanilla.
Vanilla?
Vanilla. I would get him a Kit Kat.
You seem like a white chocolate pistachio with like Bailey's cream on the side.
We need to do like a quiz of every pro player's favorite ice cream.
Okay. All right, we'll get you vanilla ice cream. Cheers, thank you again, Mickey. We appreciate you. I'm
Alright.
sorry. We'll find out who's trying to kick you off, all right?
Vanilla is disgusting.
Name and shame them.
Okay. all right.
Thank you very much.
And thank you
Chat,
again.
trust me with this take here.
Mickey came on after
The
series,
best ice cream
sacrificed
flavor
dinner time that upset
is
Tessa was
hazelnut.
planned for.
Facts.
He's clipped in.
Yeah.
He's trying to get off the broadcast right now. Jack, you might have to help him. He can't get the microphone off.
Nice.
That's our plan.
Don't bash it
thank
till
you
you try it.
Good insight. And
It's
again,
crazy
we have,
good.
Let me repeat, 2 bot lane legends. Okay.
It's
Setting this
crazy
game
good,
up.
chat.
It is nice
That
to get
food
that
is
insight.
mega
Thank
hot.
you to observers for really focusing in on Noah and Jun. We talked a little bit about it already. The fact that Noah, you know, in this lane, the early blower flash, the level difference. And also Mickey X was talking about too.
Skarner from behind.
Even though Callista's down in gold, it still feels like it's a good lane state. It's all in. Pop Blossom. Jun, nice engage. They're going to catch one out. The Impale doesn't connect on Calista, so he's okay. Targetman.
Oh my god,
Battle
Isma
Dance
almost
was
fucked
close to
that whole
getting
play up.
away, but Calista manages to survive it. Another kill over to GX.
Yeah, it's a great recover by Giant X. I thought Noah and Jun were so far behind, but
Keep it up though,
due to
GX.
just
I like
great
it.
team play, they're able to recover here, and it looks like they might even be able to pick up 3 grubs as well. Targamas goes down. They're able to get 2 subs from the KC bot lane.
Kinda getting some good picks here.
Noah with the gold lead.
It is indeed, and I feel like when you're looking for a carry on this team, but GX is a nice person to step up. Yike wants the entrails of what's left of the grubs, as Casey already picked up 3. 4 would be Supreme, but fleeing for now, that's because the stun, or rather fear lands from Jackie's. Yike's poked out, but only a clone as KC, trying to get their ball to the party.
3 grubs to GX, and the pick. Bot lane saved.
You know,
All these early game problems have gone away. Big pace.
Yeah, this is
Crazy they got these plays
a
now.
wonderful first time.
They just snuck a play top, and then they
Made it
forced
even more
earlier,
special.
Yeah,
and now they get the
3
grubs
of us
match,
together.
and they're ahead in bot.
Who knew that 3 was such a magical number?
The game is saved.
And I've been trying to think of a catchphrase, you know, Jack and Jake.
I think Jake and Jack is better.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think
Jake and
so.
Jack?
Yeah.
The 2-man stack. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we'll sit with that. Because otherwise, man, it was Jack and Jake, and we're holding a snake.
The
but
best ice cream flavor
doesn't
is
make that much
pine
sense.
nut.
And with no context, it's
Not
very
spinning.
dangerous on a broadcast.
Yeah.
Now, we said KC not doing too well in the early game, but this is not an irregular occurrence, is it? I know before Dracos, unfortunately, a little bit sick, was coming on with you.
Yeah.
Today you really wanted to hammer down what KC's early game looks like and where they go from there.
I feel like for me, it's just been, after first stand, they've been trying new things.
Yep.
And it hasn't been working the best. They do have this kind of tried and tested formula of putting Yike on a tank jungler.
Nice tally ult. Did they get his flash though?
Jackie seismic shell flashed away from. He's okay. He's just going to walk it out.
But I just feel like the individual lanes of KC have not been looking as well as they did when we got
Also, quick thing. I thought this top matchup was really hard for Rumble.
Not a sprint, I guess. Yeah.
Oh.
I feel like Kana's been going even, winning trades.
Corruption, but this time there might be more commitment. Yike's poked out, great ulti, saves him from the severing bolt of Jackie's.
So it looks like it's going to be the Drake going over for the side of GX. And it is only the Chem Tech, but probably we're going to have quite an impactful
Maybe it's
soul
just
then, as
Kana
the Chem Tech's now being taken
Rumble
out.
diff.
Okay.
So I'm always happy if I'm the team that's
Casey
taking
look a
Drake
little
to
bit
see that Chem Tech
disconnected.
is the second or the first dragon.
I feel like
Can't
Yike
be
has
the
just
Hextech
been
Soul,
making
which
a
would
lot
be
of
another big one.
mistakes.
Because you also value the individual stats as well, right? So you're like,
Maybe it's
cool,
not
this
his
is
fault.
nice, you know, like, we get the Chem Tech.
Maybe it's their jungle support comms.
It's kind of whatever.
They've been
Especially
walking up a
for,
lot
like,
at different
if you
times,
look
getting
these two
chunked at
team
different
comps,
times.
Very little CC.
Retaking at different times.
Shield power, big. I love it when my Hui uses his WE or whatever.
Please wait, now you play
Like on the previous drop contest, he goes in early, gets chunked. On the
It's
Drake
gonna be
contest,
the
he goes in early,
Cloud
gets
Soul.
chunked.
I think that's really, really big
On the
for
top
both
play, he
teams,
gets
so
caught.
they can easily kite each other out. And for me, the key player of this game is
The
kind
way
of
they're
Jackie's.
approaching
I
these
think he
retakes and fights,
has
I
been
just...
consistently getting this mid prio and able to
Good
set
range.
up the 2 kills that GX has gotten and kind of getting them back into the game when it looked so dire.
I like to see
Do your
players
ult
pulling
and I
up
give
play
200
again.
subs.
In the LEC, it was always a response to
who?
control mages mid, but
For
small
who?
buffs, small damage increases as well. It was like a quality of life change for Wei that makes
I think Wei is so cool. He's like the Aphelios of mages.
He is, isn't
Yeah.
he? We need one for top lane next.
True. That would be so broken, I feel like.
I'm trying to think, but in a nutshell, I guess it's Ambessa, isn't it? Because you always spin, there's always something to weave in.
But she's like Callista of top lane.
Yeah, she is.
And she doesn't have different like weapons or spells or... Imagine the top laner that has like 4 different weapons.
Nice, Kana's
like
here.
A sword, a spear, a dagger.
Free objective.
That would be insane.
Yeah. Oh, that would be good.
Can you believe Kana's losing a full wave in bot right now?
As we speak, as Herald gets
But he's
taken
half
off
a level up.
A lot is just committing his time to the side lane, but at 16.5 minutes, Herald here for KC feels like a pretty done deal. GX contesting this. Pretty much a no-show, just poking his
Now
head in
TV bot. Wow, Kana, what a homie. Gave a bot wave for a Herald's work.
Yeah, Lot is not even going to be able to pick up this bot tower here as Kana TPs to defend it. Bit of a lackluster cross map for the side of Giant X. Just didn't feel like they were strong enough, and Lot didn't
I
want
guess
to invest
GX isn't
the TP
confident to fight yet.
actually try to contest it. Now we'll see if Casey can use this Herald to
GX have a lot of good
presumably
range
break open
champs
this
to poke
mid tower,
people
as
out.
it's so important with this
Like Hui plus Varus is
full poke
fantastic.
ADCs that really want to contest this mid trial, but oh, Isma flashing in.
And it's a great engage. The Impale as well, but it means
Yike
the
walks up
Blossom
and gets
doesn't do
caught
too
again,
much.
gets
Yike's
chunked
bot
into
timing
slash.
flash over the wall as Lot has also teleported in. It leaves open bot, so they
What the
need
fuck is
something
Lot
here.
doing?
Targos with the ulti. Seismic shove over
What
the wall.
the
Drop
fuck
around.
did that Aurora just do?
Tagged by Kalist, Mystic shot. Giant X used so much for that, Jack.
Well, they
And
just
they're gonna
lost
lose
bot
Paul
tower
on
for
top
that.
of the kill.
Yeah, it's Lot wanting to go for way too much as he TPs in.
Ooh, that was bad.
Yike plays it wonderfully. He's able to flash out and survive.
I
but
think
Lot
he thought
feels that he's
he could
already
flash
mastered
ult
the
and kill the
TP. It's a
Xin Zhao.
sunk cost fallacy, right? He wants to keep going for more, but that's what ends up killing him. And it's Kana picking up a bot tower for
now Rumble's
free
up 700
on
gold.
this TP. And this gold lead for Giant X evaporated,
Yep.
just like that.
Just like that. It feels like a 2K gold play. 1,000 for KC now. And remember, they haven't sunken that Herald into the game. There's a mid tower that's freestanding gold as well.
Man, Giant
so for
X.
KC,
Oi, oi, oi.
it does feel like, again, we're getting past that mid-game drop. You know, you're talking about how KC...
I kind of want to know why they didn't fight the
experimenting
Herald.
in this game is maybe a far-reach comp, but-
Is it because Hui had no flash
This
or
is a
what?
pretty tried and tested KC comp.
Yeah, I think...
Aurora was in a good state to
feels
TP
like
up the
a
wave.
pretty normal comp. But for KC, at least getting past the early game is big news here. With
Why
a
does
minute 40
LEC
to
not do
Dragon,
replays?
minute 45 to Artican
They
as
do,
well.
but not often.
Bigger objectives are
They
coming
only
up.
do
That
it for, like,
means
big
we
fights,
should
I
have a
think.
fight, question mark. You and I were talking backstage
Yeah.
about like how it seems very... what's the word?
Telegraphed?
Yeah,
and I think also just
days.
slowed down a lot. With the Nash being spawned at 25 minutes, it means that it's just really rare that you see games being decided at the 20-minute mark these days. And if they are, it's like a slow strangling process.
Comes out of lanes and like
Got any
abusive
blinkers?
there, though, the lanes as KC getting collapsed on, or rather it's Noah who is flash over the wall. He gets out in a good tag as Kana sends the ulti as well. That means no Noah in the fight. It's true shot barrage.
Oh, he's dead. No, he's
Close and barrier comes out anyway. Noah now without a summon spell.
And it is going to be
No
Lot
sums
being
on
able to
Varus.
push in this bot side here. Crashing waves denying a lot of KC, but they might be able to break this mid tower with the Herald. It's a great play from Kana. Just moving.
Yep.
Noah doesn't expect it. Able to get his flash.
It's weird, isn't it?
They
Kana's
don't
800
break the
gold
mid
up
tower
after
fully,
bot tier
but,
1
you know,
from Aurora's play.
300 HP, 400 HP on that.
And then he decides to
Gonna be able
group
to get that eventually.
Yeah, seems easy.
for what feels like nothing. And he's lost his lead
It
now.
feels weird that, again, you know, we had
Aurora
such,
gets 3
like,
waves in the tower.
I guess such a clean
Right?
start to the early game, and then GX just found these picks. And it's all been dropped by one overstep. You know, one
Right?
overstay, that push for that topside play around this area here. I realized I can draw right there if you weren't watching on the screen before. And then again, we feel like we're going to decide this around.
Lord's lock in.
Maybe Artican, maybe towards 4th Drake.
And that's the hard part when you're playing against a top team like KC, right? Usually all it takes is one mistake, and this one might have made one.
Like this.
Just now.
Impale doesn't connect. And there's the engage from Yike.
Another
What I was
jungler
trying
caught.
to say is that one mistake and it blows over. Jack helps
Vladdy
me
is
with
just
that.
hitting their
KC
bot
helps
tier
with
2.
it.
That's it. He's just been right-clicking it for like the last 30
Do they
seconds.
want to go for the Drake or do they want to go for the Artican? It looks like they're deciding to go for the Drake. Maybe even tier 2 bot, but I would say that's going to be a little bit too much. But you can see now that they're just continuing to build up the gold lead. They were in a, what, 1.5 deficit, and now going to have a 1k gold lead soon. And once they break this mid tower as well, they should be able to break the top tower and kind of just start attempting to strangle Isma out of his own jungle. And that's usually where the game kind of breaks apart for the losing side.
I like the odds for KC as Dragon gets picked up. And especially when Yike is on something like the Xin Zhao, which I think right now is like, people are starting to work out as one of the strongest junglers on the patch, right? With how many good skirmishing mids we have, with Silas's,
I think this is a very good, like,
with things like Hwei in the midst as well.
not discussion, what's
There's
the
so
word?
many good pairings right now with heavy skirmish junglers, right?
Yeah.
How do I put this into
I
words?
do think though, for the side of GX, it's like they do still have a really good
So-
win con, as Mickey was talking about.
Let's imagine you have a small bot lead.
With Isma or
What
Jhin
happens
starting
is,
into the Varus ulti, into the
and you have a small jungle lead, you stack on those leads very slowly to get more and more small leads, whether it's CS leads, XP leads, objectives. And the more you wait, the more they stack up, and when they stack up, you've already waited too long. Right? But what tends to happen in some EU games, right? And I say EU relative to like top teams versus bottom tier teams, right? Or mid tier teams versus mid tier teams. Is that slow build begins, but something big happens where the enemy team makes a massive mistake. So boom, you're already here. It takes you 1 minute to get from here to here. Than it does to get from here to here, when it should take 4 to 5 minutes of controlled, disciplined gameplay. And so games explode faster, and these bad habits from the other teams make it so you get these leads easier. When you play against a much better team, these plays don't happen. So you have to go up the ladder again. And slowly snowballing that smaller ladder is when you play against the Humble Lives and the T1s and the Gen Gs of the world or whatever it is, or the BLGs. That ladder builds even slower and it's even harder, and you're punished even more for not making mistakes. So if you can practice that ladder building more and more and more and more and more and more, you become a very good team. But if your ladder building only starts for like a minute or two, and then boom, a team gives you a free lead, then you get bad habits. And when you get those bad habits, and you're winning, but you haven't practiced building ladders against better and better teams, you play against those better teams, and then they beat you. And that representation is like, if you bootcamp in Korea for 6 months against top tier teams, you'll learn that ladder building discipline. But if you scrim in EU and the European teams, whatever, like they're struggling or they're bad or they make mistakes individually, and those mistakes blow you through the game. Those mistakes blow you through the game, and so when you get to the internationals, you might not be as good as you want to be. And you see that in the Fnatic series, right? You see that in the Fnatic series. Rogue ints in a grub fight when they have a better scaling comp, boom, game's over.
Doesn't care. And again, but he might have got out. Hurts him because Jun pop awesome. It's beautiful. Tangle Barb into the quickness. He's going to sacrifice his life, but has he done enough work? Targamas getting out with an inch of his life as Lot looks for the follow-up kill, but Kalist is now zone controlling his Yike and Isma battling it out while the Weaver's Wall comes in, and Vladdy's going to make sure that Isma has to flash. GX get out. They lose their support. Targamas also dies in the end for a 1-for-1.
Somehow this ended up being a 1-for-1. It's a great pick from Isma onto Kalist, but somehow he's able to just flash E out, cleanse everything, and actually escape. We'll see the replay here. I love this look from Isma. He dodges the Astral Q.
The reason I
give Kalist the safety.
I see why GX is doing this
sure,
is because they're dropping top waves and Talia's pushing top. So if Wei drops in groups first, you can force. But Talia fogged already like 5 seconds into the play. So it's not like she's that far. Plus she has a global.
And he has to flash out.
So at least they're trying things, that's good.
A win for KC? I mean, there's some check here. 4 flashes used for side of GX and 3 flashes used for KC. It's a slight win for side of KC.
Okay.
But very slight, you know?
You are right in slight. I mean, still only 1k gold lead. This game hasn't really gone anywhere, and again, I was setting up like, yeah, maybe in the next objectives, but as we said before, games do tend to trough through the same kind of mud every time we're in them. I still want to ask you a little bit about Team Geo, because I think you're right. Lot had low expectations, right? I remember watching him on that team with Bukata when he was a top lane Gnar player as Vladdy. Gonna face check. Jackie though piles it back. Look, they're spiraling despair.
What the
Vladdy
fuck is that damage?
Severing Bolt. He might be dead. And indeed, he does get hit. The passive comes out. The burn is ticking and ticking and ticking, but Vladdy thinks, okay, I'm
He's actually dead.
until you're right. Lock inside me, jump back. Flash away, Severing Bolt. Ulti from Yike. They're trying everything.
Oh my god.
to save
That
the
Wei
creep
damage was
god.
crazy high.
But eventually, all gone.
Wow.
Must fall.
And they threw the whole kitchen sink at him. They're able to bring down Vladdy and Casey. They don't have any sort of cross map. Kanna actually moved up all the way here, looking for some sort of cheese. Maybe they'll be able to break this mid tower with that pressure. And I mean,
this game is really winnable for GX.
Yeah, he just protobelts to what? Super easy. But yeah, again, we stay at 1k. It's a nice pick, and Vladdy burning his flash. Let's see how worth it is in the long run, as we're going to have a dragon fight here, but Jackie's has no ulti. Jack, I'm looking across
They
the board.
just have to poke.
Yeah. And
any poke that lands is 1% closer to winning the fight.
But KC are very split here. Targamas is still coming out of the jungle.
Well, Kana's angle, though, that's what I'm going to look at first. With Equalizer up and available, he might not be 16, but he's definitely going to fry some members of GX.
They have no idea he's here.
Well, this is trying to poke out. Yike as well, doing his zone control. Kana
Oh, Kana. That's a no-flash Varus.
Not as big as I thought, but it is one.
Nice peel ult by Jun, actually.
Version. Tangle Barbs as
that was a really good ult.
Might be dying. Into the thick of it goes Lot as well with a great ulti himself as Vladdy gets poked out. Noah steps up to
Korean
get
Rumble.
the range, but he's punished for it. Kana fries them all.
I think GX can still play this, maybe.
Re-engage happens and Yike will be pulled in, but in the ulti, he again.
Nope, they can't.
So much time.
Can they?
Tangle Barbs
Oh, they can't.
KC, they're just taking so long to die. Giant X.
Korean Rumble rocks up.
Fight, but KC
Murders everyone.
It's the roundup that hurts the most. It's always worse when there's a remake in the second fight.
Oh my god, and it's so close for Giant X. It's a heartbreak. They just barely don't have enough damage, and it's the flash being down from Noah that ends up being the death of them. He's not able to get out from this crazy kind of flank.
Where did
It
Aurora
looked
go?
So good in the beginning. GX are able to avoid the Rumble ulti. They're able to one-shot Targamas. Lot gets a great 3-man ultimate. It looks fantastic. But Vladdy gets a 2-man shuffle onto Noah and Isma. Kana is coming from the flank, burning them down. And Yike, he's unkillable. He just doesn't die. He gets all the procs of the, the item.
Yeah, not Atma's Impaler, Sundered Sky.
Sundered Sky,
Yeah,
all the Sundered Sky procs. Heals up with the Triumph, with the Conquer.
He was given a lot of Sundered Sky procs.
Finishes up.
Someone I can relate to.
I don't know why I don't ult, actually.
Well, he should have ulted, I
He
suppose.
should have ulted. I think Jackie should have ulted.
I thought his ult was on cooldown from the Talia pick,
I
but
thought
maybe
it
it
was-
just came back up during the fight.
Yeah, maybe.
And he didn't realize. Oh.
Good poke. Jun actually poked out massively here. Support being low is huge as Lot. Electro Harpoon.
Holy fuck, this
has to
Rumble
get
is
the ulti
cooking
from
him
Lot.
on
He's
side
so
lane.
slow, he almost didn't make it to the side, and now with Pop Blossom up, Yike just ulti.
It's over, wrap it
and
up.
takes Jun down
Wrap it up.
midair. Jackie's, yeah, why didn't you ult? But again, he didn't have a chance to in this moment either.
It's a disaster for Giant X, and that looks like it's going to be the
That's a
match
free Baron.
going over to KC as
Noah here.
Noah do anything here?
With a good play on Kana, but
that's lethality Varus. I mean, it all relies on these skill shots. Kana can walk it
Oh.
out, no DPS.
Oi, oi, oi. I feel like GX made a couple of good plays here and there, but you lose that fight against over.
Yeah, it's a slow Nash.
14 fighting, I guess.
Giant
I feel like the initial part of the fight from Jun was
just
good,
can't
but
contest it. They have to drop it, and now
if they
is
knew
where
Rumble
you'll
was behind them,
really
they
see
probably
this
wouldn't have
gold
walked
lead
up.
start to snowball. They already have good damage on the tier 2 bot and top, but Kana here might actually be caught this time.
I think he kills Lot with him, though. That's the biggest question.
Ooh.
Flash away. Kana fancy beat until he's impaled in, and Lot will now get his revenge. Again, it's not enough damage, but Lot does get a shutdown here for what it's worth.
And Vladdy was able
Maybe
to pick
flashing
up the
too
tier
early.
top, and they get the Atakan. So it's not like KC are too sad about this death from Kana.
A bit
It does
greedy to
also
walk
have
up
the
to that
TP
wave,
to
though.
come back, and they have the GA
When your
Atakan
team's doing
plus
Baron
the Nash.
and
I
Atakan.
think this is a Nasher where you're looking to end the game.
Did we establish, I mean, I asked this like a patch ago, do you still get GA when you die? Is GA Atakan still given when you die?
Yeah.
Shit, I don't think they changed it. It used to, yeah. It's really weird that it does, because like
it's the
no
only
other
objective
buff
in the game. Yeah. Even if you get the global red buff, I'm pretty sure if you're dead, you don't get it.
Yeah. It's quite strange, but I do believe he should have it. We'll be able to see now.
Yeah,
real life
we can
experiment.
still that. Stupid Nico. I hate Nico
He does
so
have
much.
it.
The fact that just
Kana
stays
can
in
just
midair
TP
for so
mid
long.
and catch the wave and then hover
It
bot.
really is. And I'm
That would
sure
be the
you've
best
had your
outcome
feel
here, I
of it
think.
as, KC probably have in this game too. 29, 30 minutes approaching. Inatara's going to drop down, teleport coming
he
in.
should have TP'd on the
Finally
wave.
answers life's biggest mystery. Does GA stay when you die? Yes, it does.
Wow. Push.
Yeah, point
Now
man.
Talia should ult the tier 2 mid.
It has been a quite early start, Jack. But 9k gold lead, by the way. Just to quickly mention how KC are rolling over this game for now.
Yeah, I mean, now with this Nash plus Atakan, you really want to see some sort of dive here as Vladdy looks to ulti.
Beautiful.
Is able to
Nice,
deny
push
them
up
from
maybe.
accessing the tower. I think he would have wanted
Unless they
more.
want to full send a dive, but Kalist is a bit
Maybe
low.
getting a Noah flash, but isn't able to. And now they're going to be looking to play at 2 lanes here. But Kalist getting really chunked. He wants to try the lifesteal maybe on his Raptors, but I don't think he has any sort of lifesteal probably because he has Legend Haste. So
Kalist doesn't have any lifesteal, yeah.
Sustain back
Or-
up here. Playing a
Ooh,
bit
that's
with
a nice
fire
ult,
with
though.
this HP bar, but even then, just the yeah.
I guess just thinks, yeah, I got a
Like
GA,
someone
doesn't
should just
really
push
matter.
top.
Chain of Corruption does connect though, and Yike is a sitting duck. Good poke comes through from Noah again, trying to defend to keep this game going a little bit longer while KC use that time to get the other side of the map with the pop blossom.
Whatever happens here, it doesn't really matter for KC.
Down, but Kana kills John in the process.
Unless they randomly win the game. Vladdy got his W off before he died. Oh my god.
They feed them something different, I'm sure of it, as KC are
Vladdy has
running
TP
past
to end
this
as well.
turret.
What the fuck? They
Now
just
a
lost
dead
the game,
inhibitor.
GX.
4 members are still alive.
What?
The GX didn't even pop.
Hey, KC looks like they want to take
Wait,
the
they
game
actually just
here.
lost
They
the
do only
game.
have 1 minion that dies. They do have the mid wave.
Well, I guess the game was lost already,
20
but
seconds on the side of June. They have the bot wave
now
as
the
well.
game is definitely
I
lost.
think they're going to end the game.
I think they are indeed. With this Baron and 31-minute shenanigans filled early game with GX, you know, trying and finding some picks, but never really getting off the ground. Let's call a spade a spade. KC slaughtered
Bro,
them.
today's
From the moment
EDC
they
games
took
are
a
so
lead. That's what
one-sided.
makes them one of the best teams in the league. You can't drop a single second.
And it was a good attempt from Giant X. I think they had a better showing than some of their previous games, but they're up against KC, our first stand representatives, and KC showed why.
They did indeed. We'll go to a short break, but when we return, find out if GX have any fire to fight off KC in the series.
GX is absolute ass. I mean, they did some good things, but yeah, they're not great, right? Roll, Duhan, Hulkenberg, Ocon, and Borzetto out. God. Any links? Any links? Ooh, I found a good one. What if you fell into a black hole?
How much do you know about black holes?
Not a lot.
What would happen if you fell into one? Say one day you were exploring space, looking for a new planet for humans to inhabit, but came across a black hole and decided, why not check it out? Would you have any chance of survival? How would you get out?
I'd win. I think
Would there
I'd
be
win.
a shortcut to another universe?
I think I'd
This
win.
is What If, and here's what would happen if you fell into a black hole. Despite being black and a hole, a black hole is not a dark, empty space. In his theory of relativity, Einstein predicted how black holes are formed. When a massive star dies, it leaves a smaller, remnant core behind. if the core's mass is at least 3 times bigger than the mass.
God, I feel like he's already fucked the video up. I feel like he should say, what happens when you hit a black hole? Okay? You have no idea. Roll the credits.
Of our sun, gravity overwhelms all other forces and turns the core into a black hole. But don't let its name fool you. A black hole isn't a hole at all, but rather a huge amount of matter packed into a very small space.
A huge amount of matter.
Think of the sun, with its gravitational field 28 times stronger than Earth's. If you were to walk on the sun, you'd be 28 times heavier than you are on Earth.
Ooh.
Now, imagine squeezing 4 suns into something that's just 15 miles in diameter, the distance you can cover in a 30-minute drive.
Squeeze it.
What would the gravity be like there? A black hole's gravity is so strong that even light can't get out. That's why you'll never see one, but you can detect it from the gamma ray bursts that the hole emits. These bursts, discovered by Stephen Hawking, now carry his name, Hawking radiation. Stephen Hawking himself believed that black holes can be passages to another universe. So if you were to fall into one,
so I could go into a black hole, and in that black hole, I'm actually like winning LEC or what?
Would you find yourself in an alternate dimension? Every black hole has an event horizon, the point at which gravitational pull becomes so strong you can't escape from it.
The multiverse.
The point of no return.
Actually, I should get 5 multiverse Caedrels and put them all on the same team.
Stars are twisted around a perfect circle of darkness.
That's a free win.
As you start being pulled toward a black hole, you'd be moving faster and faster, accelerated by the force of gravity. That's the first bad news for you, brave space traveler. The gravitational force of a black hole is very, very strong. If you fell feet first, your legs would be feeling a stronger gravitational pull than your head. Your body would be stretched apart. The most common black holes are called stellar. They can stretch about 9 miles across and be as heavy as 20 suns. If you happen to be pulled towards a stellar black hole, you'd be completely torn apart before you even reach the event horizon.
I don't want to go into that one.
So make sure to choose a supermassive one.
Okay, I'll do that.
The one that's 1,000,000 times heavier than our sun. In this case, your body would remain unharmed as you cross the event horizon.
Wait,
as the gravity would be pulling both your feet and your head with almost the same strength. And if you're wondering where to find one, you don't have to look too far. There's one right at the center of our Milky Way galaxy. Luckily, it's 165 quadrillion miles away from us, and will suck in neither the sun nor the planets. But
so how do you get there?
Don't pack your suitcase just yet. Crossing the event horizon is just the beginning of the challenge. There's a gravitational singularity at the center of the black hole, where density becomes infinite. You'd be squashed into that center and become one with the black hole.
Does Uber go there?
You wouldn't be able to tell anyone about your experience. However, a person observing you from outside the event horizon would see a very different picture. As you were falling into a black hole, they'd see you slowing down, getting dimmer and redder. In the end, you'd just freeze, never crossing the event horizon. This is because space and time in a black hole swap their roles.
What?
At the event horizon, time comes to a standstill, while space, on the other hand, moves forward. You wouldn't be able to turn around and escape the black hole any more than you could travel back in time. Even when the black hole eventually died, emitting all the particles it had absorbed, including your body, it would be impossible to tell whether those particles were you. Stephen Hawking, however, found a way in which the information about your body wouldn't be lost. He theorized that there are alternative universes with different histories. This means, in one reality, you fell into a black hole. In the second one, there was no black hole. It's impossible to be certain, from outside of the event horizon, whether there's a black hole or not until you fall in there. If you cross the event horizon and there was a black hole, sayonara. But if you happen to be in a reality where the black hole didn't exist, you'd still be alive.
Bro.
With Fog of War, so if you can play it now.
I think
now, from this point on, GX won't see
the black hole is just like the Minecraft portal. It takes you to like the Ender Dragon.
Is looking for this mid-wave position because it's really important to this deck to get as much space as possible.
Or the Nether.
Kind of gets a little bit trolled by the Grom there.
And each of the black holes takes to a different place. Either that or it's the biggest troll face in the universe, where the black hole is just a hole, but it's actually just a tunnel. And it's black because it's like turning at the bottom.
On the side of GX, I'm looking at June
and then you just come out here.
Lot as the main characters that can be doing something here. And on KC's side,
so that's what you see here. You're like, wait, it's a hole. No, it's a tunnel.
Now, June is going to be forced to disengage Targamas here, and Kana is still in fog. Crucially, he's still not showing anything. And
like in Mario.
GX presses the position forward and uses all their combo. Now is when Kana walks out of fog and gets a great great turn with the flank. And after that, it's just a cleanup from K-Corp because GX's team comp relies very heavily on this Sway, Varus, Nico engage, and everything is just pure burst, while KC has a lot more reliable damage.
They have reliable damage, and that Xin Zhao wouldn't die. Also, we're hearing it as well. We don't know who's messing with their mic backstage. We really don't. We're figuring it out. Lore, is it you? I don't know. Regardless, though, that Xin Zhao didn't die in every one of these skirmishes. They just got out to the better end, even if Targamas dies early, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I think what really helps with it is that even when someone's taking damage, someone else is kind of stepping into another threatening position to kind of take over the, I guess, the overall tension of the team fight. I mean, you see in that clip so many things happening in terms of what you highlighted the Rumble, also I think the Talia wall just following up, opening up other angles. It really freaks out teams which are struggling a little bit because they're like, oh, we've got to think on our feet. And if the plan A goes wrong, what happens to the plan B? I think KC are very good at throwing that curve.
That's a great way to put it.
Exactly. When you walk into this situation, especially as a team that is struggling, you want to simplify these sort of positions.
All right, KC, get me into game 2. Wrap it up.
Reliable and, you know, kind of a baseline in that sense, where if this happens, then you react like this. But when you play against a team like K-Corp, and they have a lot of these curveballs that they can throw at you, and everything becomes so unpredictable about these dragon situations.
Really?
That's when the creativity comes through from K-Corp, and also this is the reliability that K-Corp has, because even though their early games are not that good, good teams always manage to make some magic happen around neutral.
It's true. It does remind me of a conversation that we had a lot when G2 was winning the championship. Still, I say still because KC has taken over, at least for now, right, in that regard. It's a similar conversation we had in terms of the early game stats. We always said, yeah, their early games aren't clean, but they always make it work. The problem was that coming into an MSI or a Worlds, and the thing is, I hate to like rag on a team that's winning. It's just because I have these expectations now of KC because I saw them at first stand and how awesome they could be and how awesome they could be here in EU. So I just think it's one of those things that how long do you keep it going for? Does that make sense?
Yeah. We say this out of love, right? We say
yes.
Out of love because we expect great things from a team which just went to finals the first stand. The early game is not what they want, and they know that too.
I have an LEC trivia for you. Go on then, what is it?
Core about actually, they're not playing in the limit right now. In fact, actually, can we just bring up a quote that we have? Oh, well, this is another thing too. We can definitely do this as well. They've had 4 games now in a row, no kills at 14 minutes. And if actually right after this, we have a quote from, I believe it's Callista, who had an interview saying that they don't think they're playing at their peak value either, only 30 to 40%. That is. This is a big thing to be saying that. Obviously, they hold themselves to high expectations as well.
Yeah, exactly.
What are the 2 teams that have different nationality for every player?
They won their winter split. It wasn't really based off of creativity. It was, I feel like, based off of strong individual performances. Kana was performing very well. Vlad was performing very well. Targamas came into the split from, you know, the black sheep to being one of the more reliable carries, probably top 3 in his position, and they all leveled up massively. But there was always this small step in the creativity
I swear loads of them have it, no?
Fnatic to truly elevate them.
G2.
For example, let's say G2's
Bro,
level,
you're
because
fucking
consistently what made G2 really good was the fact that they had this pedigree of always innovating. And right now, I think the problem with K-Corp as well, with the stat that we had with 0 kills at 14,
I would have had that if I kept thinking.
If they don't have the right conditions that they seem to have before or that they enjoy getting, they struggle a little bit to break them.
You didn't give me enough time.
I will say, though, it is still a positive that even when things are not going right, they can find these really good team fights. So hopefully you can see kind of like our kind of warring opinions here too. It's like, okay, we do want more from the early game, but at least they've got this great skill set.
I mean, they realize it as well. I think it's something that we're tracking in KC. It's something we see from a lot of teams that do come back from international tournaments, right? It isn't always as clean as it was before for a little bit. Let's talk about GX as we get into this next game. I feel like it's a similar story to Rogue in the first series, whereas this is a team that needs to pick up some damn wins, right? Odawamne, and I feel like this train has been off the rails for a while, and it isn't because of the lack of, I don't know, is it because of lack of individuals? I think that's unfair to say when you look at a team where it's, as a team, just not going very well.
I would say it's definitely not because of the lack of individuals, but the problem is that this team is also just built
because
on
of
those
the lack of ta.
Because I feel like when Closer was there, he was kind of the gel or the glue that was holding everything together. And it felt like he was enabling Jackies, enabling Lot, enabling the bot lane to truly shine. While I feel like right now the meta for them is to enable themselves through individual play.
I have a math joke. Would you like to hear it? Yeah, of course.
That are higher plays than you, that have a catalyst in the roster that can, you know, truly bring everything together. That's when they struggle, and I feel like also the meta for players like Lot and Jackies, it's not really there. Especially
why
for
did
Jackies,
the
when I think
topologist's
about
marriage
him, he was
fail?
always this kind of
I don't know what a
guy.
topologist is. We're gonna move on.
Mages were there. He was playing the Yone. He was playing the AD carries, and he was doing work. And right now, I feel like they don't really have this sort of X factor in that sense in their own individual champions pool that worked in the past, and also with the fact that there's no glue there.
It's right there. It's a really big X, actually.
It is a big X, you know.
It's huge.
Yeah, I think you phrased that really well. I don't think it's lack of individuals. In fact, I think they're completely floated by those individuals. But then we see Jun going towards these great Nico ults. I was very impressed with him. We've had some great games out of Jackie's as well. We need this to happen probably for Giant X all at the same time, which is the problem. So you're rolling a lot
more
of dice
jokes.
there, but they need
Okay,
to
one
be
more
on the
joke.
same
You can make
page.
no mistakes, and unfortunately, Lot
In an
has
alternate
been,
universe where
in the
League did not
position
exist,
where
what would you be doing?
Maybe it's a forced or an unforced error a couple of times, unfortunately, that means something in the
Hey,
game.
listen,
World
when
of
it comes
Warcraft.
to top laners, I feel like every time someone comes into the
World of
league,
Warcraft.
they always have. I remember a lot. I think he had 2 or 3 banger weeks. He was playing really well, but then it somehow seems to be happening this top lane curse where,
What about a riddle? Okay, go on then. Give me a riddle. Go on then. Give me a riddle.
Here, and we're gonna see the weight on
Give
his
me a riddle
shoulders
now.
to make a play happen out of nowhere, because now this flash ult.
I like riddles. I like riddles.
I don't think this is what you're looking for. I still praise him. I still commend them for the fact that he's still trying. But the problem with top laners is that as time goes by, they get kind of, I wouldn't say broken down, but they get okay. Okay, personal trauma here maybe. But
My name has 3 letters, and there's a lot of me around the world. What am I?
To make
Rat.
This thing, how to say, this sort of responsibilities that they expect from them every single game, and this kind of takes the creativity a bit from them, and also forces them.
Bro, how is
into
this? How is that a riddle?
How to say, predictable play
That's
style.
the most.
And that's what I
Bro,
feel
it's a
like a lot
timeout.
of the rookies
That's not
that
even a
come in,
riddle.
they
Like, what
start
kind of
not
fucking
really,
dumbass shit is that?
Stagnating with time, but they don't grow to the expected, projections. That
Also,
they've got
I'm
out of
B
them.
is 5
Well,
letters.
let's see if they can be creative. That's what we want from them.
That was
Also
fucking
in
terrible.
this fearless
I'm
draft.
actually mad.
In game 2, let's kick it back over to Hysterics
Mods,
and Jack
make it
Spectra.
so he never
Jack
makes
and
any
Jake.
more, no more riddles from that guy ever again. If he does, he gets
running
banned.
it back.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Do you feel like, I mean, Odo felt like he was almost on the verge of a breakdown.
Yeah.
Do you feel like,
I mean, I don't feel that way, but I do agree with like that in general, when you play more and more with the team and you get more and more established, it kind of becomes harder and harder to be yourself, because the individual is molded to the team, and also your gameplay becomes more and more refined, which is a good thing, but that also means that you lose some of that chaos that
individual identity, right?
Yeah, that might have brought something to the table that you otherwise didn't have.
Right, okay.
And I do think a lot, for me, the biggest thing that
Why is
stood out
Caedrel
to
so
him when I
toxic
played
today that
against
he
him
lose in
last year
Minecraft?
was the fact that he was willing to pick any champion. He'd be like, suddenly a Fiora, suddenly a Tryndamere, suddenly anything that he could come to mind. Well, now I feel like he's kind of just
No, he didn't.
playing the stock standard picks.
Role player, yeah.
Yeah, and I also wonder if part of that is like confidence, right? It's really hard to have the confidence to bring out weird picks if you can't win on the meta picks.
Easy to do it when you're within the
I
confines
lost
of the
in
LFL
Blooms.
and you're like a top team.
That's true as well.
Within
There's a
the top
difference.
team. And you're right, coming to LEC, a much bigger stage, you've got other top laners like Kana, who, even though he's not having the prime split that he did in winter, he's still within the top tiers of the top lanes. We get the pick ban for game number 2. Now, Jacksepticeye and I, we've been thinking and been talking a little bit off stream, as we always do. Well,
Cheer
we
up.
We talk backstage. Hey, he's Norwegian, I'm Ukrainian, Australian. We get each other. We understand each other. Both Vikings, I think. Yeah.
MF, Draven,
Probably
Jace.
both know how to fish.
Yeah.
You know how to fish?
Talistaban.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm
Is
show
anyone
them
gonna pick
how
Gwen?
to fish. Yeah, dangle the line as a. Okay, Draven's banned. What does that fish for GX? Anything strong?
I think it fished for Callista, which Casey took out, as that has been Callista's go-to answer. Now the question is, do they want to actually still want to go for an ADC? Looks like not.
Azir.
Azir, I think it's actually has a very bad win rate. I feel like it's a very strong pick, and it's a very easy pick to like execute. But we've seen a ton of teams having very good.
I feel like Sejuani Gwen here is crazy OP. But for some reason, teams aren't doing it.
Answer, I feel like
They're just scared of running into Jax.
So I'm curious to
I
what
guess.
they go for here.
I was going to say the pick that I'm sitting on. I mean, Nefiri.
Nefiri.
Like, the East still plays a lot of this.
Yeah.
We
Wait.
walked away
Oh
from
my
the
god.
Nefiri. I mean, Vi is open.
Kai'Sa. I think they're gonna pick Vi as well.
Yeah.
Yike Vi, baby. We're gonna go to game 3.
Maybe a little Embess on 3 or Silas on 3.
We're going to game 3.
Like, you want to see more things like Kai'Sa, right? Because it opens up a lot for the other side.
I feel like Isma should just pick like a good jungler into Vi. Like Pantheon or Poppy.
There was way more creativity involved. You could play the Zaya, you could play an immobile carry, but paired up with something like a Tom Kench or a Thresh or a Renata. Or you could play something that wants to like really lane
Yike
bully
Vi,
this guy's
easy game
out,
3.
Go something like the Corki, go something like the Ashe.
True.
And the Poppy is also a great pick, as it's probably going to not just counter the 2 picks that Casey have right now, but if you want to keep building this dive comp, you're going to have more dashes.
What do you think about Xayah into this? Because it was the option into Vi. I'm thinking about current price point of where you put that 80 carry.
And the thing is, I think Xayah is thematically very good into Kai'Sa Vi, but the champion is really bad.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, she just doesn't have the
I think
greatest
Xayah is a
game.
good pick
Her
here.
Item spikes are nowhere near as impactful as they used
I think
to
Xayah
be.
is a solid pick.
Her low range feels really bad, but it is just like objectively into the Vi, into the Kai'Sa, it's great.
Ladder brought it up, yeah.
But you lose the early game push, and you can get poked out by the Kai'Sa once she gets some AP items later on.
Neme reached Challenger, did he? Well, now he has to hold it for a month.
Yeah. Xayah as well, because Rakan is taken off the board due to Fearless.
Alright, Talia's out. I guess it is Ahri, yeah. But Ahri and the Poppy sucks. Maybe something else? Victor, thoughts? Maybe Victor Vi is kind of shit. Could do Ambessa as well and Ben tops.
I don't know where you think this Poppy's going to go first of all.
I think it's going to go jungle, just because like it's a good tank for the Zero as well.
Yep.
And I think support these days, it's not the
Like
strongest.
Ambessa would have
You
been a great
typically
champ
wanna
for
play with
Casey
a
to pick on
stronger
3 there.
ADC, because how Poppy
Can
support
probably
works,
find the mid
if
no
you
matter what.
Push, it's very obnoxious, because you can never really walk up, because she always has the wall. But if you lose push, then she loses access to the bushes. And then
Bro, I'm so tilted with this Vi pick.
It's very easy to play, right?
Why?
It's usually the Hex flash from the bushes,
This guy
that actually makes her very
just
dangerous.
linked Doran benched, and he linked a YouTube video that is probably a laughing cat, but he didn't even get the link right. He's that eBay. That is crazy.
We might have a
That is actually
situation here where
embarrassing.
there's no other good pick
I feel bad for you with how hard you fucked that up.
So they banned the Nautilus away, which even though into the Poppy would be annoying, let's be real, Kai'Sa Naut, because of that auto attack, because of the Q, you get, what's it called, second skin stacks.
His streams are great too.
Right, very nice. So that combo's taken away.
But one pick that could happen, that I think would be really cool, is Fiddlesticks.
Pantheon band.
Because I think it's great with this dive comp.
Oh yeah, Fiddlesticks support. What the fuck happened to that?
It's great into the Xayah because you can poke her out. And the only thing is you need a heavy 80 top laner so that you're not too heavy AP.
Yep.
But I think it has like great follow-up, can also start a fight. And with
Yeah,
all these
Bessa Ben
engagements
makes
being
sense
taken
with the
out,
Renekton Ben. Now it's time for Kana Nar, I guess.
Maybe fishing for something here for GX as well.
Although we do actually still have Rel, Alistar. But it's like you don't really want to play Rel or Alistar into the Poppy.
F1 news, Lance Stroll is now the most eliminated driver in Q1 in F1 history. Is that true?
We are getting a
What the fuck?
regardless though, so we get to hold on that answer. Gwen is something that's just kind of been glazed over a little bit. Some touch-ups in 25.08, but
I love the Jax. I think Jax is great here. Just it's
Good
fine into
Gnar.
the Gnar and works great into this.
He's actually cooked.
I think Alistar here for the side of GX also makes a lot of sense. Really good disengage. What you really want is just, I think, another carry top, since you now have 2 tanks for the side of Giant.
Something about GX's comp just doesn't look nice,
just more
no matter
disengage,
what
that's
top
great
lane they
at
pick here.
dealing with these champions jumping in. I think both Jax and Gwen kind of do the same thing. Jax provides a little bit more survivability and CC, while Gwen just has more overall damage. It's going to be the Jax that they go for, and I think
Nico is out,
overall,
which
a really
kinda
solid
sucks.
draft from GX. I think Targamas should try to cook something here a little bit on support, but he might just go for the stock standard of Leona. But I do think the Fiddlesticks.
the Fiddlesticks angle, you're right. In a dive comp,
I don't know about Fiddlesticks into Alistar though.
Ahri setup,
I
like.
think some
The
front
only
line
thing
is
he would be
solid, unless you
kind
want to
of
cook.
lacking on the frontline department.
Right,
So
yeah.
maybe he just feels
Chat,
like
I'm gonna run
picking
ads if you know what
tank.
ads means. If you want to Twitch, I'm not
Leona
channel, then I
into
want to back for the game
Alistar
size
is
because.
kind of like Alistar is the counter pick to Leona.
I'll see you in a sec.
Leona can never really go in on the Alistar because the Alistar can always Q and then knock her back
Man.
further into the team. And
The
Alistar,
LEC
once
game
he gets
today,
6, right,
oof.
can ignore that
If
CC,
this is a stomp,
but
man.
it is still just an overall
The
strong
LCK was
support,
also
very tanky,
a mega
and
stomp
can start
today.
fights.
Today's day of
Well, I
League of
do think
Legends
I
is
actually
sucked.
kind of prefer the side of Giant X, but I the thing is, it's always easier to play the side that engages, in my opinion, because you get to decide when to start fights.
True.
While Giant X kind of have to be at the right time and right spot, and then hope that KC goes on them.
True. They are good at disengaging though, GX's comp, right?
They are very good.
So to walk you through more of this draft, because again, there's silent pressure that comes with the Jax as well. We know what his scaling
You
does
slept
to the game.
through
There
Genji,
is
bro.
good
How
scaling
can
on
you know
GX
that?
as well.
Because I
It's
knew
kinda
it would
like
be a
front to
stomp.
back. I'm going to ask you more questions about it as we get into game, but for now, I'm glad you tell me you're pumping up GX a little bit.
Yeah.
Because KC obvious favorites.
Yeah.
Let's be real. We're coming
Lost
into
Raton's
now,
shirt.
KC will make
Big.
it Night. They're 4-1 in the league, and right now they're sitting up and above.
Yo,
G2.
respect to that guy.
Series, but still, you know,
Big pace on that guy.
alongside
Yo,
Fnatic.
mega homie.
Yeah.
Much love.
But
Holy fuck, that was the best moment of the day so far.
A couple of picks, just didn't get to go anywhere with the game, Jack.
I mean, I think...
So let's hope they can this time.
Yeah. I think Giant X has a better composition than they had last game, but the problem is that, as Mickey talked about, their comp last game wasn't bad.
Yeah.
And they still kind of just were worse.
Okay.
Which, you know, that's how it is sometimes.
Yeah.
But I do think now that you have more of a clear, like, countering identity. You have 5 champions that
Which comp do you prefer?
great at disengaging.
Oh, I prefer
into a
GX's comp.
that engages. If this isn't LS's dream comp,
okay,
like dream draftive, I don't know what is.
All right. Well, let's hope for GX's sake we get somewhere here and closer to a game 3. Good trading from Lot. He's just whacking down. He's only grass, but he's going to get 2 autos here. Oh, he just ran out of range.
Just 1 grass proc, unfortunately.
Just only 1. He could do some fishing in the meantime, though. Hang on.
That's the most dopamine thing with top lane is grass procs.
It really is, isn't it?
No more riddles, chat. No more riddles.
Top laners these days, they're so
Yike,
flexible with root
I'm
choice.
watching
can
you
run
this
grass
game.
from
I actually feel really bad for Yike this game, I'm not gonna lie. He's playing Vi against Xayah, which is -1 target. Poppy,
Was super broken.
Jax,
Pretty fun.
You know, I'm still waiting. Like, more Mirwin stuff as Isma needs to be
like
squelched.
it's a
There's
horror
too much
game.
spamming. I'm waiting for the Nidalee top that the Shy's been playing.
Take notes, bro.
Bro, he should, so I can see this pick.
Oh, he's on a ward here. Let's see if he takes some notes.
He's also a Nidalee player, actually, so shout out to Isma. Now, spamming this is good, you're right.
Invading
The
Raptors level 1.
Of a KC, and what do you think about the 1v1 here? I mean, Poppy's level 1 isn't too bad with Buckler.
Yeah, and you also have great AoE damage for this camp. But Yike is actually choosing to stick around here with Vladdy.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, take notes.
Not even warded. Yeah, he did, because Yike just felt that and moved back from the hammer shot.
So
and
the
Isma's
Poppy,
choosing to drop it.
the Poppy ran to contest the Raptors, pushed Yike out left, then he left Yike to do it, and then Yike reset them by accident, and now Poppy's on his Krugs.
Bro, it's just, with him and Kalist in the same game, it's just, dude, it's going to be a noisy emote spammer for game 2.
But I remember there was an LPL player, no, that said he used emotes in bushes to see if the enemy responded. Yeah.
This is Dagda, I think, who was talking about this. This is Max.
Oh, he gets cancelled by the plant.
And that E, it's on a long cooldown, about 13-second cooldown on level 1. It's just going to move to the next camp.
Oh my
And
god,
Yike
the
just
emote
goes
spamming
with a
needs
quick
to
smite.
stop!
Quick, so maybe he can move and do vertical jungle.
And it's going to be prio here for the side of KC. Maybe Yike could look for a bot side invade with this bot lane prio. But he is quite slow. We'll see what Isma decides to do. He might path through mid lane here to try to protect his bot side camps.
Maybe an angle as well. Good charm onto Jackie's electrocute proc. Vladdy, cleanly done. And you know, there just had to be something coming into today, didn't there? There just had to be something highlighting how good the mid laner is.
Well, at least Isma got 2 camps on
these 2 guys going up against each
the
other,
real
when you
mid
talk about
shady.
Their longevity and how far they're going to go in the league is, yes, you're going to see some engaged bot in the 2v2. Kalista
Their stats are actually pretty
chunked down
close.
A little bit. I want to bring you back to mid.
Yeah.
Because mid is really important to tell the story of, like, Jackie's, who flashes away.
But I do think the CS per minute one is a bit trickier for Jackie's though. For Vladdy. Because Vladdy played a lot of Akali side us. Is that like a... I feel like playing Azir is much easier.
I mean, Vladdy has just slotted in beautifully. Already just joining KC in summer, upgraded them so much. And it's been such a wonder to see Kalist join as well. And how these 2 young kind of rookies
But obviously they're melee mids, right? So in matchups in mid, they like tend to have difficult lanes.
And Jackie's for me was the player that I feel like could have been what Vladdy is right now, but he just hasn't
Holy bait.
evolved in the same way.
Oh my god, he missed the charm, Vladdy, I saw that.
Nice gank and getting Vladdy ahead as well in this game.
Yeah.
Sets that up.
Still worked though. Nice gank by Yike.
Right? Which just, we hope to see Jackie's do more, but in the end, he ends up falling.
Yike Vi, baby, hell yeah.
Now, and the gold lead starting to build for
Best
Vladdy
Vi
as he gets some
EU.
good chunks into this gank.
And Isma, bit of contention going to come
Oh,
through.
I would have
Thinking about
fucking
smart over the
sent
wall,
it there.
take it in the end.
And I would have died for it. But it would have been worth,
Respawning
because
Isma
enemy
now
jungler
level
would be
4. He's
mad.
got advantage here, Jack, and Raptors being done again, but we're coming back to the first scene of the crime.
Let's take some notes here for this Raptor invade.
Oh, we should. I've been writing this whole
He
time.
cancels it. Isn't able to, I believe Yike got the whole
got him.
camp
Yeah,
here,
he
yeah. So it doesn't feel too great for the side of Isma. Does get some mental pressure though, maybe.
Mental pressure is always good.
Yeah.
Do you know?
But if you lose the camp,
Yeah.
I feel like
the enemy kind of gets the mental advantage.
I mean, they would have to, bro. Bro, anyone taking my camps, I feel like...
Look
you know,
at
small
top
hit at the
CS.
table. Not that I have anything, you know, any problems.
Look at top. Hallo.
Just gonna let it out.
Was? Look.
Makes me sound like a bad person.
It's 1v1.
Don't jungle, alright?
But looking at top here, Kana is building a big CS lead and getting to chunk down Lot here a lot. I'm not sure how much of the CS he'll be able to catch under tower. Maybe Isma's here
The
trying
fabled
to
Poppy lane
make a
gank.
gank happen.
I think he's covering a dive.
Go Mega. He
Kana
autos.
probably knows that he's here, but can still bully him under CS. This is
Only one
rough for Lot here. It's gonna
Does
be
he
a
just
10
ult the wave
CS
here,
lead
Kana, in his
for
face?
Kana. And Lot's gonna be forced to TP back here as well.
Or is it too early in the game for
What
that?
you see.
I guess he one-shots it without the ult.
Ooh, interesting here. Very interesting. Kalist is going the Yuntal 80 Kai'Sa build.
Okay.
Despite the fact that I would say you should always go AP Kai'Sa here, because you do have a very good damage profile if you go AP. Because you then have the AP from Ahri, AP from Kai'Sa, and then the 80 from the Vi and the Gnar. But some pro players believe that Yuntal is just better on Kai'Sa because it's just a better item than Kraken.
Okay, when we say some, is that you?
No, I don't like Yuntal. So I don't like crit on Kai'Sa because it doesn't work with her kit. None of her spells scale off of crit chance. Her passive doesn't scale off of crit chance. While if you buy on hit, everything scales with on hit because
Kai'Sa based in matches top.
And the same thing with AP. When you get some AP items on Kai'Sa, her
Some guy in chat says, I don't know much about these two teams, but the emote spam makes me favor
The only person that I
KC.
managed to see consistently scale well on 80 Kai'Sa is Gala. Everybody else, if you go 80 Kai'Sa after 3 items, they're useless.
True. Gala is the exception though. Yeah. I'd be like Gala right now, yo.
I like that Kai'Sa's coming to take over top. I mean, Kana will lose
A team
TP.
like KC or G2 get the versa, depending on when IG gets to the next internationals. It's about Kana right now.
Wait, Kana just gets one shot. What the fuck?
With a clean setup.
That was so
It's happening
easy.
again here, Jack. The early game, they're finding some picks to create motion.
Yeah, it's KC's bot lane that swaps up here to try to match the GX bot, but Kana sticks around for too long. Luckily, he still has the teleport, so he'll be able to teleport bot and not lose too many minions. And it's a kill going over
That looked
to
so
Isma.
fucking
Would
easy.
have preferred that to be on Noah, but still, a good pick by them. And Jackie's here dashing in. Oh,
good all in. Vladdy caught midway, takes a turret shot. The charge
Okay, it's got Ahri ult,
makes
worth.
it even. Vladdy gets out with his life with another charge on the ult to follow up anything in this top lane as Targamas was caught fishing again. We really like looking for salmon, trout, flushing away. You're not going to find anything in the top
Yike
lane.
Vi, baby, show it to me.
Herring. Targamas dies for a trade, but it's Yike who saves the back of the play. Now for a Kai'Sa, this is a dream come true.
Flash was clean.
Skirmish, stopping there. GX have to beware.
Oh, I did a little right.
Oh, I didn't mean to do it. I just came out. The Dracos in me today, you know?
I mean, yeah, it's I like the play from Giant X, but it's Yike that stays in the area, able to flash Q onto Noah. We'll get the replay here going. No, this is a mid lane fight. I mean, I
Vladdy
think
tried to
Jackie's
react to his ult to his own
very
ult,
good
but he was a
recovering
little
on this
slow.
mid lane. I like that he's still playing for these aggressive plays. It's good that
I guess
he's
it's
able
hard,
to make this
but
chunk.
yeah, could work.
Unfortunate, he's not able to actually
Would make the trade even
kill
better, right?
Vladdy. And then Targamas here wants to cancel Noah base. They do have the exhaust here for Jun to lock him down, and he still gets rooted by the Xayah. But crucially,
He's an unk.
it's Targamas
Vladdy's
landing
an
this
unk.
E onto Noah, combined with a quick flash from Yike, a little Q flash on his head.
I'm convinced anyone in this chat who says unk is my age or older.
Pretty good for
Facts.
KC.
Yike getting early blood, early damage. Now, I know for people out there, you might know him on this champion.
How many stats have you made? You have one for every player? Or what?
Yeah, well, to be fair, Dracos did a lot of the work for me.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough. Those are not that good stats.
No, they're not.
55% win rate on Vi when you win the split is not great.
Yike, certain champions talk about like Yike sins out, holy. Yike on Vi, sometimes, I wonder. Now, the ability to go in, will it be a benefit for him or not this game?
Oh.
Let's see, the ulti's popped up.
They don't have the damage to kill that Poppy. They're trolling here. Oh my god, it's game 3. Unless Kalist can carry the game. Ooh, Vladdy has a lot of stacks here. Let him cook now.
Charm out as well, deceivingly. Jun walks towards love. We all love love, but Vladdy knows that they do not. So in the end, Giants
Okay, well,
don't
Kalist
love
gets a
love
kill.
as they
Worth.
walk away. KC, it ends up being an even trade, or rather 1-for-1, I believe, in the end, Jack.
And we get to see
The worst part is,
beauty
chat, I
of the
actually am an
Giant
uncle.
X
My
comp,
brother
as
has
he's
had a
able to
child.
disengage so well from Yike's engage. They're just able to kite back, one-shot Yike, and peel back.
I'm an actual uncle.
It's Kalist ulting over the wall, generating so
Oh
much
my
pressure.
god, what
he
the
has a level
fuck?
lead on Noah, and he's quite a bit stronger at
Nope.
this point of the
Oh,
game.
he is.
that he's able to force them all out alongside Vladdy. It's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. But I do think you see kind of the shines of hope.
Does he have Yuntal in
What
base?
they need is
No,
really
right?
to stay clumped up like that.
Yeah.
And whoever engages first from the side of KC, they just CC and one-shot him. And if they can do that consistently, they have a really, really strong comp on their hands.
And
Are you the
normally I'd
cool
say,
uncle?
Like,
Yeah, hell
great
yeah.
to see Isma with 3
I'm
kills,
cool as
but,
fuck.
Seeing a Poppy this far ahead when you're going against Viari
Right,
as well
chat?
with a lot of pick.
Would you say I'm a cool uncle?
Maybe that helps you buy a bit more time with Tool. Maybe that helps you buy a bit more time to see more of this front to back from GX, more of this setup.
And he's also going this Bruiser
Why
build,
saying no?
which is interesting. Normally on Poppy and jungle, they just go for full tank and just say, I don't care about doing any damage. But I like the adaptation of being like, yeah, I got some early kills.
Well, this game's gonna be a Kalist masterclass, surely, right?
This more Bruiser style where you actually have enough damage to one-shot someone if you get them up against the wall. Only thing is, actually no, I was gonna say that they're a little bit squishy, but they do have the Alistar and the Jax to make up for it, so I think it's completely fine.
Okay.
Oh, hide on Krugs.
A bit more time for Jun as well.
Norris in the wall.
Oh
Oh
really
my
good
god.
renditions.
Yeah, and
using this pick.
The
like,
Jax that we talked about, he
Yeah.
looked doomed, right? He was down 12 CS, he was
doomed.
getting fisted a bit.
The way chats,
but
it's so
after they
funny.
killed the Gnar,
He's only gonna
it's
bend
completely
it.
Even for him, and very happy.
You're right. I mean, landing phase was a bit rough for KC. As you said before, the only part that's really playing well is what's going to all in is Kalist right now, sitting on a BF sword. Yuntal still not there yet. To be fair for Noah, it's not there yet either. Might appear around the edge of this second dragon as that's spawning in 5 seconds. Kaisek went back, and yeah, there's Yuntal first. So KC do feel like they have a bit of a power point here.
Yeah, and it feels pretty bad.
Everyone's
to not
spamming
have
that
the
Drake.
Yuntal onto the side. So now the problem is that
Come on, Giant X,
Kalist
make it
can
a
start
competitive
stacking
series.
this up way
Let me
faster
see a
than
good
Noah
team
can.
fight.
And also just the completion of the item feels really good as you get that enhanced attack speed when you do get an auto attack off.
I really love watching you, but this is so ass. Bro, Rogue and GX are the two bottom teams in the league. And KC and Fennec are 2 of the top 3 teams in the league. Today was never gonna be good.
Could go either way.
Like,
Okay, either way.
I apologize. I wish I could do something about it.
Targaman's going to face check, and at least we know we're going to get a fight.
Not even how funny I am can save it, unless Giant X starts locking in. I know I'm crazy funny, but if I, you know,
He goes to nowhere with that charm, but he still does the damage on the flank.
maybe Yikes Vi can save it though. Let's see.
Flash away from Noah. GX getting
Ooh,
away.
Jackie's a good ulti.
Getting in him. Really nice ulti. GX have found an angle. They've found a road, and I think Jackie's built it brick by brick.
Oh my god, Jackie's! When Giant X needed
Wait,
him
this is
so
the first time
desperately,
today
he steps
that an
up,
LEC
he
game
finds the
where
ultimate, and it's
a
3
team
kills
actually,
going over for
the
side
losing
of
team
Giant
won a fight.
X. It starts off with Noah
Big.
being zoned here.
Wait, are we
He's
back?
being zoned and pressured by Kalist. He can't really join the fight. And now Kalist can then go onto this Poppy while Noah has to walk all the way around. And as you pointed out, the Poppy ult misses. Vladdy TP's in the back.
Where did that
He's able
charm
to get
go?
onto them. Noah misses his ulti, which feels kind of bad. He has to flash away, but then Jackie, oh man, with the Azir wall, able to bring down 2, making it a 3-for-1 for the side of Giant X.
is Vladdy liable for like broken windows with these charms?
Oma.
Oma.
How do you say grandmother in Norwegian?
Bestemor.
Okay, it sounds nothing like that. Next time, lead with that. You're learning your cultural roots to see what Jackie's going to bring
What
out
the
of
fuck?
Jack next.
What is
From one Jack to another, it does feel like a good setup for Giant X that now in this game.
Yike doesn't have ult yet.
In a pretty good spot, but the engage onto Jun's
But
ult is
Jun
gonna
is
bring
dead,
him down
so
the
another kill to
unbreakable
Kalist, I guess.
Can't
Kalist
move
is
right
just
after
farming
10,
kills.
20-second
The reason this
timer.
game is actually good for GX is Poppy stops this and a little bit of this. Azir can knock back all of this.
The top side of River
Xayah counters this.
to the Wolves. Ends up falling, and that's going to be Drake.
And Jax can win side lane later on. So I feel like GX's comp has
a nice
answers
constellation,
to
but
everything
let's see what soul they get.
that
Now you
Casey
kinda
wants to
have
do.
the 2 weakest souls out
Bro,
of the
why do
mix,
people
and
keep
it's
coming in
gonna
the chat? This is not the
be
first
Soul.
time.
Oh,
This
big one.
team
That's a big
is the
one.
team that
Oh, this is
stomped
their
the
face
number 1
checking
LPL, by the
spot.
way.
He's just stun, though.
Shut up.
I feel like Kalist will kill him, though. I mean, you're right. Ulti has to come out. Kalist flashes
Oh my.
it.
He flashed into the wall!
Tell her about that one. 5-0 Kalist on the Kai'Sa.
God damn. It's so beautiful to watch Kalist play so aggressive. Normally, when you're the one face-checking enemy jungler, you're going to be pissing your pants, running away. But Kalist just clicks forward. He knows nobody else is there. Flashes the Poppy ultimate. Doesn't even need to use the ulti.
Man, I really was in the GX area though, you know. I was like, damn, this game's actually playable. Drafts works, 6 grubs, winning fights.
Dragon's not even up, but it seems it's all about this turret push. There's even Targamas looking to shatter Kana in this lane that got pushed.
Hahaha, he did the Caedrel. No, I flashed over the wall.
Oh,
Okay, I did something different.
He's still spamming it,
I arrived,
Jackie's gonna get on his spam now
but the
well.
outcome didn't go as expected.
That today, like, you know, obviously we talked a little bit before about like, oh my god, it's still there. Jackie's, we were like, yo, last year we talked a lot about Jackie's like the person who can live up to the hype of I was gonna say, yeah, EU faker Caps, right?
Yeah.
And then this year we're like,
baby
wait.
faker, no?
Yeah, baby faker. He was baby faker. And then Vladdy now is baby faker, because Vladdy is just that good.
Yeah. Oh,
and again, the all-in. Yeah, Noah's in a lot of trouble. He might have to pop the ulti, the feathers fly out. There it is. Bliss.
Okay, no ult on Za, yeah.
The fire, and Noah has to ulti just to stay alive.
Bliss does drop a few minions to do that all-in, but that was just beautiful to watch. Just the movement, the clicks, everything. It's coming together. This Kalist kid is...
So you don't think Vladdy's overhyped, do you?
I don't think he's overhyped, no. I don't think anybody on KC is overhyped.
It is hard to say because, again, he is performing, so it's like,
yeah,
what is overhyped?
Triforce on Kerner.
I think sometimes some of the KC players do have off games, but one of the things...
Okay, someone wrote the word trust. He said knock, knock, trust, go. What is it?
One player is underperforming, it feels like any of the others
Who's there?
can step up. You know, if Vladdy and Kana in this game, for example, aren't really doing much, Kalist is going to step up. If Kalist is not having a great game, Vladdy and Yak are going to step up. There's always someone that'll pick up the slack, and that's what a great
Bot tower for Jackie's is here.
Great individual members. You know, even as good as the sum of their parts, I think as well, KC have really become...
They got bot tier 1, they're getting Herald, big pace for GX.
While we're yapping away, I bring it up because, again, Vladdy, Jackie's big conversation today when Jackie's was hyped, but GX are falling into a pit. In this same pit, they're now
Targamas walked in and died.
Chose to look at the Herald right in the mouth. Targamas loses a tooth. Kana in Meganar, but he can't get the Meganar angle. He's now out of it.
Vladdy's TP'd in, he's gonna have to ult out.
Coming alive a bit in this second game, and then not losing health as Noah doesn't have the ulti anymore, but the charm doesn't connect. An orb of misdeception. Noah might have to back away from the end.
Oh, a lot TPing behind here. They might be able to turn
TP
on him.
behind.
Kalist is off to the side.
I was going to say,
Charmed.
he's going to get mid-charm, but a great little counter-strike. Lot not going to get hit by the orb
What
either,
in the fuck is happening?
And committed, but nothing's up on the map to get off the back of it.
Yeah, it feels a bit bad here. It's going to be Jun actually summoning this Herald on mid, but now Targamas is back, and Kalist does
Herald
have his ulti
mid.
finally. I'm not sure if they can really make much happen with this Herald. They're going to get the crush in, but
Targamas is back.
much more than that. And I think crucially in
And
this
the play's
Herald
over.
fight, for me the biggest thing is when you're playing this AD Kai'Sa, if you don't have ultimate, you're pretty useless. It's really, really hard for a 525 auto ADC to get in range to hit someone without that gap closer and that safety. So you could see there that I think as soon as Targamas got engaged upon, nobody on KC could really follow.
Okay, I mean, they should have 2 winning sides now, GX, and 6 grubs.
They're both 525.
And their scaling is quite strong. This has to be a GX win. There's no way they lose this.
525.
I mean, it sounds low, but I guess like Caitlyn, for example, is 650. Aphelios with Green Gun is 650. Most of Aphelios' other weapons 550.
What's Varus? Do you know?
It's like 75, I think.
It's such a quiz for you. It's great. It's such an 80 carry main. There's like, yeah, Varus is 575. Used to be 600 back in patch.
What do you mean ulted?
06. Who's got the lowest range?
The lowest? Yeah.
Anyone like range has got really low? Now I'm just curious.
I mean, I think Illusion has 500.
Okay.
I think that's the lowest appropriate.
That's got to be right.
Yeah. Illusion used to be 525, then got nerfed.
When did that get nerfed? What patch?
I don't know. Do you remember when Lucian was really OP with Bork Black Cleaver? I think it was then.
Yeah.
I think that was when they nerfed him.
Like 2019, 2020? Is it that far back?
It's really far back, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good. Ooh, I see what
10 seconds on Drake. Gotta get this Giant X. Don't fuck it up.
Surprised. This is only the start of our little adventure.
True.
You know, we've also got a cast coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Exactly.
Then I'll be an
really
80 carry main.
Yeah.
I played 80 carry for him today, folks. I decided, I locked in, I'm going to play 80 carry. So far, I've brought absolutely nothing to the cast to learn off, and it is helping nothing. All I know is that I just hate support.
We can share on that.
Yeah! Support them, it's so easy. You can buy items now. Stop.
They're soloing the Drake with Jax. Top's pushed out. They're losing it. This game's cooked. This game's cooked if KC loses Drake. I think they need it.
Before I get Jack fired, we have to find out how this 5v5 goes.
Maybe it's not cooked, but it's a shame they can't even fight it.
As they get the Poppy ult. and knock KC
It's not really
away.
cooked, right? I don't
Able
want
to
to
pick up
overreact,
this
but...
Drake. Kana here, I think, making a little bit of a mistake.
The worst part of this is like Kana pushes top, they lose minions here GX. Jax pushed bot, they lose minions here KC, but KC don't contest and they don't catch bot, which sucks. That sucks a lot to not contest and not get bot wave.
Of just continuing getting the tower and then TPing. As you know, that managing that Gnar bar is an important part of.
Some guy in chat said you can't park there, Lando.
Look for GX again. We're celebrating their windows in this game where they're finding wins because, again, as the underdogs, it's 6 scrubs, it's stagnating Dragon getting that one with a Hextech Soul being in this game. But for KC, I'm watching at items on the other side because you still got to remember Kalista's 1.2k gold ahead. Runan's now picked up. I thought it was normally Infinity Edge second as Jun, yeah, you're right. Disengaged there, but Yike is going to follow up. Unbreakable will as well, and Kalist now gets a tag on. He has ulti up and the ready, but he's not going to pop it because instead Vladdy's here, making sure Jun won't go anywhere.
These charms, they're missing. It's still fine, but how are they missing?
Going to be started.
Yeah, this individual mistakes again from the side of Giant X. This looks like it's going to just be the voracious outcome, but
Targamas, where are we? Where are we and where are we going?
You've got a real wall there now. Isma trying to get the kill set up. Noah gets it. Okay.
But Lotus TPing behind.
There we go again. I feel like it's deja vu. TP blind. Here we go. Noah died. Kana's just carrying or what? Kalist and Kana are just carrying so hard. It's just not fair, is it? How unfair is it? Kana Kalist just completely smurfed. Good ult by Yike on Vi though. Really good ult by Yike. I wanna see it a bit again though, because Poppy ult is up, Xayah flash is up. What happened?
Too fast with the flank TP here.
What happened?
After they pick up Targamas flashes into Jackie's. I think
Yike's ult here was great.
Jackie wouldn't have used the ultimate this early on. But then here, they have a great TP behind them. But Noah walks into the Atakan
Jackie's completely injured.
By the Atakan AoE, so he ends up falling down. While Kalist
Noah's Jackie's ult wasn't up. Isma's ult wasn't up. But like the worst part is, this is the wall, this is the TP. Here's 2 members of KC. Here's Jackie's. He presses W, and then he presses E, and his Q goes here. So now he's against the wall with no EQ in front of 2 people while TPing behind them. And they just go on him instead of wait. Like, if he full dashed onto them and ulted them, I would get it. If he full dash, flash ulted, sure. But he just dashed over the wall and stood there hitting them. And then just killed him.
How about vanilla ice cream with...
He didn't have ult actually, yeah, so it makes less sense. He pushed Targamas, didn't he?
Vegemite, we're going to
Jackie's, we can't fight like that.
It's yeast. And like a Red Bull or something. They're good individually.
If he doesn't have ult, he has to just wait.
Work together. Are you with me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see what you mean.
Are you sure you're with me?
I'm with you now.
Maybe he did it because he's playing like a bit of a tankier Azir build.
But then they like fall off. It's like...
Yeah, they are at the start. You know, you have them individually.
But if he dies, half their damage is gone, I think.
That starts off good, but then it gets worse.
Okay, well, I couldn't think of it on the fly. You have a thing. Because Giant X are getting collapsed.
Okay, no W on Poppy. No Alistar ult. Yeah, I don't know if Yike had to do that. I feel like the fight was won if they just played slow. No Alistar ult, no Poppy W, just wait for Ahri. This is kind of the exact same thing. Ahri TP's behind. Just wait for Ahri. Slow chase him with Gnar. Goes in and dies.
And Kana about to turn Mega here.
Noah has his ultimate available. No cleanse available if he gets smashed against the wall. They're grouping up and GX are playing mega defensive here. Dragon's not up for another minute, Jack, so not going to force themselves into the pit yet.
This is one of the hard things when you fall behind like this. Despite the fact that they're able to get the pick onto Yike, they still have to respect so much that it's actually KC side laners that are able to get to the waves first. Gnar pushes out bot, Ahri pushes out top, so they still retain their tempo advantage despite the fact that Yike went too deep and died.
3k gold lead for KC. Did you think of a food?
No, I didn't.
Bro, it's a hard job.
What is that? That didn't happen. Ads per game 4, yap per second 6.9, meal 100%. That is... Bro, what are you on about?
There's a lot of foods that when they're warm, they're really nice.
Did Max just smurf it or what?
They suck so much. Like white fish.
Oh, like, fish. Even fish reheated can be rubbish.
Yeah, but then when it's cold, like... What's it called? Leftovers?
Like salmon cold, even though salmon's beautiful fish, salmon cold is trash in comparison to it hot, no?
Unless it's raw, yeah.
Unless it's either raw or it's smoked. I'm talking to a Norwegian about salmon. I think this is the point. Surely we've got to meet, right?
True, yeah.
Yeah. If we don't meet on salmon, bro, we are fishing the wrong fish. All right, set up a dragon.
Yeah, that's threatening Drake.
Giant X. They're gonna have mid pro.
Kana
Here, Kana is also on the flank here, but he might be. Oh, Lot, what was that flash?
He flashes on the spot.
What is going on?
Kana's sent away at least at the start. Maybe Lot can rediscover what the fight means. And
What is going on?
Okay, a throw for a throw.
I don't know what's happening. Yike on Vi is struggling here as he keeps going in and not quite finding the angles. And Casey has to drop another Drake.
He's throwing that in. And much like Yike did at 1, 4, and 9, Dragon number 2 going to be taken. I don't know where this game's going to go, Jack. I'll be honest.
I mean, I think time is on the side of Giant X.
Yep.
This Azir gets more and more tanky, harder and harder to one-shot. I do think Gnar becomes more and more of a relevant win condition, but this tanky Azir combined with the Xayah, I think eventually she's going to be starting to catch up with this Kai'Sa, and as we talked
So
about
Lot
earlier,
makes a pick onto Kana and flashes on top of himself in surprise.
Will Kalist be the second one?
And then Yike. Can I get a replay of that fight?
He's done very well so far.
Any replays?
Yes. Very nice.
He has been funneled kills, but you're right, he's also...
He's been funneled some of them, but he also earned some of them.
He did earn some of them. Spoken like a true 80 carry.
Well, of course, you do get funneled kills, that's the point.
That is the point. It's all about you. Do you like 80 carry because you're the star of the show? Is that the reason?
I like it because you can auto-tag a lot and kite. I think if League didn't have kiting, like it was like Dota, I wouldn't play this game.
Oh, the turn around mechanic?
Turn rate, yeah.
Oh my god. I like how, look at Isma right now. Imagine if he actually had to spend time to turn around. Oh my god.
Then he couldn't take notes.
No, he couldn't. He wouldn't be able to spam that because he's too busy doing a 180 every 2 seconds.
Casey's still really strong. Look at Ari spike inbound, look at Kai'Sa spike that's inbound.
Cool, you know, the surfer dude thing. Every so often. Every so often.
We need a team that's all emote spammers. That would be crazy.
And we got to talk to someone and just see see if we can influence them.
Yeah.
It's like a nervous tick though, isn't it? Do you have a nervous tick as we set up a Baron?
I don't, but some people also, like, actually, I love to spam C, which shows the range. I spam that perma. So I think some people use emotes like that, which doesn't make...
Hey! Mods! What the fuck?
113. I think he kind of...
Any other efforts in the chat?
He was a notorious emote spammer.
I swear observers sometimes squelch them, they're like, bro, that's
Can you turn up... What is this LEC chat? Can you turn up the pings a bit more? I can almost hear the casters. EU production, question mark. Ping, ping, best ping, question mark. Seriously, are there no mods here at all?
Time does feel like it's on its favor, but I think
what the fuck? Nymeria are on the analyst desk.
Yeah.
For GX to be successful.
Chat, why do you all pop in there and start adding me?
The
Shut
thing
up.
is, you don't necessarily need to kill him because you have such great tools at just one-shotting the first person that comes in, and then the Poppy can just channel the ulti.
How do I spell Shocks and Nymeria's name wrong? What the hell?
I feel like that's where they
no Yordle mods today. What the fuck? This guy's name is Bilbo Baggins. Okay, I'm done reading that chat.
At that point, just because the Kalist show, if he can outplay that, that can be a pentakill, you know? Like, that can be anything.
Important context. Okay, I'll keep it in mind because
Not jumping in, but he's 2 levels down here.
Oh my god, that Gnar damage.
Even Kana in mini Gnar is looking at a solo kill. Under turret, he walks for a bit, Boomerang out of
You know,
range.
Lot kind of reminds me of
Well,
Perfect.
he just uses to push the turret as Lot.
I'm comparing LEC top laners to LCK top laners now, with how they make me feel.
Win con that I was talking about. I just think when you have a lead on this champion and you start to get the levels up
Oscar
as well,
gives me like Doran vibes, Lot gives me like Perfect vibes.
Probably scared of somebody roaming down.
Kana gives me like the Kingen
vibes. I don't
vibes.
think this matchup is really going to ever change for the Jax unless he's able to pick up some backup, but it's actually
BB reminds me a bit of like the
Keen.
Keen.
To assist the Gnar. And it's really hard for the Xayah or the Poppy to really do anything.
Zeus, no one can compare to
It's
Zeus,
nice seeing
impossible.
Kana in control. Another player we've talked at length about. Talking about how he's been outside the certain scope of champions. I think Jace and
That
then
Zeus is just on a caliber that...
in this game,
Well, I know I'm not comparing skill sets, but like Zeus has every skill set, I feel like. I guess the closest top laner to Zeus is just Baus. Fact.
Lot meanwhile has to be careful. Kana has flash available. Lot is up against the wall. He flashes.
There is just this category of top laners like the Shy and Zeus where they're so fucking ill that it's just so epic.
Caught indeed. Can't be caught out there. Can't be caught out at this point in the game.
It's
Dragons
between
up in a
madness
minute.
and genius,
Baron
you know?
also in front of KC.
And the Shy's been going into
KC
madness
should look
lately.
to start Nash here. Lot is so
Zeus is
strong.
peak
He has the
genius.
base TP, and
So
you can
Isma
see
gets caught.
Jackie's realizing it, TPing behind Kana here, looking to cross map.
And
this
now they're
Nash,
gonna try and
to
cross
get
map
pick up
Kana.
But Kana has flash.
He has Sterex. Oh my god.
Now, GX2 members, but if you didn't think Baron was going to be taken before, it certainly is now.
Yeah, and this, it's very similar to game 1. Giant X are in a
Well, they got an
position
R flash.
where-
It's something.
Not necessarily winning position, but where they can win. But then it's individual mistakes where someone gets
Wow,
caught,
Kalist is
someone gets,
absolutely chovying. Level
left on side
18,
lane,
minute
it's a cold
30. He's
seven all
highest
over
level
again.
in the game. He's 364 CS at 30 minutes.
Beautiful and warm.
What in the
now we gotta
fuck,
eat the
man?
leftovers.
Kalist just said,
With butter,
yeah,
with the
like,
skin
he
facing down,
has Yike Vi on his
cooked
team.
beautifully through.
No offense, Yike Vi.
And now that's
He's
cooked.
just
Who the hell wants to
completely
eat it cold?
annihilate.
It's really
He's
sad for
100 CS
GX
up on his
because,
top
again, we
laner.
know what warm salmon can be. Now, Dragons up. Number 3 here. GX, I guess, putting it all on the line. As you
370
said,
CS. He's actually KSing all the camps from Yike just to. He's gonna try and last hit the dragon as well. Hey, give me the last hit.
On his ear, but they can't enter. That's the problem with this comp as well, that when you give up position, KC has so many tools to start a fight, and they can flank from so many different sides that it's really hard to re-enter. This tier 2 bot is so low, Giant X is just gonna have to give that over. But if Lot is actually able to trade for tier 2 top, this would be a very good cross map for the side of Giant X.
Well, at least this game had some life to it. I actually kind of sat up in my chair a bit with this game. I like it.
Watch those grubs in action.
But I do think it's over now. The other 3 games today were just complete
Even
stomps.
the Ahri could have dispelled this push.
Like, I'm reasoning with myself, and I'm saying to myself, I don't mind it, because I know that they've intentionally put all of the weaker teams at the start of the split, and all the stronger teams at the later end of the split, like matchup-wise. Like, the good teams will play each other next week and the week after, and the week after that. But it's been 3 weeks of bad teams playing against each other on purpose. They did that for the scheduling. So I'm hoping that we're going to get some big pace soon. Because normally, just 1 good series, big paces out like 3 bad ones. But now we're just having bad ones and 0 good ones.
I'm sure you did. Thank you, Jack. Very good match,
In
by
NEC
the way.
at least.
No problem.
You now prove to the world that you can count.
Yes. There's not many pro players who can.
That's true! Hey, when we introduced the Nico minion arc, you were very...
Actually, that one I can't count. That one, it's
you
bonus minion, bro. It's a... Riot messed up. It's a bonus minion for me.
Are you going to watch the LTA today? No.
Hell yeah. Soul Flare on Noah. Targaman's trying to get some summoners out. Good
LPL's the same. IG's played the most games. Bro, you shut your
Zones
fucking
out
mouth.
as KC now look towards top. And are just taking everything from the jungle as well.
Yeah.
To be fair, no one could count at that time, so I don't blame you, bro. Everyone fell for it.
Yeah, it was tough. It was just like, it felt like your lucky day, you know?
Yeah.
2 cannons on this minion wave. Freak.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, brother. And then he died. Oh, the Kana here might be caught. He doesn't have the flash up, but he's so damn fast.
Actually, the pings are kind of loud. Now that I've tried to listen to them, I'm actually fucking... I wish no one ever said the pings, bro. I fucking zoned them out, and now I can hear them.
Good ult.
I saw ult away. And it's just really hard for Giant X to ever really retake anywhere here, because they're losing on both sides. And Kana now with 4 items on this Gnar. Very, very scary.
I mean, now, Force of Nature, Thornmail.
Yeah. He's a tanky boy. And now GA completed on Kalist as well. He's full build.
Oh, yeah.
The items across the board.
Are you happy now?
6 item Kalist, baby. Time to pop off.
Good basket, or?
I mean, he didn't.
Is it a
do
Kalist pentakill? Oh my god, stop pinging,
like, I mean, not
please.
the flame, but like, they got a pick.
What did
Well, now he did something.
He ulted in after a charm. And,
Oh my god,
yeah,
he flashed as well.
Oh. Not close to go.
Yeah. Okay, Kalist did a lot this game.
Kaisa had her
played
passive
well.
mark on his
But
head.
It's just like after he was 6-0, I feel like he didn't...
Oh, Kalist caught the Alistar with WQ flash.
WQ flash on him, so he flashed
Nice try.
away.
So
Might
Jun's
look
a
like,
go.
yeah. It might look like noob, but it wasn't
That's
noob.
June Aura right there.
Was good.
Good reaction. Now Kalist, even with the GA, That flashes down, maybe an opportunity. Targamas have flash as well. Vladdy flashes too. Jackie's doing a lot, but Callista's now just running in.
Flash.
There's an ulti available, but the Geo's going to be popped. Yike coming to save the day, but a great ulti from Isma. GX, the moment in the sun, as Callis repositions.
1K shutdown.
From Noah. Kana's now in, but Kana, his ulti, not in range yet, has to walk on up, scared to do so. Rude up, and Noah is
Wait, Noah's actually...
The feathers unleashed.
Let him cook now.
The Noah again. He's got a triple.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
But taken away.
Okay, big pace, Noah. I like it. Oh my god, he just got a 6th item with that. And he still has flash. Yo, he stepped the fuck up in that fight. He clicked forwards.
And it's all Noah. He's able to do so much damage in this fight.
He must have 6 items now. Noah's got to carry the shit.
He chunks out Vladdy and makes all of this happen, and it's also crucial.
Jun and Noah, man, they are holding this game. Jackie's played really well to get Callisto.
Actually break it down. Oh, we get Noah POV. I like it. So we see here, he's able to take down Callisto, which is a 1,000 gold. Very big. And then he gets the E here onto both the Leona and the Vi. And this is where the Sion now actually starts to do damage.
Cleanse.
Because now you got the LDR, you got the IE, you got Navor, you got everything. Boom! So much damage onto the Gnar. He's able to take him down as well. 3.5k onto the Saya.
Wow.
Quadra kill.
Full build.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a full build Saya.
The GA,
Now,
ooh.
Kalist has no GA.
I think maybe he should have gone Mercurial because he has no cleanse against Leona Ari. Gnar. I'm not sure if GA's to buy. I feel like Mercurial would go crazy hard for this final fight.
Didn't realize that Noah got that quadra, but as it rolls over, Jack, I'm glad you mentioned the gold that comes through because the gold leader Dragons up, a full build Zaya. If Noah gets to play with this GA,
He needs to ult the Vi ult 100%, but then he needs to be really careful, ready to flash the Leona ult or whatever is coming.
So if Targamas is able to get that ultimate, or Vladdy with a charm, he's just gonna get one shot.
I don't know, Meganar. It's brewing up though. You can see KC playing on the edge of that timer.
Talk to me. Okay, they got the Drake. Big Giant X, big pace. Talk to me, talk to me. Yike, don't go in. Need to wait a bit here. Slowly, slowly. Jackie's smurfing. Kalist didn't react to it. Wait, it's a GX win.
It's the orders from Jackie's that we forgot to mention.
Oh, the tip! Oh my god, that Q didn't hit either. I think Yike got the wave. Oh my god, it's a 1v1 of supports. Fight! No one interrupt, no TPs allowed. Camera stay here. Oh my god, Yike got out. Oh, did he though? Hola!
Noah's waiting. A GA available, but over the wall in the nick of time. Giant Eggs have a Baron in front of them. Support will combat stops.
That's a volume increase, chat. For the first time today, that's a volume increase.
We love reverses here, Jack. We only got one from Team Heretics the other day at 13.5k. This one was 7.5k. Now shrunken to 3.7.
And it's Jackie's. I feel like he's finding so many of these angles. It starts out with Lot being a little bit caught.
Big play by Jackie's.
Jun tries to help and save him.
That's what I'm talking about.
And then Jackie's knows. Kalist no flash. He's in the choke. Ulti him. That's a one-shot. And because the Azir is so tanky, he actually doesn't.
He didn't just find a road. He found
and then you'd
the
really hope here
road.
Giant X that they'd be able to actually end the game of this way, because usually this can be a game ender.
Yeah.
But Yike is able to get the mid wave and save the game for KC.
And now, you know, I'm mentioning the
okay,
gold
muted,
difference
bro.
and how
Shut
shrinking,
the fuck up.
But, like, we are at the point where gold is mattering less and less. The carry is almost
full build across the board.
So, while Jungler's taking their time to get there, we know it is all about Kalist, Noah. Jackie's also as an Azir. You love this point in the game when you're just auto-attacking for free win as a mid-80 carry. Lot might be caught out though. He cannot throw the game here. KC are on him. Like flies on glue right now. Lot ultis. But Kana's about to go Mega Knight.
Kana's tanky as hell.
Defend. Jun's in the nearby vicinity. Look, Giant X are separated a bit. Kana wants an angle, but they're just going to keep pushing for the turret and ignore the little rat.
And they're able to force Lot to
never ignore the little rat because he will come back to bite you.
He's going to have a crazy flank.
That's facts.
Really dangerous for Giant X.
Can't throw it here. It's been such a revitalizing game. One big team fight down bot has brought them to this spot. And KC know they're in dire straits. Their base is open. Bot inhibited and broken. Baron has done a good job. As Vladdy, he moves in with the rest of KC. Jun thinks about an engage. Onto Kana. Charm.
Not a great fight here for GX. Not a great position. Gotta get out.
But I'm not sure if they'll be able to play for the mid inhib as well. So it looks like, I believe this game is going to the LCS Drake.
The LCS Drake. The
7th Drake.
Oh my god. Okay. 2 minutes until. Hex gates, not going to matter.
I don't get it.
GX just coming out of base as Lot has to make sure he doesn't get caught out in the meantime. It's all, it feels like, Jack, going to be about this dragon, as you said.
And I think every single flash.
Why are you saying dense? How is that easy to get?
It looks like they want to make.
He's charmed.
Okay.
The ulties. Noah's here. Noah cares not. Onto Yaiku. Pops the ulti in response. But Noah going into melee. The Feathers will fly out at the very least. And Noah has the GA. Running in. The old Fnatic bottom lane. May have done it, but Kalist.
Oh my god, Kalist is fucking crazy!
Saved out by Isma.
But it's not enough.
No one's going to be up first. Watch the autos. Watch Lot. Doesn't get the stun, but it doesn't
That was
matter.
insane by Kalisto. If he landed that W, what the fuck is Isma doing? What is my jungler doing?
Gotta get the wave, you know what? He needs Mega, but Giants have the numbers, and they might have the base to go with it.
I mean, look to try pushing here. Kana does
Stack
have
the Mega.
Flank. He does have the flash and the ultimate.
Flank on
Kana
what?
is
His
up in 15
base!
seconds. I'm not sure if Giants can actually end here.
He's
They're gonna have to fight.
He's thinning the wave, so it's
TP to the
very
tower.
late. They can't get near the Nexus turrets. Bot wave is not in for now.
Nash is
Mega
gone.
available. Kana
Only 1 minion.
getting destroyed by Lot. You're right. Noah's on the Nexus
minion's
turret. Giant X.
They have to kill Kana.
Wait, Kana, lock in. Kana, lock in.
Still there onto Lot.
Kana, lock in.
Flushed away from Kana into a golden Lot. It won't be the day. Giant X have one more Nexus
Kana,
turret.
red.
Target defending.
Target mass, just
Onto Noah.
did that. Ow! Kana lived! Was? Ow! The jump came up! No, Noah's gonna die! Noah! No!
Flighty gets the reset.
Hola.
The Lot's just trying to survive.
Did you see him, Yikes? He's in the bush!
Noah is dead for the soul spawn, but Kana and Targamas are as well. KC are sitting with an open nexus here. Jackies couldn't even look for a backdoor. I'm not sure if KC can contest the soul. I don't think so. Trying to leave the base in this
Wait, did they lose both Nexus towers?
Very scary, but GX are looking to... I don't know, something crazy. Just go for the soul, guys.
Unexpectedly.
Why doesn't Kalist sell the GA for an item that's good?
Beginning, I should say. Game 3, running into the base. Jack is looking uneasy, but so...
What is Vladdy doing?
He's just popped. He's got
Was?
flash available. He's going to come out of golden, but as he finally flashes away, he's got no health. Nexus exposed. All they need to do is hit.
Oh my god, Kalist just ulted into an Azir ult. Oh my god. Oh my god. And Yikes Vi claims another loss.
Beautiful comeback for Giant.
And Yikes Vi claims another loss. Oh, it's a horror.
Fun game to
Okay,
watch.
there we go. Bit of pace in these games. Thank God.
Amazing.
They had us in the first
That was
half,
good.
I'm not gonna lie. They had us in the first half. But Giant X keep the boat flying. Because, yeah, it has to fly with a game like that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Crap.
I gotta say, though. Kalist on Kai'Sa after...
That was a legendary throw.
I forgot.
He wasn't that useful.
It was the build.
Yeah.
Oh no, we have an 80 carry mate ready to dive in. Oh my god. I don't know how to start attempting to break that game down
Chat,
because
Formula
for
1
me,
qualifying, what?
I
Do you have the
feel
VOD or
like
what?
biggest takeaway
Link it.
Yeah.
is the fact that like Casey had the game in the palm of their hands, but that bot lane fight, without realizing at the time, no one played that so well, and that was a recovery they needed.
I mean, I feel like the biggest thing that ended up happening was Kalist losing that flash that we talked about when Jun was comboing. And then also Vladdy being forced out by Jackies. And then the whole team fight being a little bit jank, like Vladdy TP's in, but at that point, his team is already all dead, and then Noah is able to kill nearly all of them. I really feel like that was the turning point. And I also think just
the
fact that they weren't able to get to Soul way faster with their gold lead. I mean, the game went for 40 minutes with no Soul being taken.
Yeah, that's true. Which is rare these days, as I've been told, Analyst Desk, I need to break down...
And they've all been Rickrolls.
What happened? Burner, barn burner.
Need to. We wanted to. We were supposed to do this after the break,
Every single
but
link
we
is a
just
Rickroll.
needed to do it now because this is kind of monumental for GX, right? They take down the #1 team in one game. They need to win two, but I think the way in which they did it and how exciting the back end of that game was prompts me to want to talk about it.
This is so important, and the way that it was exciting as well. But this is right, backs against the wall. GX need this right now, and I think after having so many poor games recently and a lot of criticism leveled at them, they're starting to give me a bit of hope. That was a really good game.
And this is where the individual performance that it's built on. Everything just made sense.
Chat, I'm gonna fill my water. BRB on
Cup did an amazing job in the peel department. Jackie's a lot of individual outplays. I feel like he clutched the moments a lot, and then just Noah later on was just exceptional.
Yes, Isma, a couple of highlights here. I think definitely in terms of his narrative as well, being thrust into this team. Nymera also getting a lot of flame, I think, and some of it rightfully so. He was really finding his groove, but this is a game to be proud of.
I think Isma might have been the most criticized player in the LEC at points before this week. He had some absolutely clutch ultimates, some absolutely clutch Ws, and there's a play, I believe, just coming up here where he managed to save some carries and some really clutch moments too. I'm not really sure if he meant to tank that charm, but the fact that he meant to tank that charm, and the fact that he did saves a carry in an important fight. Isma, for someone who I think has had a pretty poor run of form, that is clutch as heck.
It's important, yeah.
This was literally a standout game because he bought so much time in this game because the carries really needed a lot of time to scale up this game because when you have Azir and when you have Xayah, you don't really have a lot of mid-game power, but the Poppy made a lot of these fights 4v5, tanked a lot, and just gave them the bridge that they needed to reach late game. And even then, it was still janky when they reached late game, but it took a lot of star power and individual outplays for everyone, but he did a standout job.
I agree. I think we talked about the mid laners coming into this series, and I think in this game too, in these skirmishes, they kind of had it figured out. We could see it whenever they played, right? You said it also, KC's engage maybe wasn't the best, but they baited them out every single time. Jackie's had the timing and had the angle, and he always knew, and then his Noah, his ADC was there to clean up. I think they really had it figured out in this game. If they can replicate it once more, I don't know, but I think it makes sense to stand still with that for just a second.
For sure. I think that they managed to, as you said, kind of bait in the engage and play around that. I think that's what their draft really signals as well on paper. You want to bait in that engage. You're not the one that necessarily wants to be starting those fights.
Well, you say it's a bait, but in reality, Vi was just going in 1v5 for like 4 or 5
yeah,
in a row,
let's
you know?
talk about that, Vi.
It worked for a lot of the game. They got, what, 7, 8k ahead of points? It was working.
Not thanks to him, you know?
I mean, yeah, okay, we should talk about that as well. KC, the thing is, when it's the #1 team and they've been in this position before, you have more faith in them than in other teams to turn it around or to bring it home. And I feel like Kalist was very fed, right? He was 5-0 and then he was 8-2-1. But was it at a time in the game where kind of because of the way the drafts went and how scaled the Xayah was, it was just too difficult of a task?
I think it's hard to do like the Herculean everything as the Kalista, as the Kai'Sa for Kalist, right? Where you can kill the first target, I think, very well. If that's not the Xayah, I feel like once everything's been blown, I feel like the Xayah cleans up so much better in this kind of composition than the Kai'Sa. And that's what we eventually saw is when it got to hyper late game, that initial shotgun blast coming in from KC wasn't enough to just completely blow out the fight. Then they had to deal with the Xayah who'd caught back up with the game, and that was a huge turning point.
Kai'Sa always found herself like in the thick of it, quite literally, and then could buy herself some time, but you're never outplaying that situation, I think, right?
It's rough because as Nymera said, if the shotgun blast fails, then it's really hard for the Kai'Sa to do much. And even now, yeah, he's just in the middle of everything.
In the middle every single time.
This is just a desperation also when the engages goes awfully wrong. You find yourself, especially as the Kai'Sa, in the midst of everything. And now this is where the Xayah is just online. All she has to do is just sit there, kite, and just hit whatever's in front of them because KC doesn't really have a lot of engage.
No, and this is where I do have to blame KC a little bit, right? Because this is on their terms. They are pushing bot lane. We see that they want to set up a situation where the Gnar is pushing mid lane at the same time, and then it comes too late. He can't impact the fight with the engage, and I feel like that's where they kind of gave the game away.
I think that when you're playing in towards the very late game, I think that's where a little bit of the anxiety takes over, where you're like, look, if I don't get the right engage here, it is going to be really messy, especially when you're playing against the Xayah with all summoners up as well. You want to get an engage onto the Xayah, but sometimes you're like, well, I don't want to do it when they have cleanse and ult. That sounds kind of nasty.
That sounds hard.
And it sounds really hard. And then you kind of throw yourself into this, will you, won't you? And you kind of split the difference a little too much. And you're not, as we saw compared to the last game, you're not actually opening up that threatening angle. You're just kind of sitting there and not quite achieving what you want in the team fight.
And what about Yikes Vi?
Yikes Vi.
It just stayed losing, man.
It's not showing up. It's not pretty, to be honest, because I mean, the meme started with Yikes Vi at first stand.
Yeah.
But even though, if you think about it, I think he's around 14 and 10 in LEC, and for a jungler that was on G2, and realistically your win rate is 80-90% on everything you play, I do feel like Yikes Vi is the bane of his champion pool, but. Look at this man.
Look at this man.
1.1k DP, the damage per minute. Those are numbers that, yeah.
I wonder what Jack Spectra thinks of if Xayah's good anymore. I wonder what he thinks.
He's gonna find a way to spin it.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to GX though, they would have to win another game to win this best of 3. And Alex, you were talking a lot while we were watching the game here about if they do manage to win this next one, it would be monumental. It's where you can set yourself apart finally in the standings from the teams around you that are struggling right alongside you, and maybe have a chance to sneak into those playoffs.
This is a bit of hope at a very important moment.
Yeah.
This is a 1-3 team in terms of series versus a 4-1 from KC. There's very much an upset potential when it comes to that kind of standings. They've played a lot of the current lower placed teams as well in our standings, so the remaining schedule is really hard. If they do manage to take a win here, it gives them a little bit of breathing room, which I didn't expect them to have.
I was on the toilet and I was doing an Instagram post.
Graphic with their strength of schedule for Giant X, but we'll take a look. Oh, it's not ready yet. Well.
Regardless, for them, for their confidence, it would be great because, as Alex said, now you're playing the tougher teams. You need to kind of punch your way up to secure.
I did an Instagram post chat.
And they haven't been, I feel like, mentally in the best state because it's been the curse, you know, from Giotto ever since he said G2 can't really.
I liked the post.
Yeah, and all of those things. And
thank you.
You see it when this team is built so much on individual performance. You need to be in crisp.
Link it. I don't know how to link it on PC. I don't know how to use it on PC.
Yourself, you don't trust your teammates anymore. That's when it starts going downhill. But this is the win that they really need to pick up to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, it's what momentum is made of. Things like this, especially versus
now,
the
biggest
team.
question is Giant
Is there a
X.
bigger opportunity here because we said it already?
The ball was thrown and they caught it.
They don't feel like they're at 100%
but
strength.
They need to learn to throw the ball.
And I think you see
know what I'm
it
saying?
in all of these games, but they
Wait,
always
my
have
mod
the
just
capability
posted
to
it
turn
in
a
the
game
chat.
completely around, and I think that's for GX what you have to be wary of.
Exactly, this is where the discipline needs to come in because now you're probably facing KC
at
this low.
I
don't really feel like KC is still proactive enough in the early game to put you in so many difficulties, and it still feels like there's so little holes in their engage because Yike was going in so much. They were not really coordinated. And
what
if
do you mean
don't
that's
take
not the
them
toilet?
now
What do you think? Bro,
hold
up. What the fuck?
Of your split or possible playoffs run, then when would you?
Yeah.
And I think when it comes to this next game, obviously, Fearless Draft, you're not going to have the Poppy or something like a Talir to kind of deny that engage because they've both been played. I wonder whether you do have to commit to that anti-engage. If you make the plays, we have answers to you. Maybe they need to go towards someone like a Renata. We'll see whether
I'm gonna
that's
pin the
respected
Instagram post. If you want to give it a like, I appreciate it a lot.
Aggressive playmaking from KC.
When they're coming at you, just need to press the pause button for just a second. We'll see.
Everyone tells me to grow the Instagram, so I'm posting more often. Instead of posting once per month now, I post once per 3 weeks.
Okay, we look on right. Come on, by Z. Go out. Nice. Nice, Ari Z. Leona. Good ready.
At least their face shaking is smart. He does get the stun though.
I feel like Khalid will kill him though. I mean, you're right. Oldie has to come out. Khalid flashes in! Hot damn, call your grandma. Tell her about that one.
I'm going, guys. Nice. I didn't know charm. Okay, I didn't know ult. I'm probably right behind.
Holy fuck.
Come in.
I reported the post. XDG. League of Legends players don't use Instagram. You did not report the post, chat. Shut up. Yeah. There's nothing on the Reddit to check. Chat, if you have anything to check on the YouTube or some shit, link it. We're gonna be locked in for this next game. Okay, fine, we can do it. Chat, fine, we can play it. We can play it. Which one should we do, chat? Which one should we do? Do the chimp test. Watch this, chatter. No, I misclicked it. Ooh, that's a hard one. Wait, this one's kind of cooked. Okay. Why do I always get the hard ones? I always get the hard ones, man. Bum. A bum bum. A bum bum bum. Wait. A bum 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 bum. Wait. A bum bum. Wait. A bum bum bum. Wait. Ba bum 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 bum. A bum bum bum. Bum! No more hard ones, please. Oh my god, it's not a hard one. Wait. Just click on the numbers in order. Yeah, I'm trying. Shut up. Where's 4? Oh, there it is. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I was focused, I would smash that game. Okay, let's do the song list. Everyone shut up. Fuck, I know this song. Fuck, I know this song. Oh, it's Wonderwall. I have no idea. I have no idea. Chat, I have no idea what that is. Chat, what is it?
Last game, a lot of resilience, but how do you make sure that for this one you win the series more convincingly?
I mean, in game we just try to fight more than the previous week. So we will keep going on that. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but at least we just
Chat,
try to fight
you're
and
wrong.
show a bit of gameplay.
Quick question about your opposition, because it is expected that EI could go back on H2. Which one is it going to be?
Okay. Okay, yeah.
All right, let's see this one. Isma, thank you so much. Wishing you the best of luck for this game.
Oh, I skipped by accident. Is it Kill Bill? No, I don't want to share it. No. Is that it? I'm done.
Maybe it is.
I respect Pace a lot.
Bro,
Pace my go.
If I'd be fair, if I was Noah in that game, I looked a little bit like Pace, no? Like,
what you mean
that was
I'm
some
done,
good
buddy?
carrying.
Quite. I mean, Pace is like,
thanks for
looking
being
pretty
real.
crazy.
Yeah, okay, let's pull
Chat,
it
don't
down
go
a
to this
little bit.
Instagram post
Pull
and
up
write
Jackie's though,
XDD, bro. What the
because
fuck
as
are you
were
doing?
saying to me about 30 seconds ago,
Yeah.
you think Jackie's did a lot of stuff? I mean, the desk was also talking about Jackie's quite a lot.
I feel like he was kind of the silent hero because he didn't end up having any flashy stats. He didn't get crazy kills, but in terms of actually starting the fights and being the difference maker, I feel like he actually did more than Noah.
Yep.
You can't just go there and write XDD. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I think that's what Giant X needs. I think that's what they had last week as well, despite the fact that they lost. I feel like when Jackie's looks good, this team just looks completely different.
True.
While when Jackie's is losing, I feel like the team just completely falls apart.
You just feel like
Relben.
the new linchpin, you know, the new direction area, I feel like, for Giant X. And we talked a lot about what mid means for experience. Jackie's is someone that they have to lean on. So young, so fresh to the league. His second year is... We talk more about what he gets to play this game. For what doesn't get played, Jace is taken off the board by Giant X 3 games in a row, and I agree. You just can't let Kana on Jace.
Yeah, Korean Jace, baby.
The phrase, dude.
Wait, apparently the Hollow Knight Silk Song trailer has been removed from the Steam.
Yeah, I think
From
they went
Steam.
back, which
Why?
makes a lot of sense,
Why?
like,
What? Why?
Rumble, Gnar, Jax, and Aurora all out that are like the typical answers you see into the Gwen.
What? There was a trailer here. They removed it.
I'm a bit curious
No
to see why
shot.
KC didn't decide to actually first pick it. I think that could have been good for Kana.
Yo, is that
Just
actually
give him
five
that
minutes?
carry
Much love.
top. But now with that out of the board, they also choose to ban the MF.
Much love.
Maybe setting up for that 3 first pick.
Okay.
That Isma was talking about.
Alright, Rel, Gwen, MF, Jace, Kalista, and... Maybe it was the wrong edit.
Handshake deal. Again, we've already had something like
Yeah,
Skarner,
maybe it
so it's
was.
not like Ivan is preparing to run into something like a tank. Sejuani still open. Remember Yone as well, actually.
True.
Banned in the first game, and Yone Sejuani globally is... Yone is actually banned away. It was like a really
now
good
watch me
pairing.
whip
So
it.
Jack,
Now watch
as
me
you said,
Yone.
maybe set up for the tree.
Alright,
Yeah.
Maokai
Maybe a
first
Maokai
pick is a
first pick
crazy slam here from
Sejuani
K-Corp.
could be, or just a
It's
Maokai
gotta be a
Sejuani
Maokai
trade.
slam.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be the Maokai first
I'm a
pick. Now
big
the
fan
question
of
is,
your
do you wanna answer
Instagram
that with an
NPC
Ivern
posts.
or with
Oh,
a
thank you, man.
Sejuani, I think will be the two most common answers. I do think I prefer much more the Sejuani.
Yeah.
For Giant X.
Maokai
As
first
Isma
pick,
talked
nice.
about, they look better when they fight.
Now, what
Also known as
champs can you
Pig
build
Sister
around the
if you're watching
Maokai? I
it.
would love to see it.
Oh, Pig
You know that
Sister?
they actually
Corki
call it
denial
Pig
is good.
Sister.
Really?
And you know what Corki's called?
Maybe need like a Tristana.
Have a guess.
Helicopter Man?
He's just called Aeroplane.
Airplane.
They just call him Aeroplane.
Fair enough.
Right? This is the trivia for the day. So Aeroplane's going to get locked in. GX, At least you don't get to, people at home don't get to see Azir.
Nidalee.
Corki.
Isma Nidalee.
Is it going to be a
Yo, they did that. He did that against Los Ratones last month and he won.
Nidalee jungle. This is
Do
a
it.
very
You won't.
difficult to execute composition.
But Isma loves
already.
this pick.
He does love this pick. It's
Do
great
it.
at
You did it
fighting.
against Los Ratones. Do it against K-Corp.
For me, the biggest problem I have is that I feel like Corki, we saw it there, 6 wins, 12
Don't
losses.
pivot to Sejuani last second. Don't do
Great.
it.
And I looked at win rates across regions, in LCK as well, 33% win rate-ish. In LPL as well, just around 30%.
It's
This
a
champion
flex.
does not win a lot of games.
Yeah. Well, maybe the Sejuani.
Yeah, who's dragging that Nidalee win rate down? Frauds.
Because the Corki was the problem.
Alright, Tristana here is a needed pick, I think.
When you start talking about win rate, I was like, oh yeah.
You need Tristana or Ambessa or some shit like that.
You're the first person not to bag it out. You're talking about the 80 carry.
You.
Jack
What do you mean
Spectre,
me?
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but the thing is, Corki, I think, is better in mid lane. Like in bot lane right now, in solo queue, he can still be annoying. 'Cause he's so
Victor.
strong early game.
Oh yeah, I
But
forgot about Vladdy Victor.
competitive, I just feel like you're not getting
Maybe
the
they don't
early
need AD.
leads. You're not
They
scaling
just
the
play
greatest.
Maokai plus Mage.
Your impact's pretty low.
Well, you're going up against
It's
the
times like these where I look at this draft and I'm like, isn't Cassidy on 3 just fucking frying if they don't take Renekton here? I feel like they need to take Renekton or Ambessa here. But if they don't, and they pick like, let's say Ashe, and you go Cassidy on 3 and ban out and then you banned out Ambessa Renekton, I feel like they're kind of cooked.
It's a really good
Like what
matchup
AD
into
top
the Corki mid,
can
so
they
it's kind of
blind
forcing Giant X
that's not
to
Renekton
reconsider
Ambessa?
and put this Corki bot lane.
They're gonna have to go like Camille or
So
some
see what
shit.
they decide to go for
Or
on 3. Could
Aatrox,
be
but
either
you can
top
counter it, I guess.
Or an answer into this Victor, or even an ADC to cement this Corki going mid.
But I guess I remember people in Fearless were going Camille a lot when Jax was out.
Another melee top lane.
Aatrox.
Aatrox for lot.
Aatrox, yeah,
It's not
like
the
it.
greatest matchup early game, but the thing is, what you can do with Sejuani is you can pick a lot of losing matchups, and then just because of the pure strength of the 2v2, you just have your Sejuani path up top, and you win every 2-2, and you're chilling.
Okay. Well, getting a lot ahead of me, it's not it's not the most reliable way, because I feel like we talk about Giant X being reliant on Jackie's last game also.
Vi
Nora
is out,
another
Casey win.
fundamental, but
Bro, that is exactly how it works.
I think
True.
maybe more solo lane focused in this game, but Giant X already out of the draft as Ashe taken away. Utility 80 carry that Giant X are getting off the board. We start talking about, you know, if that is a Corki mid, maybe some Jins here. What else? Where am I missing? You're the AD, man.
I mean, I do think Jin,
Silas Ben,
just
like
utility
it.
for the side of KC makes a lot
Actually,
of
what is
sense
Jackie's gonna
because
play
you
here?
already
Please
have
don't play
a lot
Corki
of
mid. And
damage on the side
I
of
don't
Victor
want to see
and Renekton
Corki
that
mid
I
Ziggs
don't
AD
think
in
to
game
play
5,
any sort of
game
crazy
3. I don't want to see
aggro
that.
carry. And it's gonna be
Draven
Draven
ban.
taken
Oh, they're
out
gonna
as
go.
well for the side of Giant X. Curious to see what KC takes out as their last ban. I think it
They're going Corki bot, I think.
goes very well.
Because what else is there? Like,
You could
Draven's now banned against Kalist.
Actually, what mid
do
pick
something like a
cooks
Sivir.
here?
Okay.
They
That would be
ban
more
the
of a
Ziggs because they
Hackberry
think of the
style, but
flex.
it
I
could
think
be
the
fine.
only mid
Estel's
champ they
taken
have
off
is
before
Akali or
previous
Orianna.
bans, right, or
And I
previous
hate
draft.
both of them.
So there's not a whole lot. You don't really, you want to play an AD champion for sure. Don't want to play any mage.
Oh, Corki bot.
Yeah. Ooh, Akali is spicy, but
You know, I
it's a
feel like
hard
Rise.
Akali game.
Oof, I don't
You
know
do
if I
have-
like
you have
Rise.
the point and click from Maokai and the point and click Renekton stun.
Yeah.
I played a lot with Certus last year, who loves Akali.
Yep.
And he always said, when our coach said,
Oh my
"Is
god, they're
Akali
gonna
really
call Braum,
bad here
aren't
when
they?
had champs like this?" Oh, call Braum!
Oh.
I forgot about that one. That one's crazy.
This makes sense because Rakan is out, but I think they're forgetting about one pick that could win the game for GX on 5.
But even then,
I think Bard on 5 here is the winner against Oh my god, they saw it. I like the Brown blind with Rakan being down and Corki can't play with range supports. He can't play Corki Karma. But Bard on 5 is the one range support that can function similar to Nico as like an engage. Yeah, it's perfect. Bard into Kog'Maw Victor is so insane.
Still tough for
I
the
think that
Corki
Bard pick actually saves the draft.
Yeah. All you need is really one Braum
It's still a
to
hard
land
game though,
who can look to run people down.
because they're
I think
playing
it's
triple
Kog'Maw
melee
Braum.
into
It was
Kog'Maw
good
Braum,
as
Renekton, right?
I remember they played it a lot.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you know what ads, you can
And,
use the tier 1 or 2 try and
for
have the
me,
channel if you don't want to back to the game
I
plus
think
because
it's like really
the
obnoxious,
problem you
to
have
be
with
honest.
Corki,
Whenever I
right,
played
is
it, I played
Corki
against
Karma
it.
isn't really a lane,
Super
Corki
strong.
Renata isn't really a
Usually,
lane,
at bot lane, you
Corki
can't
Janna, all that
pull
shit
off
doesn't.
as it's like
Corki
if you get
Lulu,
chopped out, then you lose that all in threat.
and Braum is
It's
countered by
alright,
range
but at the
support.
same
So
time, if you
blinding
get
Braum
ahead,
into Corki is
then
good
this
if
Corki
Rakan is
plays
out
becomes
and Nico are out, and they
because he has
both
to
were.
peel
But
from
the
that
third
Braum.
engage-ish
So you're not
support that
worried
doesn't
about
really
the dive that
function
comes through from Aatrox,
as an
from
enchanter with
Akali,
Corki
all
is
in from
Bard.
Sejuani, because usually what a lot of fans will be used to is the fact that Kog'Maw always had a Lulu or an enchanter by his side, right?
Yeah.
To buff up so that he could play frontline.
I mean, the thing is, he can kind of do that with
Let's
the
see if
Braum
Jun
with
can
the
carry the
shield,
game.
But as you say, the shield value isn't crazy this game, as his shield is not going to do much against either the Kali
or the Aatrox.
But that's where the rest of the composition comes in.
It's been a while since
With
I've
the
seen
Maokai
Cogmo
point and
Brown.
click, with the Renekton point and click, to actually
these chat full of bots. Yeah, it is. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna press a button and the whole chat will spam the same thing. Ready? Watch this.
Like they have a very well put together
Okay, now it's
team.
gonna update
I think
my
maybe
bot.
more so than Giant X. And it's interesting because it's kind of the roles reversed.
Perfect. Bot's working.
Where
Thanks for
last
telling
game
me,
we
man.
talked about how
I just had to
KC
double
had
check
full
that it was
on
working.
And GX had
It
the kite
seems
back.
to be working pretty
But
well.
now it's KC that have the full kite back
Yeah,
comp,
looks good to me.
While Giant X don't have full dive, but
a bit of it.
very dive. You know, the top side is very dive, while the bot lane is more chilling.
The shame we couldn't, you know, steal Mickey back for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And we just used him for this game 3 because I would love you two to start yapping about bot.
Yeah, I mean, he would talk a ton about this Kog'Maw Braum because him and Hansama were the two people that kind of invented this bot lane and started playing it so much. And I remember we scrimmed a lot against them, and it was.
I heard in all chat someone say it.
I just heard in my ear that, yeah, Hans Summer was the last one to play it in spring 2024.
Yeah.
So that's for the Cogmore. Let's just look for the partnership in that date as well as a lethal tempo taken. No surprises there.
Oh my god, bone plating on Victor.
About Certus,
second win, Doran Shield Akali.
And he would say, like, even into Maokai Renekton, like this game Jackie's has, that it's fine. Because he said, I'm not stupid, I will just not get stunned. That's what he would say.
Really?
And our coach would just be speechless.
Okay.
Just don't get stunned, it's good logic.
Yeah.
Does it really work like that?
Well, he said, like, I won't walk in range, I won't get stunned, I'm not stupid.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Well, sometimes he got stunned.
Yeah, he did. But this was, I know to rattle off, and obviously, you know, I know you watch a bit of LPL as well. We used to see this lane a lot, the Akali into Victor, because of the kill threat, I feel, and also because jungle pairings. I mean,
Your favorite F1 driver crashed in quali?
I mean,
What,
it is a
Max
great
Verstappen
Akali
crashed?
game when you look
Nope,
at, like,
he got pole,
Akali,
sucker.
Aatrox, Sejuani. It's just Maokai Renekton, I think, is such a good answer into it.
Oh.
See here some little trades from bot lane.
Boy. Best skin in Cogmore, isn't it?
Are you gonna bark if he gets kills?
No, I'm not gonna bark. The theory's been in the game. Why does everyone keep asking, are you gonna bark?
I don't know, it's something that I feel like is in
Nice stun.
Yeah, it is. You're right. But
Clash is not working. Wait, is it Clash weekend this weekend?
And I feel like that's enough.
Can you get Riot to fix Clash? Bro, why is everyone asking about Clash?
I didn't bark. I said he's a good boy.
Is my chat just tech support for Riot? Why is everyone saying fix Clash?
In the game. Like, Riot.
It's very cute, yeah. The chromas are so good.
I feel like the train on is like a close second.
How have they not fixed Clash? Isn't that shit been broken for 400 years?
But the train Ornn, for me, it's like, it's more of a joke, while this one is like, you can use it as a joke, but also for serious.
Yeah.
Chat, it's fine.
For serious,
yeah, for like tryhard gaming, you know?
Class might not be fixed this weekend, but another Lux skin's gonna come out. I know, they didn't have to, but they did, and I know you're excited.
In fact, Jack, the lane 2v2 so far with the push in, working well, enabling Isma to get this invade with no vision. Come behind Flighty and maybe get a flash out. Permafrost close to hitting. One more auto. Maybe Jack just could have done away with him.
Yeah, it's a great pathing here by Isma. 3 camps into mid, and this is a big reason why teams prioritize this Sejuani. Able to look for these cheese ganks and can help out this mid and top matchup. He is going to actually choose to path all the way down to bot, which means that
we're gonna do a new skin line for Kai'Sa. We're gonna do Moon Guardian.
Renekton, which is gonna be rough, but maybe after Isma is full cleared with his bot side, he can look to try to help him out.
Great ward in River, by the way. Just spotted out Yike, who was coming towards mid as Jackie's takes an enhanced Q, but not the second charge.
And it's gonna be prestige.
Jackie's in the lane, as you expect. Melee versus range. He's struggling a little bit here, while Bloody, despite not having the flash, is still able to push up with Yike in the vicinity.
Yeah, and he needs that level 6, right, to really start to have that kill pressure that you talked about earlier.
And this lane matchup for Akali early is not the best. I thought in this matchup, maybe it's...
Lose as little CS as possible.
What the fuck? Maybe it's a bit outdated, but I thought you went first strike in these matchups.
Yeah.
Well said.
That guy's crazy good at lasting.
He is. You know who else is really good in their own lane? I have to say it's Kana. Kana so far.
As good as Chovy?
Well.
That's a tough bargain, that.
There's only one man who can take down Chovy.
Right?
It's not a man you would expect to do it, but it's the man that'll get the job done, and that's what matters. That's what's important.
Have you seen Goomer's been playing top?
Really?
It's mid-beast.
The rumors going around. Oh boy. Let's find out how far it goes. Good little setup with the
they're splitting target selection a lot here.
Forward now has to flash away. Cleansed away by Noah. He's out of mana, but the Gatling gun almost sets it up for a further kill. Kalist now down to someone while Bloody is going to get punished here. Sets up the static build on top. Bloody perma.
Well played by Isma. Yo, this is a GX win maybe. This is a GX win. Let it marinate. Let it cook. Let it simmer. Let it simmer. Let it marinate. Leave it in the oven. Put the sauce back in. Hold up. Top is even. Bot is winning. And mid is now ahead.
Here training a bit in this top side. He's going to be fine. Just getting some grass procs. And that's so big.
Is my jungler smurfing? So far, he fucking is. He fucking
and now
is.
when she hits level 6, she has a huge XP and gold lead on this Victor. I think she can set up for another kill.
I think, well, you know, last game on the Poppy, we didn't get to talk much about Isma because a lot of it was that pick around Baron, remember, that
You hate Giant X. No, I don't.
It was a big part of setting up the massive gold lead. Isma has had a pretty
How are you ulting
okay
3-6?
series from at least my perspective.
My
right?
guy, why are you... Bro, this guy says I'm the pie guy, chat.
He disengaged very well.
Bro,
and it's also, it was really
is that
nice
it?
to
You're
see.
the
I
pie
think
guy
the
now?
thing
Bro,
that junglers struggle with is
God.
peeling back. A lot of junglers and top laners, they love to go in and they love to go deep. And it was really nice to see that he actually understood his role was just to peel for his carries, and he did that so diligently. And it's interesting to see now, because now he has a completely opposite role of diving in.
Can't kill the Aatrox. He has his Doran shield, bone plating, potion, cookie, plate the steel cap spike. Sorry. And Victor is gonna soon have his spike where he has double ruby crystal. And bot lane now has their cookies as well, so there's no fighting there either. Their Mundo ults are up. Bro, this game is turned.
Jackie's has just jumped in. Wait, Shuriken flip, he takes it onto Bloody on the top.
Whoa! Oh.
When we talk about mid being sexy, this is what we mean.
If he got the flash out, that would have gone crazy.
It's going to be a 1-for-1 here as Jackie's outplays Vladdy, but I think, to be honest, Vladdy might be the one coming up ahead here as the wave looks like it's kind of frozen for the side of KC, and I think Vladdy will pick up more CS than Jackie as well. He also loses the Darksteel stacks as he gets the kill.
Some guy in chat thinks he's so funny. He says, saving Blash for next game. Bro, shut up. Is this diveable?
Jump down. Kalist just gets jumped on. Permafrost's going to put him in as well and into the dirt. But Isma,
It most certainly is. It most certainly is. Damn. Wait, Noah tanks now, no?
Not going to do too much.
Oh, yeah.
Flashing away.
Yo, GX, I like it. Picasso. Are you going to fix Clash or not? No, I'm not. Now that you asked, I'm not going to fix it. My mama always said, I want, never get.
Corki. This is not a Corki that's itemized to kill you in lane, and he's still doing it. Up 16 CS here, 500 gold lead. Disaster for this Colma Braum.
Feels like Isma's been everywhere so far.
Yeah.
And again, a great time to talk him up because Isma,
See ya.
again, few and far between moments to highlight this French jungler.
Like Flair.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, Giant X, it was hard to highlight a lot of people in this roster.
Talking about W Mum L Sun, what did I do?
Again, you said you had low expectations for Locke coming through. I had medium expectations. I think I over-expectated when I had expectations. You know, Isma as well is someone who we're like, how strong is he as a voice, as a leader?
How is it that he's right?
Really needs a leader.
Yeah.
And we said Jack.
3 big kills to Giant X. Actual pace in this bitch.
And then you've got Noah and
I want to see a Bard ult on this Kog'Maw now. I want to see a Bard ult on this Kog'Maw now. You've got that flash timer, Jun. Think about it. Bard ult that bitch.
It is building up a
Now, right now.
3 plates solo. Up, I think around like 5 times CS.
Yep.
And it feels like Kana, in general in this series, despite their loss
Need Isma to get some XP, he's a bit behind.
Incredibly strong.
Helping Isma get some camps, nice.
You're playing into this full dive comp. As you have,
Bro, you need to stop spamming take notes.
Right? Sure.
Wait, did Maokai just get that big raptor from Leandries or some shit? Or what the fuck? From the Fate Ashes?
Oh, Noah's. Chris here.
As you said, it's all about stacking up the concussive blows. Noah close. Less good spacing in the end as well. Now level 6, so a lot more spit's going to be rolling out. As
what happens to being family friendly?
Matchup, as you said, it does feel very snowbally, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
Uh-oh, Yike, that ain't your camp.
The lead. Yike. Gonna run into
Why didn't Isma fight him? Did he not have W?
How do you really feel about that? Yakis is over the wall.
Isma choosing not to commit to it. Maybe worried about KC's bot lane rotating.
I'm impressed Lot is going even. Good stuff, Lot.
Incredible vision around this bot side though.
Okay, I have to do something real quick, chat, while we're waiting for GX to make a play. Hold up.
That's crazy.
Nope, we'll wait. Looks like they're gonna back off. This guy in chat wrote, I have the funniest joke, ha ha ha. He laughed at himself. What is it? Write it. I'll keep it off screen and then I'll move it on screen when you said it.
He's got a garage sale.
He laughed at his own message.
Not a whole lot of danger that he's sitting on here.
Like, you gotta share it now.
Something here, but
What is it?
A heart-bound axe. Still pretty harmless, I'd say.
It's like he's going to another garage and put that in his own garage. Yo, this all looks
He
nice.
says lose ratones. That's the funniest joke ever.
Yeah.
That guy is absolutely on the fucking Zaza.
Here for Giant X.
5-minute timeout, buddy. Go to the kitchen,
As
get some
Kana
snacks.
now continuing to build up that lead as he was able to crash the top wave. And he's also got that anti-heal for the Aatrox as well.
1k gold lead for Giant X, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Small tidbit from those ganks, and again, we talked about the gold.
Absolutely fried that guy.
Jackie's in this lane, there's a lot more threat. I mean, Vladdy has to space well, and at least he's doing that, but Isma's in the vicinity again, on top of a ward, while it's all about those grubs spawning in 15 seconds. Giant X have the river, but Yike with the
So
ulti
GX
from
initiate
Maokai
the
from
swap,
anywhere.
but they initiate the swap and lose TP on the Aatrox. Renekton TP advantage, Targamas fishing for a ward.
Is this gonna be the
Can we get a Kana TP up in this bitch? Are we gonna?
This is fancy.
No, it looks like he's shifting.
You know, you never know what's coming to you.
Where's my Maokai ult?
Maybe Tempered Fate
Oh.
brings it in. Jun, great
Okay,
ulti, but
okay.
Yike to the side. He has to flush
Okay.
away. Casey looking for the
Just give the
re-engage.
grubs.
Winters
Get
might
the
need
fuck
a
out of
bit
there.
natural journey to give the space.
Maokai, no flash.
One grub's taken here in this rotation. Casey are looking for 4. Kaliss is going to pant his way towards the next.
Guys,
and
the play's over.
Giant X
On the
is
Grom.
swooned out for the time being. Jackie's looks for a new angle. Kana finds him first though, and remember that this Croc has dominance.
Hello,
available.
bot crab.
He
Hello,
gets
bot
out, but
waves.
he's still
Guys, you really want to fight this? Why? 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 Hello.
Target there, but now kiting front to back. Watch Kaliss. He's auto-attacking. Kana as well, taking care of business on the right wing. 3 members running into the wild again, snapped in half.
But they use Sejuani and Bardult. They have no engage left, and then they walk into Maokai Brown to take a fight. Why? You have no ults. Just back.
That they would back off after losing full position.
I guess
Accept
bot
the
wave's
fact
pretty
that
good.
KC are gonna get the
But they
5
could have just
grubs
gone bot
and
crab,
be okay with
reset
it.
on Bard,
But
open
instead,
bot,
they
time
wanna
play Drake or some
re-engage.
shit. Play on Maokai, no
Face
flash,
checks
face
Kana,
check.
Gets chunked.
What are they doing?
Wants to walk up. Trying to make
Akali
something
condition is
happen.
also
but
shit.
There's no tools. There's no Sejuani ultimate. There's no Bard ult. There's no disruption. They have to face check and run into this Maokai ultimate. And it's just a disaster for them. They're able to take down Targamas, but at the cost of Jackie's and at the cost of Lot's life. And Kana's been okay.
He's just he's a bit of a beast, isn't he?
Now they're on Drake, so they have no setup.
As well, but it's just the fact that
But
Kana,
it's fucking free, maybe.
I mean, found so much lead in that individual lane, and now with a kill up, 1,300 gold.
Yeah.
He's up as well. I mean, top turret's down, by the way.
Yeah, he got full top tower.
Holy.
He is
Perfect for a top laner.
Yeah,
he's
Kana
making his
eats
individual
towers.
difference known in this game, that's for sure.
Just like every other, as you said before. Giant X at least going to get the dragon, so 2 dragon game, but KC.
Another Hextech Soul. Maybe that's a good omen for Giant X. Because they won last game.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm with you. Okay. Set us up. How do they do it this game?
How do they do it this game? Well, I think ultimates are
Holy
super,
moly,
super
Jackie's with the
important.
mask
I really
build.
want to see. So, we talk a lot about like non-committal engage.
Yeah, we do.
And when you have these tools like the Bardult, like the Sejuani,
I wanna see a
where you
punish
can
on
just
that
throw it
Maokai.
and then back off if it misses, the backing off part is very important.
Okay.
Because if you miss it, but then continue going, that's as if
What
the
happened?
engage
What
was
happened to
committed.
top lane, man?
And
The
then
game
you
was so
lose half that
playable until
power.
it now
So
isn't.
I really want to see them just be willing to throw out the Bardult, be willing to throw out the Sejuani ult, and then play off of that. If it hits, great.
I like
If it
what
doesn't,
Kana's doing. I knew he would ult in there, yeah.
But look, Kana
So good by Kana. Almost worked.
he gets out.
Vladdy walked up so far in his face. It was so easy for Akali to ult, but Renekton's right behind him.
From Jackie's, I was really worried he was going to end up falling there. But he's able to get Kana's flash. But Kana still generating such a big tempo lead.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to hit this mid tower with Demolished and get even more plays for himself. And Jun here, ooh, beautiful stun.
Yeah, but the cleanse comes out.
Jun is kind of smurfing, but his jungler is showing mid. Oh, he just took the Maokai to Narnia.
Comes through to Neverland. Sets up the Nature's Grass. Roots only one. No one defends it behind. His support who then dies. But Yike looking to get away with it. And he will. As KC have 4 members down.
Oh my god, they're actually gonna get out. Just fucking send it. QR.
Isma sends out the ulti. Flash for that, but at least finding Targamas as Targamas responds
Oh!
to the flash. But
Bomba!
now in range. Fox responds.
Big one. That's big. That's big for Giant X.
And Giant X know KC might be in trouble.
Wow. And it's a bit of an overstep here for KC as they try to go for a little bit too much, going for Jun. It's a
Man,
beautiful
KC's
flash
gold
from
lead
Jun
is
here. He flashes
the Aatrox.
portals with Yike on top of him to bring him all the way into the tower. And then
I mean, it's Renekton, sorry.
the Maokai ulti lands onto Jun. Good ult from Kalist, good Q by Yike. But now Noah, he can fire away, shoot down Yike, continue chasing. Isma
Kalist literally just said, "Fuck this shit, I'm out," and went to the wave. Respect.
And then Noah with a good Q predict onto Yike, takes him down, takes down Targamas as well, and we're back to an equal game state.
Yeah, hell yeah, we are in a series that again is kind of surprising me. I guess
Two Drakes to GX though. Big face.
Last week, you know, with the Heretic series, we're like, yo.
Big gold lead in mid as well. Never mind, ruined it.
Today as well.
Oh, he's dead, no?
Kalist is saying Giant X, hold it right there. Jun's caught out and a kill over to Kalist.
I feel like whenever we talk about Giant X being potentially good, someone gets caught and dies.
We talk about KC being like out of shape and then they throw. So I just did that.
Yeah.
So just wait a couple of minutes, see if KC throws something.
Fair enough. Drake spawning in 2 minutes. That's a huge objective. I do think if Giant X are able to pick up that soul, it's key as
it's
well.
not Caedrel on Bard.
Well,
I'd have 6 deaths by now.
But
that Cogmore would have lost his flash at least 3 times.
Perfect execution set up.
Trying to kill me.
For a target onto Yike, he
But still, would have punished it.
He's able to get the TP out of
by dying anyway.
Now, that's a TP
but
for Lot.
at least would be trying to do something.
Yankees here, just generating pressure and time for his team. I think that also just cements the fact that they're going to have to drop this Herald though.
I don't understand this Akali build. Is this really like a good thing?
Like
I know he wants Riftmaker and he wants Leandries and he wants fucking the magic resist Bloodletter's curse.
Riftmaker. Is there a third?
Yeah, there is.
What is the third one?
It's Bloodletter's curse.
I don't have to. I don't want to use a computer. I want people to think.
But I don't know if is Bloodletter's good on Akali.
Is there a third?
There is surely.
Is the MR shred item the third?
Oh, maybe it is. Let's pause because first Herald, then we'll find out. Tempered Fate.
Okay, Bardolt landed. Cogmore has flash though. The Aatrox is fucking useless. That is not Zeus. And now Bard's dead. And now the game's over. And now the game's over.
KC chased the remnant.
Let's fight Herald. Checks notes. My Akali has no ult. Cogmore has flash. Let's go all in anyway.
Everything here. You can see that Lot is so damn squishy. They TP's in, and I feel like again,
Akali is just a spectator. What do you want to do?
Of Giant X's comp. You guys don't have Akali.
It's like the last fight. They have no Sejuani Bardolt. Checks notes. That sounds like a good idea to fight.
And after that, Casey is able to just completely run them down and get 3 kills and the Herald. I really wanted Giant X to just drop the Herald, play for the third dragon, and win the game that way.
True.
But now, it's a 2k gold lead for KC. Kana taking down the bot tower here. Breaks it down to nearly 3,000 gold. And it's looking dire.
Jack have had to cheat. Bloodletter's curse, you're right. Leandry's Riftmaker we had. I don't know why.
Come on, GX, take the Drake fight.
Like
Checks notes. Sejuani ult. Be careful though, let's play it slow maybe.
I'm sorry I had to cheat. Wait, you're an 80 carry, I'm a top laner.
But is Akali build stronger than just getting first item?
This dragon spawn now sitting there waiting third for Giant X. They obviously want this.
Kana is on a crazy flank here.
Yeah.
They haven't spotted him yet.
He's 1,700 gold ahead. Yeah. 1 item apiece though, so granted, that gold's not really showing.
Of course it is. You have 3 items like this. Chat, can we just say comment of the year? Of course the 3 items are better, because then you have 3 items instead of 1. Mods, just ban Belia. Oh my god, they missed Bardolt on a Cogmore that's ulting with no flash. Mama. Just give the Drake.
You can see Isma's backing off as well. GX is just giving it up.
My mod just said, no, I like him better than you. What the fuck? Hello?
Nobody on their side can tank it, but Giant X want to keep going.
I was going to say that. I thought they gave it up. The ulti lands in. Giant X looking for the engage. Noah comes into range. Dragon's down.
Oh my god. They put the Herald down for Kalist to get into when they flash on him. And it worked.
But Giant X, it's not over just yet. Fighting forward is flooding with 1 more auto from the concussive blows.
He was dead to R2 from Akali there.
They get away limping. To give over
Jackie's flash ulted W'd on him. He was about to R2 and kill him, and he took the Herald. What the fuck?
Forward. And it just looks so hard for them to play any of these fights.
So she doesn't get the shutdown.
The Sejuani ult, the Bard ult to land on more key targets to get these fights going, but they're just outranged. And they have such great disengage tools with the Braum, the Maokai, and the
This is the kind of questions I get in chat. Would you rather have $1 or $2?
Just can't move. Targamas,
what are you trying to get out of this? Like.
So for KC, almost a 3k gold lead still maintained. They stopped the dragon stacking as well. 30 seconds till the Atakan spawns, but let's be real, black and red one, and flowers are lovely. Everyone loves flowers.
Yeah.
But as we said earlier on, it doesn't feel like Atakan's a game changer. It's not a rift breaker, rule maker, play maker. It's not a show.
You don't get it? What do you mean I don't get it?
Yeah. I agree with that. And Targamas might be caught here.
He might indeed. Targamas permafrost.
The damage
Gravity
is
field.
not there.
Great stand behind me. Kaliss also poking from the side as Jun sends out an oldie. Is Kaliss really caught? Waiting for a
There's the comp in action. That's how it should work. Much better.
Noah with a great range attack. He gets a shutdown.
But they are a bit behind now.
Charge that comes from Kaliss and his dead body, but Giant are now on the run on the escape path. Noah tries to zone off one lot over the wall. Zones off Kana. Maybe a re-engage imminent, but Isma solo. Jackie's is low as well. They get one, they get a pick. They stagnate Kaliss.
Would you rather have one haunting guys or two? Jackie's chose 3. Good one, chat.
It's really hard.
Another chat W joke. Lol. Time to write. Time to write. Haha.
Trying to prevent Lot from really entering. And it's these solo laners from the side of KC that I feel like are doing so much work in these fights.
Yeah, 2 more items and Akali is full build.
And the rest of
Facts.
has to back off. Same with Vladdy. Just so much damage and so much tankiness on both of them.
Now we wait, because I just want to see Jackie's build the item, but he might have to do it from a corpse because as he goes into the shroud, Targamas waiting for him.
Why didn't he ult through the Braum?
Jackie's slowed down and into oblivion.
What
he goes.
the fuck?
Bloody gets the pick and Jackie's caught out in the side lane. Is an old story for the mid laner, but still, you could say that Giant might have an opportunity to fight something back because Noah has joined in the fray. A good stun up and
Corki damage is nuts.
from Noah is fantastic. Jun wants to slow down. He's got a binding to land, but Vladdy's in the way. The threat from the Victor also big.
It's a great move.
This Akali build is starting to hurt my eyes. Like.
Top here, and Vladdy's sneaking around. He has no flash. Jun's gonna just portal right behind him here.
He's really Hola! With swiftness, as you said, magical journey, used tempered fate.
My bard.
Himself, but he also gets his jungler. Targamas is also here. Jun flashes away. Vladdy gets the range in the end, but Noah once again, the team fighting legend. You move him to another team. He still has it, but Kaliss has rolled on in and Alex.
But Jack is keeping behind. Jack is behind him. Kaliss.
Kill.
Oh my god, no way! He thought the combo was gonna way! No, suckers! Suckers! No! Oh my god, no, 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 not like this.
So he counter-juked himself.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no, oh my god, Murph! Murph! Don't go! Oh my god, now I know what the Interstellar scene felt like.
I just thought that was a done deal.
No.
Crazy series at the end, isn't it? Jackie started it by dying.
I think Jackie's here is a little bit greedy. He has the ultimate, but he wants to try to not use it, so he doesn't.
He had no
get
vision,
the
chat.
OTE on the Braum. Ends up getting flashed down by Yike. And
He didn't
that's
see
a
him.
beautiful move here by Noah. Dropping this mid wave, choosing to move here immediately. That catches KC off guard, and then he dodges the Maokai ulti here.
It was 50-50. Yeah, I know it was 50-50, but it was 100-0 until he clicked backwards.
Here by Noah, and then Vladdy choosing to stick around for this wave. Ends up falling. But now we're going into this Drake setup. Third dragon for the side of Giant X.
It's third dragon at 22, almost
Factor.
23 minutes, but Jackie still doesn't have his first item.
Yeah,
So
the build looks a bit jacked.
Faded Ashes, but Jackie's still no item. There is a 2-item Victor with Rod of Ages fully stacked. So he has a level advantage naturally, thanks to the 10-stack passive. So I guess Jack, my concern is real.
I don't know if this build is good, yeah, I'm not sure, but we'll see his damage here.
Might do damage. Sure,
Oh,
comes
no.
in and Jackie's is now in front of Kaliss.
Oh my god, that did not just happen. He took the portal W'd, missed his E on him, and then he got swept by the vision plant in his W and misclicked on the pink one instead of the blast cone to get out because Targamas put it on his face. Oh my god, that pink from Targamas was really smart, but... Oh.
Everything starts to look a lot harder for them. And it's also a 2k gold lead for Kana.
Mama.
As he's just slowly building this lead further and further up. And he's just so much more useful than Aatrox. I feel like Aatrox is getting one shot every fight, while Renekton is just unkillable.
And I mean, I'm confused because Jackie...
You can't tell me this is better than just having 2 items, right?
It's not been that back and forth. It's just been like...
Like, imagine he had like
for a pick, kill for a
Leandri's
kill, like,
Riftmaker right now.
Big skirmishes, but now 2 dragons apiece.
I guess he technically does have 4 items. You're right, chat. You're right.
Staring them in the face.
If you got a 5th mask on there, I think he kills.
The time, again, at this time is on KC's side, right? I feel like with Kog'Maw getting more and more items, eventually when he gets MR, it's going to be really hard for this Akali to kill him. Victor, the same deal.
I love it how Gilius pops in.
Really hard to kill.
It's a dog shit build, it's shit!
The Otacon here, but it looks like Giant X wants to contest.
Oh, it's just going down so quickly though. How much chance will they have? Tempered Fate from Jun needs to be on point, and a steal from Isma.
But he has 6 items though. These Aatrox TPs have not been in. Jun saves the day.
With another chance, but Vladdy just walks through.
These Aatrox TPs on the one here and the one here.
The Aatrox ulti burnt here. I don't think they can contest anymore.
They're going to try anymore, but I mean, Otacon resets. Jackie's is coming in from a flank.
Oh, he kills Kog'Maw. Oh, the Brambled. He needs to be faster.
Casey look for the re-engage. Locked out of his ulti, and Vladdy will run him down as well. Giant X. It was so jank. A cosmic binding to save Jun.
I feel like sometimes the Akalis go in the fight and they're slow. But when I watch Zeka sometimes, bro, he just blows his load instantly. Bang. R1, EE, R2, insta. Dead.
The Nash going over for the side of KC. Maybe Giant X could try to contest here, as they do have Sejuani close, but Kana and Targamas are playing Gatekeeper here, trying to stop Isma from joining. Isma does have the flat,
Isma steals this Baron on Grump.
He's going to get over Targamas first. Jun's going to come in. No, great damage. Kana might be in trouble. Might not even get the Baron above. He's shut down over the wall.
Oh man, just one more second.
A second more and Isma would have had a chance. A magical journey for the escaping KC, but 4 members with Baron is the cost of that zone from Kana.
It's so hard for Giant X to play this game anymore. Even when Jackie is able to absorb the attention of Kalist, Targamas, and Kana, Vladdy is the one that is just killing all of Giant X's backline. I don't think they can really do this Otacon. 2,000 fast, KC is back on the map. It's just running.
Oh my god, Noah. I think damage taken from Otacon, whole LEC split. Noah wins it from the last 2 games alone. Oh my god. The Saya game, he lost his entire fucking game from that fucking Otacon.
Jax is trying to hide here, but he's a pretty harmless Akali if you look at the...
Family friendly, no more swearing marks. Bard ult on the Victor.
Go home! Otacon, go home, you're drunk.
Oh, it just keeps getting angry because of the Landry's procs.
We're back. Okay, yeah, think about it. Yeah.
This Otacon is so stupid.
Leave me alone. Okay, we're done. We're done. Right. Fifth time was the charm. As Giant X might be done as well. They're walking away from this. We just perma top. All random, all top. A rat.
That's stupid. All random, all top. A rat.
Spotted
W shut out.
But Kalist maybe isolated. Isma.
Nice flash W by Yike.
Twisted advance. Beautiful Isma. Trying to buy time. He flashes as well, but Nate's Grass keeps him in place. And Kalist makes short work. Jun also joined in.
You know what I respect about Jun? No matter how won or lost the fight is, Jun is there.
We've got a magical journey. We've got an
like, he will portal into his own death if he has to. He will join you.
Cleanse from Kalist. we're just going to the circus.
Oh my god, what is this game?
See the elephant.
Isma is going for way too crazy of a flank, ends up falling down, and now it's going to be the mid-tier 2 dropping. Oh, but Jackie's looks for another one.
Again, why not? He's got an item this time. It's a good knockup from Lot, but he's gone out. Tries to get Kalist.
Oh.
That was the final blow from Jackie's, and Kalist just keeps
Doesn't
surviving.
Kog'Maw build like Jack-Shaw or something soon with Terminator? I don't know what's soccer.
He keeps bashing his head into the wall again and again and again.
And then it's just GG.
That's got, you know, I'm not an Akali player.
Or Witsend, rather.
Day, you know?
Yeah.
But that's got to be, the 3 Haunting guys has to be some kind of pescatarian build, you know? Like,
I mean, the theory I can understand is the idea that Haunting Ices are a very good component.
And they stack, right?
And they stack. And completed items in League are not that important.
True.
But at the same time, I don't know if it was the gameplay or if it was just his build, but he looked pretty useless every fight.
It was like 18% extra damage.
And I feel like Noah is so strong. Like, this Corki has been so OP the whole game, while his solo lanes have been absolutely sprinting it at record speeds.
But people can argue at home. I'm sure he's 3,500 gold down. And again, Vladdy has just been stable. We've talked about him all day. It feels right to Giant X. Putting that
okay, that's 1 kill. Big.
Vladdy's dead. I did indeed. It just happens again now for Lottie trying to buy time with Kana. Nature's Grass from Yike. We're fighting yet again. We've had 28 kills so far. Why stop now? And
Bardled connects.
But Giant X, low health bar. Noah can only poke and they can
I wonder if Corki's sitting on a lot of gold.
5 versus 4. They got
doesn't want to fight.
But
oh,
yeah.
bloody bought Rebidons.
It's a sad sight when it's 4 versus 5 and you hit a Bardled onto the enemy carry and you have to click back. it's hard for me to see how Giant
Zeka Akali, bro, don't even mention Zeka Akali. His Akali is just... I don't know how he does it, but he is like angelic on that champ. It's almost like he's blessed to win every game and lane and team fight.
What about Targmas getting
It's divine.
Lot is doing some damage now. Into the ulti, they just need a kill. He'll get a reset, but he flashes away. Instead, he's stunned up. Look at Khaled. He's barking mad. Running them down. KC have now already found themselves an opening kill.
Kog'Maw Victor. Oof, 3 items each. Oof, one-shot everyone.
The dog on the other side of the lane. It's Borkin today for KC.
Yeah, GG.
KC have a minute.
Well,
they can look to end here.
They should.
No wave clear on the side.
That was a tough game to watch.
The Akali and Bard will not be able to clear anything. And it's 5 grubs. I think they can end. 30 seconds on Noah, 20 seconds on Lot.
Nice tries, though. Noah, I'm sorry. Noah, I apologize.
KC, we've got some questions for them, but at the very least, we know that they can seal the job. Setting up under turrets, Jackie's once again is going in. He's still got 1 and a bit items and won't get him across the line.
11 and 2 on Kog'Maw this game. Big pace. It's nice to see Kog'Maw back. It's been a while since we've seen that champ.
It was strange. Yes, it was messy, but they're still at the
When in doubt, Yike Maokai.
KC are still delivering results. Entertainment. And the French org is giving us something to smile about each and every day.
When in doubt, Yike Maokai.
As they try to fight back, they try to claw their damnedest, but it's just not quite enough as KC take them down. And overall, Kalista and Vladdy both looked great. A wonder to watch them. I really want to see Giant X. They're giving me kind of BDS vibes.
Yo, those Carmine t-shirts are fucking cool.
They could be great.
Agreed. I mean, I don't think a lot of people thought that Giant X could push them to a game 3. There's obviously going to be a lot of questions for KC and how they close out games, but I think...
Alright, chat, I'm going to piece it. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow for the LPL series, okay? BLG tests. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to play... We're going to be doing a big stream tomorrow. A long stream, very long. We're going to do LPL. We're going to do a little bit of LCK. We're going to do a lot of fucking balloons. We're going to do some LEC. We're going to do a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Tomorrow will be bigger pace and a lot more stuff. Okay, deal? Tomorrow, we lock in. The BLG series should be good. And we'll watch the F1 highlights and all that shit. Chat, I'll see you later. Shout out to all the spectators, gifted, shout out subbers, donors, resubbers. I appreciate you guys coming out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you stay safe, sleep well, and take care. Here's a big kiss. Bye-bye. Bye. Thank you all for coming out. I hope you enjoyed the co-stream. Even though the games were quite one-sided, I hope you enjoyed it regardless. Hopefully next time is even more fun. Bye.